When's your birthday? I'll get you 12 points. First of many?
Goodness gracious. There you go. We'll call the 2025 Public City Council work session retreat. For the record, today is Saturday, February 22nd. It's 8:30 a.m. Before we start, and I lost the screen. Before we start, I want to recognize the hard work that went into organizing and scheduling this retreat by the mayor's staff, executive administrator Tracy Sample. Is she here? Yeah. That's Tracy. And then Elisa Carter. This step would not have gotten done, and also the chief of staff Brian McCain. Now, my agenda is slightly different than yours, so try keep to follow along. But I had a little different way of approaching this. In reference to the work session rules and expectations, real quick, I'll get this out of the way. And this might take care of some of my goals that I have to talk on later. It'll be in this here. Work session rules and expectations. The main purpose of today's work session is to give each councilor the main opportunity, the map to outline their primary goals for 2025, followed by the questions and comments open for council discussion. Council is made before the department heads in attendance for clarification in regard to procedural accuracy. Please try to limit your single goal recommendations about 5 minutes to allow for comment and discussion. As is customary, today's work session is open for observation by the chamber audience, but public commentary or questions are prohibited. For the record, we will take a short 30-minute lunch at 11 to 11:30, and then return to the dais. Restrooms and maternity attention breaks will be taken at the council's discretion. Okay, and then I'm going down here. It's called work session retreat expectations. Hopefully today's discussions between the executive branch and the legislative branch will improve communication and assist us in reaching our mutual goals for the benefit of the municipality that we all serve. Mr. McCain, would you please introduce the city department head staff by name and title?
Yeah, and if you could stand up when I call your name, just want to get everybody introduced in case there's somebody that you haven't met yet or don't recognize. So we'll start over with Renee. So Renee Martinez, she's the director of Just Transitions and that program for the city. Next, we have Naomi Hidden. She's in charge of purchasing. Lori Pins runs our IT department. Judge Nelson Dunford, he's our municipal court judge. Greg Pedroza is the director of aviation. Mr. Scott Hobson, director of planning. And Ben Valdez, he's our transit director. Tom Cummings, he's our fleet superintendent. Chief Barb Huber from the fire department, you know her. Melissa Cook, our housing and CDBG home grant administrator. City Attorney Carlos Sykes, who you know. Our interim director of civil service, Serena Knox. Marissa Pacheco from HR. Danny Nunn, our finance director. Andrea Burns, our wastewater. And Stephen Meyer, Parks and Rec, and Chief Muller, you know him, and Andrew Hayes, Public Works. And I think I got everybody. Oh, and of course, Marissa Stoller.
Well, I want to thank you guys for everything you've done for us and the council and the cities. Mayor Graham, would you like to address the council at this time?
Thank you, Chair. Just here and happy to answer any of the council's questions today and concerns, and looking forward to a productive work session.
Before we go on, I also want to thank President Mark Aeth for the continued support and leadership. Mark, appreciate it very much. You helped the council a lot. Next up is going to be agenda presentation, starting with citizens and council decorum in council meetings, and it's going to be in reference to City Clerk Stoller and City Council Attorney Gifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this morning, I understand that one of the discussion items that council was interested in having was in the public forum policy and the name drawing, and how the 6, when there's more than 6 that are signed up, would like to be chosen. So a little bit of, I've handed out the public forum policy. to all of you. And this is the public forum policy that was written in 2023. And what was happening at that time was we were having a lot of people sign up for the public forum, and it was more than the limitation of 6 that were able to speak. And what was happening in the back of the room is when the sign up sheet would go out at 6 p.m., we would have a bunch of people come up, kind of make a ruckus and fight over who was there first. And I would have to arbitrate without necessarily having known who was there first, so that they could sign up for those first 6 slots. And it would interrupt the work session, which was going on during that time. It was disruptive. And so my office came up with this public forum policy, which stands today. So in this public forum policy, anyone that wants to can sign up. So it did solve that having to be their first problem. And then what we do is if there are more than 6 people signed up, we do a random draw so that everyone has the equal opportunity to participate in the public forum. I'm happy to answer any questions that may have that any of you may have regarding this policy, or I'm happy to give my opinion on any thoughts to changing the policy if that's desired by council.
I have a question if anybody else on council. Has there been any consideration in reference, we have the 5-minute presentations to 3 minutes? Have we ever talked about that? You get more speakers. I don't know how the council feels. Sarah, you have an idea on that?
No, Chair Roger, I'm just saying that we have talked about that by limiting the amount of time that people can speak to 3 minutes. And I believe actually we spoke about that at last year's council retreat, and we decided to retain it at 5 minutes.
Okay, so we're good. Anybody else?
Why was this brought up to be on here? Are we trying to change it, or are we just refreshing ourselves on the policy? Why is this on here is why I'm curious.
I think that there was a concern from citizens in the way that the draw was being made, and that it was perhaps unfair, and that they were concerned that it wasn't completely blind. So, I mean, there are other options that we can put forward from that extent. There's randomized computer drawings that we could use, like websites on the computer, if that would be.
That I think that'd be okay, but I think limiting it to the old way of just like the first 6. I mean, everybody here knows we'd have the same 3 to 5 people probably every single night. I think this gives people a chance to speak instead of letting the same people sign up.
Council Flowers.
Public forum sometimes turns into a much larger group of people when something is very controversial. It seems to me that we should have the discretion of going between 3 and 5 minutes, depending on, what's on the agenda. And I think that discretion should be given. That should be given to our city clerk. That would allow as many as 10 people to speak at 3 minutes versus 5 minutes. I think in a normal meeting night, normally that suffices. But in this particular case, we might want to give the discretion of anywhere from 6 to 10 people and maneuvering the 3 and 5 minute rule. But again, staying within the 30 minutes.
Council Maestro.
Well, I think that's what we have. The public has the opportunity to speak for exactly what they're coming here for when we give them the opportunity to speak for or against the ordinance. They have that platform in order to do that. So I know that there's some concerns or complaints with having to wait until it comes up on the agenda. But that's just having your part in whatever your opinion is or how you feel about the situation. I mean, it's your skin in the game by waiting for that to just come up when it comes up on the agenda. I know people don't want to wait till 10 and 11 o'clock at night, but when you have, you think you have skin in the game, just like the rest of us up here on the dais serving our community, we have to wait till 10 or 11 o'clock at night when it comes up on the agenda. So I think it's fair. I think that issues are best addressed when they're right in front of us. And rather than they kind of get lost in translation when there's earlier. That's just how I feel. And
President Hale.
Thank you, Chair. I want to make sure that we all are aware that any counselor can ask for a suspension of the rules when it comes to public comment. I mean, if you think that we need to let more people speak, we need to limit it to 3 minutes on a specific meeting, you can ask for that. And then we can decide if there's no objections. I mean, obviously, we've done that in the past, and we'll continue to do that depending on the circumstances. And I think it clearly states in the rules on the sign-up sheet that if the whatever they wish to speak about is on the agenda, that's when they speak on it. It is not in public forum. So I don't know how better to do that other than, people look at a sign-up sheet and don't necessarily read the information. So, but I know you do a good job, Madam Clerk, with telling people that this is the rules and this is how we do it. And so when the meeting starts, they're pretty much aware of that. So I just wanted to clarify that everybody has the ability to ask for a suspension of the rules.
Council Flores.
I just wanted to follow up on the procedure for public hearing. Isn't there a separate sheet for, there always has been, I don't know, we changed that?
Is that okay if I respond, Mr. Chair?
Excuse me?
Is it okay if I respond?
Yeah.
So yes, the public hearing does not require a sign-up sheet because it's an unlimited number of people. So the public hearing, the president will usually just say, whoever wants to speak for and then against, and whoever wants to can just come up and then state their name for the record. The only other place that we do have sign-up sheets are for resolutions because those are also limited to 6 people for 5 minutes each in the current iteration of the code. And usually we don't see more than maybe one person sign up on the resolutions that are on the regular agenda.
And then to remind everybody, public forum, sometimes there's something controversial that's not on our agenda. And so that it doesn't always fall neatly into a public hearing audience that wants to talk about a specific thing. There might be something controversial that has nothing to do with our agenda, and a lot of people are angry about it or whatever. I think we still should have that discretion of allowing more people to speak.
Yes, and one thing that I do tell all those people too is when they call my office asking how they can speak about, a controversial topic, I do relate that all of your information is available online and that they're welcome to email you and call you as is available on the city website, in addition to coming to public comment to speak. So while public comment is a way to get in front of the council to speak, it's also not the only way if they are not selected during the process if there are more than 6 people already signed up.
Okay. Council Maestri.
So I guess actually, President Aliff has given us a solution to that, and we can ask to suspend the rules in those cases. In this manner. Now, since we're on the public forum policies and so forth, what we seem to have written on the sign-up sheet is a list of the rules in order to speak. And there are some boundaries there. And it seems like those are not being respected from the people coming forward. And I know that people want to say freedom of speech. I have the freedom of speech, which we're not trying to squash freedom of speech, but this still is a meeting. It still requires decorum. And I think there's been some, situations specific to city employees where some of the speakers have, mentioned their name or said things. And we really, there should, is there something in the rules that we can say if someone violates those rules, that there's a suspension and them coming forward, Is there something there that we can do? Because that seems, everybody seems to cross that line.
I do think that this kind of
Not everybody.
possibly segues into our next topic, which Mr. Gifford would be discussing. As far as, I would have to refer to him on as far as if they would be able to be suspended for a certain amount of time for such behavior. But yes, we do have that information on there. And when it comes to both the suspension of the rules for allowing additional speakers and for what the speakers are saying live in the meeting, it does fall to the discretion of the president of the city council, as it's his meeting at that point to run as he sees fit.
Good.
So I think what I'm hearing as far as the public forum policy is to keep it the same, but perhaps we can try the computer numbering for the random draw.
Yes.
Is that yes from the jury council?
That's fine.
Okay, we'll give that a shot. Thank you.
Excuse me, we broke up the public and the policy for the council. I think that was great. And so far we've got the name drawing, and we're going to talk about signs and chamber focus statements, respect for underneath the public part of it, and then the policy for council. So Harley, would you mind going through some of that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, council. Yeah, I would like to discuss some of these with council. I guess the first one we'll look at is signs in the chamber. When we're looking at restrictions on speech placed by government, courts will often look towards the time, manner, place of the restriction. And if it's on public property, they will further analyze the restriction by what type of public forum it is, whether it's a traditional public forum, a designated public forum, limited, or non-public forum. To refresh your memory, some of the examples of a traditional public forum are sidewalks, parks, that sort of thing. A designated public forum would be during public forum when we allow people to come up and speak. We're designating that as a time for them to speak. A limited public forum would be more like city council chambers, people in the audience. And then a non-public forum, kind of irrelevant to this discussion, so we'll not really dwell on that one. So for council chambers, the audience, the courts will consider that to be a limited public forum. And in a limited public forum, restrictions need only be viewpoint neutral and reasonable. So the purpose of a city council meeting is to discuss the business of the city. And courts have traditionally held that obstructions to that or interruptions will not be upheld or will not be viewed favorably by the courts. So courts have stated in the past that things like signs, interruptions will not be tolerated, and those are not allowed in council chambers. So if council wanted to put forth some sort of policy regarding the restriction of signs, it would have to be all signs, not just signs that we think are vulgar or signs that we think are obscene. It would be all signs would not be allowed in council chambers during council meetings. That's something that council could do if they wanted to.
It's just some of the signs, and I know we're going to get the First Amendment argument that's going to come down the pipe, but some council, and I look at some of the municipalities, and what they do is, if you're going to allow signs, it's got to be something. If they want to hold it to their chest, an 8.5 by 11, but where we see it here from the dais, we got signs out there with stakes on it. They're oversized, they're rude, they're obscene a lot of times. And I hope we can make a shift. Either we're going to say no signs at all, or we're going to amend this so it's more, as opposed to somebody holding a sign and not speaking, but rattling like we had the other night. That takes the attention away from the dais. So go ahead. I'm sorry, Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I would recommend is if you're going to look at prohibiting signs, prohibit all signs. Once you start saying some signs are good, some signs are bad, now you're getting out of the content neutral and you're getting into what the sign actually is or says. So I would recommend it, if that's the way council would like to go, an abolition on or a prohibition on all signs, as opposed to signs of a certain size, because then we're going to get into matters where the clerk or myself are having to look at signs and measure signs or make a subjective determination. Is this an obscene sign? Is this a vulgar sign? Is this a political statement? That sort of thing. So the courts have held that a prohibition on all signs would be valid in a city council chamber meeting.
Let's see how we feel about the no signs. I'm going to go with no signs because we got to get back to some kind of decorum here. We've lost it so far. Anybody else want to comment on that? Signs, no signs, what size?
I guess the question for me, I mean, can I talk?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I guess the question for me is the reason that we don't want signs is because we don't like what they say? Or do we don't want signs because they're disruptive and obstructive? I mean, quite frankly, when you're elected to a public position, you're going to get comments, you're going to get signs. I mean, we all know this. It's not something that's foreign to anybody that sits up here or anybody that's been elected or tries to run a meeting. So all I caution is that before we start taking away a person's ability to say their piece or to be able to have some type of forum, that is the reason we don't want them, because we don't like them or because we think they're disruptive to the audience or whatever. So that would be my question.
Council Ministry.
Looking at limited forum, public forum. And was taking the ability to walk around this building, to walk around outside in the hallways with their signs. What we're asking for is a respectful decorum within the chambers so that we can conduct the meeting without the interruptions. I'm going to tell you that I watch a lot of state and Senate, not state, but congressional and Senate committee hearings. I've seen them come in with signs and they'll have them right in front of their chest. And the moment they jump up, the moment they move their sign away from their chest, Capitol Police isn't coming in and politely saying, you need to move, you need to leave. They are actually grabbing people and tossing them out of the chambers. So there's an expected decorum in council. And just some of the stuff it's a reflection upon our city, and it's actually, this is our meeting. We're trying to get the most, information to the public on certain matters and so forth. And I think that it takes away from the audience, whether they're watching on TV or they're here presently in the room. I hear so many people out in the public will tell me, I cannot stand to watch your meetings because they're just so disrespectful. And I just get so upset about what I'm seeing. It turns away. And I think to myself, well, that's unfair. That's unfair to them. They're trying to be involved in their city. They're trying to see what's going on with certain topics and subjects and matters that are all about Pueblo, and it takes away from that. And I know for a fact, because people will tell me in the grocery store, wherever it is that they see us, that they're really unhappy with the decorum in the room, and especially on the other platform that allows for free comments. People want to watch the meeting from Facebook Live, and they're just disgusted by the comments that are just irrelevant to even what's going on. It's usually a lot of infighting between the people watching.
Council Flores.
This is the world we live in. And I would be against limiting people, especially of their free speech. I've been on this is my last year, my 8th year on council. And I've seen throughout my 8 years on council, a lot of vulgarities and people that probably shouldn't do that. Most of the time, the camera's not on them anyway. I don't know what they're looking at, but I just feel by eliminating all signs, you're really limiting free speech of some of these people, that this is their only way of communicating and letting us know how they feel. And so in my mind, limiting people's ability to speak and to 99% of all the signs are perfectly okay. They're against something. But obviously, you're going to have exceptions to the rule. But, you go out through life like I have, you're going to see stuff like that all the time. I don't get offended by it. It's just part of our living in a democracy like we do. But I think eliminating all signs, I think you're limiting people's ability to speak and tell their government how they feel. And the majority of those signs, I think, are perfectly okay.
Let's jump in real quick because I don't want to forget. In reference to signs, I'd like to get, we're talking about signs, but the signs that are coming in here, some of them are mistakes, and the police chief can probably learn some information on this, but you're talking about signs that could be utilized if somebody gets mad. But then from the dais view, what we see, it's hard enough to keep on track in what you're trying to say without being distracted by somebody waving the sign. And freedom of speech to me is when you're taking the time to go through a lottery and ballot, but when you're sitting there with a sign the whole time and you're jumping up down through the whole meeting, doesn't that go a little bit too far with freedom of speech? Sarah?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I think there's two things. One, I'm okay with signs. I think that people put in a lot of energy to, make signs or whatever. I think that it's part of the democratic process to have signs in here. I think what you're talking about, Councilor Gomez, it would be up to the president's discretion of if it truly is a distraction. I think that President Aliff then has the responsibility and the prerogative to shut it down in whatever way that he sees fit. I don't think, though, that signs that are intentionally causing harm, like stating personal addresses, are okay. I think that that's totally inappropriate. And I think that that's where there's some regulation in that. And I could be wrong, Mr. Gifford, but I think that goes above and beyond, the normal signs of lobbying. That's completely different. And I think that there should be some consequences to that.
Again, from the dais perspective, what I see people straining to look at some of these signs, especially older folks are trying to, all I'm saying from what we see up here, and it's very distracting. Let's get a consensus maybe from the council here and how you like to see signs here stated or excluded. Can we start with you?
I'm okay with signs, so as long as they're not intending harm.
Any in reference to size, shape, anything like that?
It's fine. We're good with signs. I'm good with signs.
Councilor Sarris?
I don't want to see any restrictions other than if they're disruptive. That's a whole different matter. They should be, the president has a prerogative of escorting them out. And by the way, through my experience, a lot of disruptive people don't have signs. That's a whole other area. And those people should also be escorted out. Anything that interrupts our meeting, this is our meeting. We should take that, but I'm not for eliminating people's right to speak to their elected officials by bringing in a sign.
Councilor Maestri.
Well, it looks like we're not meeting. I mean, I understood what Mr. Gifford said. It's either yes or no. There's, again, I hear, choices, parameters put on the signs. So it's kind of either a yes or a no. Well, if we're going to, if the president has his discretion, again, he could be liable for his choices. Right, Mr. Gifford? I see you shaking your head. Yes.
May I respond?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I would caution against looking at the contents of the sign, the size of the sign. Then you start getting out of the viewpoint neutral. Is a sign that's otherwise valid but is fluorescent pink. Now we're going to say that's a distraction. When you start looking at what the sign is doing as opposed to the sign itself, you're going down the road of being less viewpoint neutral and being less reasonable. Pink signs are okay, blue signs are not. Signs this size are okay, signs this size are not. is that a reasonable, what is your ultimate goal? The ultimate goal is to keep council chambers from turning into a picket line with signs, I would think, and to keep the meeting from turning into some sort of disruption or interruption by the signs. So if you focus on that, and that's your means of restriction, I think you'll be a lot more successful when this is challenged.
Well, in reference to Council Maestri, we're not eliminating signs outside. If you want to walk and protest and do whatever you want to do, that's fine. But let's go to Joe.
So based off of what he said, you asked for a consensus. So based off of what he says, and there are still concerns of the members on council, no is really within the no signs within the chambers is really the way you can go.
So you're no.
I'm a no.
Joey, yes or no?
I'd like to say something
Go
first.
ahead.
Okay. I don't mind signs. I have no problem with that. I do have a problem with them coming in with a sign on a post or stick, whatever. And even though we have security here, that becomes a problem, you know? It depends what kind of individual we're dealing with. And if you're dealing with somebody that's psychotic, obviously you're not going to know, and neither is security when they're come through here. I don't mind picketing. I don't mind expressing their feelings on a sign. I do have a problem with them putting it on a stick or post or whatever, because they can use it as a weapon. I think that freedom of speech is a big thing. It's a First Amendment right. So I don't have a problem with that.
Anybody else? What?
I'm okay with signs. I just think at the end of the day, everybody needs to remember we're all human. You need to be respectful. If you're at a concert and somebody's in front of you with a giant sign, you can't see around. Same thing in here. If you're going to come in here with a big sign, you want to, express your feelings on a certain matter, just kind of remember there's other people here that are trying to watch. Try to be mindful, be respectful, sit at the back, stand in the back, and don't disrupt other people's chance to be here and enjoy the meeting and learn something or be involved. Just, be human about it.
Excuse me, President.
Yeah, I think we're going down a slippery slope here. I think that, my preference would be no signs. And the reason that I say that is that it cuts out all of the gray areas. It shouldn't be up, whoever is council president, it shouldn't be up to them to say, you're getting thrown out. Chief, get them because they were waving their sign too hard, or we're blocking the view of somebody or whatever. That becomes more disruptive than the sign itself. When council's been relegated to policing the audience on whether a sign is good, a sign is bad, whether it's being obstructive, whether they're out of line in the way that they're waving their sign or whatever. It just seems to me, for decorum purposes, that it would be most advantageous to not have signs. But it sounds like we're
City Attorney Gifford, can I ask you a question in reference to the clarity on whether it's a violation of freedom of speech? What's your feeling on it?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would go back again and remind council about the types of public forums that exist. We have the designated, the traditional, the limited, and the non. I would caution council not to confuse sitting in the audience with sitting during public forum and speaking there. You're giving people a chance to speak to council about an issue. When you're in the audience, that's a limited public forum and reasonable restrictions are allowed. The courts will uphold those reasonable restrictions. Where restrictions get unreasonable is, again, going back to what President Aliff had stated, when you put someone in charge of subjectively determining, is this sign disruptive? Either signs are disruptive or they're not. And it's going to be up to one person to say, well, a pink sign is disruptive as opposed to a white sign, or shaking it audibly is a disruption as opposed to just holding it up. I think you're getting too subjective with those. If you want to deal with the issue of signs in meetings being a disruption. I would say a total prohibition against signs in council chambers.
So in reference to having signs or no signs, as opposed to having signs that wouldn't put us into a liable position if somebody decided to use as a weapon. Chief, do you have any comments in reference to this?
If I may, before we go to Chief Noller, I would say not even looking, you don't have to look that far. You don't have to say, is this a danger? Or is this, you're allowed to just simply prohibit signs, whether it's a danger or not. I don't want you to try to find justifications. The justification already exists.
So the freedom of information, the freedom to have that signs, from what I'm hearing from you, it's not necessarily a violation of freedom of speech. Come
No,
on.
not in a limited public forum. And you'll see this also at the state general assembly when they're in committee meetings. There are no signs allowed there as well because it is a limited public forum. As opposed to a designated public forum, when you come up and speak here, that's a different subject. Those restrictions will be strictly interpreted. It would be much harder to pass muster in the courts when you're trying to limit designated public forums and traditional public forums as opposed to a limited public forum. And I know it's a lot of words and it's difficult to kind of think about how they're different, but they are, and they're viewed differently by the courts.
Okay, with that clarification, excuse me, Councilor Maestri.
Yes, so you've designated us as a limited public forum. They're already practicing that at state level. I understand that it's hard to say come from the dais, and people don't want to be known as limiting the public's freedom of speech, but we're talking about a limited public forum. We're talking about decorum in a meeting. We could sit here and say, well, I'm all about freedom of speech, but that but is right there. To trust the audience to behave is a big ask. To say, I'm okay for it as long as it doesn't have anybody's address on it is a big ask to expect. And then to turn to and say that President Aliff will just let him make those decisions isn't fair. We either are for him or we're not for him. So.
Councilor Forrest.
When people put a sign together and they're holding it with a stick, it's really easier for that person to do it that way than to hold it. And so we're making an assumption here that they could turn around and use that stick that's holding up the deal as a weapon. But I want to remind this council that just 6 months ago, we passed an ordinance where now we allow a gun in our chambers as a result of, as long as you have a carry permit. So it's a little contradictory here that we're worried about dangers in this chambers when in fact you guys are allowing guns in here. We're worried about a stick on a sign. I think it's too restrictive. I don't see any reason. 99.9% of all the time that people have signs in here, they've behaved. They have a statement to make. And we shouldn't be afraid to hear that or see that on a sign. So I'm totally against having any restrictions at this stage.
For what it's worth, that's kind of a long reach for me, but now that we've got the clarification, it's not a violation of speech according to the counselor. Can we go through this one more time, starting with Sarah?
I want signs.
Signs?
No.
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 That's it. Okay.
Can I ask a clarification here?
Okay.
Can I ask a clarification, Mr. Chair? So, Mr. Gifford, does this need to go, are we going to have a council? Are we going to have to pass a policy ratifying this decision and it being outlined in the appendices?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Hart.
I would recommend that, and I have examples from other court cases which were found to be reasonable restrictions, it would be something along these lines that council would need to pass or ratify in some way. No signs or posters allowed inside council chambers. Interruptions of speakers and or government business will not be tolerated. Anyone who interrupts a speaker or the proceedings of a government meeting shall be removed. Something as simple as that it's placed outside the council chambers so that people are on notice, I think would be appropriate. I don't know if it necessarily needs to go all the way to being put in Appendix A, because Appendix A is more regulating the decorum and procedure of council itself as opposed to the audience. So I think there's ways to go about it, and staff will work up something and present it to council in the upcoming days.
Because this is going to impact the people at the front door, security, and we'll probably have to work some kind of procedures for that. Councilor Flores.
Mr. Gifford, what is the probability that the ACLU is going to sue the city now over this policy that we're establishing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't pretend to understand the ongoings of the ACLU, or what they do sue and what they don't sue for. I can say that unlike other issues where the ACLU has been involved in the city, there's actual case law that is directly on point that could be cited, and I think cited in our favor. So again, a total prohibition would be much easier to defend than saying, no pink signs, no big signs, no stake signs, that sort of thing. I think you're getting a little too out of the realm there. So I think a total prohibition based on the case law that I've read would be directly on point and in our favor.
Councilor Maestri.
Mr. Gifford, if that happens, send them to the state first, because apparently they've been in that practicing under those terms for a while. So they would have to take on not just the city of Pueblo, they'd have to take every other limited forum in the state, the ACLU, in order to prove their case that we're the only one discriminating within the state. I would think. That's just my personal opinion. Thank you.
Councilor Team.
We're not going to prevent them from demonstrating out in front of the Memorial Hall. So basically, they can carry their signs, they can do whatever they want there. We're trying to maintain some decorum here. I'm not opposed to freedom of speech. In other words, have your signs, but do your thing outside. You're not carrying, if you're not carrying posts in here, you're not carrying signs in here, do your thing outside. Say what you need to say, come into the meeting, and let's have decorum, again, there are people in here that are here to pay attention, to listen, and not be distracted by those kinds of things. That's all.
Okay, so Councilor Maestri, you have something else?
I'm sorry.
So the consensus is the majority is saying that no signs. We're not limiting that to outside, but in the chamber, we're done. Now, since we're on this, the next one that we have is follow the statements on clothing or signs. And let's not kid each other. And we're sitting here and we're watching people come in with, shirts and saying the some show supervisor, that is way out of line. That's just me talking. I don't care if somebody has a shirt on and it has an opinion that's not vulgar, that's not obscene. I don't have a problem with that. Anybody else on council wanted to address that? We have people coming in with T-shirts. I've seen people here with the pictures of counselors on their hats and on their shirts, and I think that's just going a little bit too far for what that's worth. But I'm sorry, Councilor Flores.
I just want I need clarification here. Are we saying that a T-shirt is a sign?
Yeah.
And you're saying that there's a difference between printed T-shirt and a sign?
Attorney Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So now we go to a different type of subject. So yes, there is now going to be a difference. And one of the most popular cases that just about every law student studies while they're in law school is Cohen v. California, which was a case where an individual wore a shirt or a jacket into the LA courts, which said, F the draft. This is back in the 60s. And that was held to be a valid expression of freedom of speech. Most recently in Minnesota, the Supreme Court took up a case that banned political badges, buttons, something else on clothing inside of voting booths, inside of where they vote in person there. So once you go into the voting building, you couldn't have that. That was also struck down as an unreasonable restriction. So when you're looking at speech on clothing, the court is going to look at that and find it much more difficult for council to say, you can't regulate that type of speech on clothing. Now, again, we go back to, like, let's use signs. This is a limited forum. They are sitting out there. It would be, I imagine you could have some sort of regulation that says no language or words printed on any clothing. But once you start getting specific on what is vulgar, what is obscene, if I could, one of the quotes from the Supreme Court was that Justin Harlan said, one of the prerogatives of American citizenship is the right to criticize public men and measures. And that means not only informed and responsible criticism, but the freedom to speak foolishly and without moderation. It's not illegal to be dumb, or it's not illegal to be offensive. So trying to regulate that type of behavior is going to be much more difficult, and I would caution your counsel against trying to go down that road at all. Unfortunately, not unfortunately, I think that if you want to wear a shirt that has vulgar language on it and express to the world who you are, that's on you, not for us to try to regulate.
I just need another clarification. We have a lot of public forum individuals that will come to speak. And in order to prove their point, they might bring a poster that's identifying maybe a street, a yard, whatever. We need a strict definition of what a sign is if we're going to go down this road. And I'm assuming that these are signs in people's minds appear on the dais that we could potentially see a vulgar item or whatever, but we have a lot of individuals, including our directors, that will come to public forum with not signs, but they're descriptive boards of streets or whatever, maps, whatever you want. I'm assuming that we need a strict definition of signs. Attorney Gifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I would recommend, or what I would remind council of, is that when a person comes up to public forum, they're no longer in a limited public forum, they're now in a designated public forum. And a designated public forum is very similar to that of a traditional public forum, which is your sidewalks and your parks. If you think that it would be unwise to prohibit certain actions on the sidewalk, you should probably think twice about prohibiting them during public forum. You've created this forum, and I know it's confusing and it's silly, but this is how the courts interpret it. Once you have designated a public forum, you're allowing people to basically take that activity on the sidewalk and present it here at public forum. So keep that in mind. I think that there could be, if someone's bringing posters, or I would say there's a difference between sitting in the audience with posters and signs and presenting a public forum through exhibits or posters or signs. Again, I know it sounds weird and strange, but that's how the courts have interpreted this.
Councilor Boston.
So remember what we kind of just decided on the previous thing is when they're sitting up here presenting, they can have a sign, they can have a poster, they can have a map, they can have whatever they need for their presentation. But when they're in the crowd, they can't have their sign. So if somebody's going to come in with a sign, security's going to have to let them in if they're going to sign up for public forum, more than likely, but they can't be out there with their sign presenting it until they get called up for public forum, the way I understand what you're explaining, because these two chairs here are separate from the audience in a sense, right?
Councilor Michael.
So I think it's just, it's okay for public forum for them to have signs. They can have as many signs as they want, you know what I mean? They could stand outside. I mean, when we're talking about distractions, they can stand outside right there.
Yeah.
And they can't stand outside right there and have their signs because that's a public area in which they're allowed to congregate.
Attorney Gifford.
I would say that, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say that outside the council chambers, anywhere inside City Hall is going to be a limited public forum, and you can regulate that type of behavior. Just because it's City Hall doesn't mean people can come in And
Say that a little slower.
Sure.
I'll be careful.
sure, I would think that, and I would argue, City Hall, the entire building, inside of the building, is a limited public forum or a non-public forum. I would say that just as you can't come in and protest outside of the city clerk's office, you wouldn't be able to do that upstairs on the third floor outside of council chambers. I think the entire building could be argued as a limited public forum or even as a non-public forum.
It's a government building for the people.
Is it a traditional public forum? Is it a limited public forum? Is it a designated public forum? Or is it a
That's
non-public?
wild.
Right.
That's wild. I think that we're regulating a lot. And the fact that they're I don't know, this is.
Council Maestri.
This regulation wasn't made up just for Pueblo City Hall. This is across the nation. So because we didn't know about it, doesn't make it that it's not right. Because people have to have the opportunity to do their job. They have to have the opportunity. The mayor, when we want people standing in front of her office all day with signs screaming at her, when's she going to get her job done? When are we going to be able to have a clear discussion with the public to inform them about the matters of the city and the city business without constant disruption? It's not even disruption that is a matter of what's going on in council. Sometimes they're just having cat fights with each other. We have to have the opportunity to do our job. These laws take place because everyone who would be part of the city, none of the directors need people protesting outside. They have to have the opportunity to do our job. This is our job. Our job is to conduct a meeting, to inform the public, to do our business, to make ordinances and inform the public. And we should have the opportunity to do that without constant disruption. The public forum, if they want to come and take their 5 minutes and tell us everything that they need to tell us, it's granted. It's been granted. But otherwise, we have to have time to do our jobs.
Council Martinez.
You have been on record, Councilor Maestri, saying that this is the people's house, that this is that City Hall is the people's house. And the fact that now we're telling people, oh, this is a new camera angle. The fact that now we're telling people to, what they can do, what they can't do, what they can say, what they can't, we're limiting their rights in the people's house, which we've talked about at length that this is the people's house. And now we're removing some of their rights of what they can do. It's when we're talking about it's our job to listen to what they have to say. And if what they're saying is on signs, that's our job. It's their job to come to council and tell us what they have an issue with, what they don't have an issue with. That's their job. They're just doing their job. Well, I understand that they can be a little bit more respectful. I understand that it's uncomfortable up here to have signs that you disagree with. I totally get that. And it's our job to listen to them, just like it's their job to tell us. And I think that this is too much regulation on what they can do and what they can't do. We can still get our job done, even though we're uncomfortable.
We already have a consensus, no signs, but I want to go back to, so we get to our agenda a little bit, what were statements on clothing? And the way I'm looking at that is that you have people that are going to be wearing those shirts, and we all and that's kind of ceased a little bit. I've seen for the last 2 weeks, I haven't seen that problem. This is more about that person, I think, than anything else. That's just my opinion. But before we beat this thing to death, I think we're coming down to the nitty-gritty of what decorum means in this chamber. And I think we're getting there. We're going to have different opinions, but so far, I'm trying to we're not violating anybody's rights the way I can see it at this point, unless I'm wrong, Mr. Gifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I don't think that you are. If you wanted to have a brief discussion on decorum, I'd be happy to speak about that as well.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. one of the things for decorum that I think the council does a very good job of, and that I think we could all strive to do even better, is on procedure. If council, and even me at times where I just begin talking without being recognized by the chair, if we were to adhere to a more formalized procedure, parliamentary procedure, I think that would create a situation where it's easier to respect council and treat you as though, treat you with the respect that the position deserves if you are acting in a professional way. And I'm not saying that you're not, I'm just saying that if you were to look at the state government, for example, it's very regimented. Everyone is recognized to speak, they say the same things, it's very procedural. And if council could get to being as procedural and formal, I think it would go a long way to creating a sense of trust and respect in the audience as well.
Okay.
That's all I have to say. And it's not a criticism of council. It's just a helpful reminder, I think.
Councilor Boston?
Yeah, I'd say I'm terrible about that, and I apologize to everybody. Like, I just didn't even say thank you, Chair. So that's something that I could work on for sure. A lot of us could, to try to set the standard for everybody to follow. I guess we are supposed to be the leaders and kind of show people what's expected. So maybe we could work on that.
Council Forbes?
You know, if we're going to be talking about decorum, and I think a lot of people might say, you know, a lot of you people up there on the dais should be looking in the mirror. And I was hoping we would have this discussion because I've served with a combination of probably 4 different city councils, and it isn't just occurring here. But the one thing that we do have is that every council has, we have a taped video of every city council. And if you go back, the one thing that I've been concerned about a lot is how this council will take the liberty of attacking other officials or attacking individuals that we may be considering giving them money. They'll talk about, and I don't want to talk about any one person. You can go back and reflect on what you've said, but I think it's utterly wrong for us to attack any other official in the community. And that's just happened within the last 2 weeks, whether it's the county sheriff, whether it's the county commissioners, whether it's nonprofit organizations that have their own autonomy, their own boards. This council is on record, on video, of us attacking individuals without them letting them maybe explain, you know, what's going on. And I'm very concerned about that we have to be very careful that if we're going to be working in concert with the rest of the public officials in the community, that we have some decorum and have the individuals here or have a private meeting with them. But I think it's very, very important that we reflect and look in the mirror and say, what are we doing up here in working outside these lines? And I went back and I saw a few, and I quite frankly am disturbed by it. And I hope that we would also put that into, you know, the discussion here and the minutes, that we have to start looking at things from a different angle too. And there's a certain decorum of how we handle ourselves and how we go after other public officials or other nonprofits or whatever we're talking about.
So in the last, Attorney Clifford, respect for elected officials and the audience is what I believe he's at now. If we're talking about the signs and First Amendment rights, we've gone past that. That train left the station. Do we have to do something separate on the vulgar statements on clothing or clothing that says or signs? Are we talking about the T-shirts? Are we talking about the hats? Are we talking about the badges? The pictures of council people on people's shirts? Can you clarify that?
Thank you, Mr. I guess I would ask for further clarification on what you're asking. Are we talking about
Clothing.
Yeah. I would caution council against any type. I mean, unless it's obscene, someone comes in here without clothing. But trying to regulate words on a shirt, I would caution against that.
Council have any consensus on that?
We shouldn't regulate anything to do with that.
Joe? President Naylor? I'm fine with it.
You shouldn't, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm just out of the moment one of the counselors is running for office again and they have the audience filled with all their T-shirts from all their supporters, watch it become an issue.
Okay. Council Flores.
You're asking.
I'm referencing
Fine with the T-shirts.
so, okay, Council.
I'm fine with the shirts. If the whole point of the shirts, well, regulating shirts was because they're a distraction, we're not going to do that. But the whole point of the signs was because they're a distraction and we are going to do that. It's confusing to me, but no, I'm good.
Okay, so I think we're clear on that. Let's go to Mayor's anything you want to add? Respect for elected officials and audience that we said, Council Flores began with that. Can you get a clarification on that as well, Attorney Gifford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had always taken the opinion that public comment directed towards staff or employees was something that shouldn't happen and that could be regulated. And in my research, I was able to find a few cases where those prohibitions were struck down. People do have the right in a designated public forum to come in and say, you know, Deputy City Attorney Harley Gifford is an idiot and doesn't know what he's talking about. That's their right to say those things, and trying to restrict that, again, I think would get council in trouble that it doesn't need to get into.
Council Meister. I'm looking for the council. We just clarified, are we okay with that? So you're good?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're fine. Let's go to the next one in reference to policy for council, respect for elected officials and audience. We just did that. Councils to report to council on boards, commissions, and travel events during the work session. First Monday of each month. Do you want to do anything on that, Melissa? I call everybody by the first name. I apologize.
Yes, Clerk Solar, yes. No, I don't have anything on that. I just wanted to clarify, are you looking for that report during the work session once a month? As Councilor Martinez had initially put into place?
Can you say that one more time? I didn't catch all of it.
Are you looking to have that reporting occur during the work session on the first Monday, similar to what Councilor Martinez had put into place previously on having the report from the councilors?
That's fine. Any other comments on that?
Yes.
That's about Boston.
Yeah, I think it's important to get updates from the boards. By no means is this a slight or rude or mean in what I'm about to say. But for reference, I've been on here probably 7-8 months now. And one of the things coming up is going to be the Commission on Housing and Homelessness. I never heard anything on that board. I don't even know what boards most everybody on this council serves on. So getting updates on these boards and kind of staying more informed, I know Dennis a lot of times tells us what's going on with, Pedco or all the time. So or when he went on his trip to Chihuahua. So I think it's important for all of us to be more informed about what the rest of us are doing at these other boards.
Council Flores. Yep. Council Martinez.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So when I was chair for 2 years, I think one of the first things that we did was to have the regular commission updates. It was actually on the end of, it was like every quarter at the very end of the month. And I thought it was important for two reasons. One, I think it's a good idea for all of us to hear what each other's doing. But I also think it's a good idea for everyone out there to hear what we're doing and what the commissions are doing too. I think so often people are like, oh, well, you just meet every Monday and then, and that's it. When in reality, we as council are appointed to a lot of different boards and commissions. It's more than just like a Monday night gig. And it also gives them an opportunity to learn about all of the different boards and commissions. So I think it worked really well in the couple of years. I even think, at one point staff was like, oh, I didn't know about this, update at the commission. So I think that I'm glad that you're bringing it back.
Okay. Councilor Boston.
I have one other comment on that. Just like when it comes to your boards, for instance, since I've been here, PACOG, I think I've missed 1 or 2 PACOG meetings, and there's some people, like I said, none of this is a slight, just, comments. Some people I haven't seen at a single PACOG meeting. So I think involvement in the boards you're appointed to so that you can stay informed with what's going on that board and inform us and the community what's going on is also important. So maybe if you can, at least try to attend one meeting quarterly, if you're on a board. I understand some stuff is a conflict schedule. I have to get out of work. I have to have people cover me, and, run the business for me while I can't be there to go to PACOG. But I think it's important to be involved in those boards you're on. And if you can't be, then try to find somebody that, will swap you a board or find a board that better suits your timeframes. But I'd say at least trying to be there at least once a quarter would be important.
Okay. Anybody else on that? So as far as the council's report of council on boards on first one, we're okay with that. The next item was time limit for council commentary. We talked about the discretionary of the president, having that to go either 3 to 5, or anybody in council want to discuss that? Move on.
I always thought it was 5 minutes. I don't know where, in the back of my head, I thought council commentary, there was
City Clerk Stoller.
I thought about 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not aware of any specific limitation on council commentary, but the Appendix A does put a limitation on council addressing a topic more than one time before all of council has the opportunity to speak. And then also when they're in their second discussion on the same topic, they are limited to 5 minutes.
Okay.
But again, that is something that is to the discretion of city council and to the chair or president of the meeting. And they just need the leave of council to be able to continue longer than that time period.
I'd like to refer to President Ayala, please.
So I think that we've all read the rules when it comes to procedure on city council. Everybody gets to speak, everybody gets to rebut. There's even a section where it says that if you have a question, you can ask one question, then it goes to somebody else. Sometimes, somebody will take the mic and go on with 5 questions in a row before anybody else gets to speak. And I understand that. I don't think that it's been a huge problem. But if council thinks it's a problem, nobody's brought it to my attention that, hey, you're letting so-and-so ask 10 questions before anybody gets to speak. Nobody's come forward to me with that issue. When it comes to council member commentary, that's literally your opportunity as a city councilor to express something that is very important to you. To the community. If it goes 6 minutes, it goes 6 minutes. If it goes 8 minutes, it goes 8 minutes. I don't think that I've ever seen a commentary go over, unless this is addressed at me and that I talk too much and go too long, but I don't recall anybody in the last year and 2 months taking 15 minutes or 10 minutes and expressing their viewpoint or addressing their constituents with their information. I think that there should be leeway on that, and I think that should be if all of council has a problem with it, then we need to fix it. But if it's not a problem, then I don't know why we would address that. I think one of the great advantages of this city council is that we allow everybody to have an opinion. We allow everybody to speak. We're not so rigid as to say that you have 3.5 minutes to express whatever it is you want to express. And if you go over that, I'll have the police chief escort you out, or however that goes. And I think it's also clear, and I just want to, and I know we're kind of bouncing around a little bit there. But each and every councilor here is an elected official, elected by their constituents to represent them. How they call something out or how they respond to a situation, they have the authority and the leeway to do that because they are an elected official. I don't have any control over what another councilor wants to say, how they say it, and what forum they want to use to say that. That's not any councilor's prerogative, I think, to try and limit what another counselor who was elected by the same people that they were elected by, restrict their speech and their ability to call things out. I get respect, I get decorum, but quite literally, I think that the community's sick and tired of the decorum where you take private meetings and you don't share the information that if there's a wrong going on, there's a wrong going on, and you should call it out. That's my opinion, and I don't think that should be restricted.
Council Flores, please.
Are you talking to me? Yeah. No, I've served on councils where there are city councilmen that I call it the linking method of asking questions, and there's been several examples in the city level where they went on for 20 minutes. The last two councils, I haven't seen any issue like that. I think all of us are really kind of concise in the way we talk about issues and how we explain to the public what is going on. And I think that we're operating, I think, very well in that environment. And I wouldn't like, I'm aligning myself with President Aliff that, we don't have that kind of situation on this council. Everybody is respectful of time, very succinct in how they talk during their council commentary. And I would say we don't need to deal with this at all at this point.
Okay. Council Maestri.
Yes, I'd have to agree with both Councilor Flores and Councilor Ayler. We are the legislative branch. We're not rubber stampers. That's what legislators do. They have to go back and forth with their opinion, their knowledge and experience on the matter. Because after all, we're looking for an agreement. We're looking for someone to agree with us, whether the rest of this don't. We want to let the public know where we're coming from. The one thing I do have to say, though, is that no other counselor should, in their argument, should say, as a whole, we agree to something, or as a whole, we feel some way. You should not speak for any other counselor and how any other counselor feels about any subject matter. And so I have seen a little bit of that, and we just have to keep, reminding ourselves that how we feel, we can't collectively throw the whole group of us in on that. And that's it.
Council Boston.
I guess we don't agree on everything. So I would say there is occasional times, not often, but occasional times where one person will ask 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions before somebody else gets a chance to chime in. And sometimes it could be, I'm not trying to limit anybody to anything they have to say. I think everybody should express their concerns or their opinions on every single matter. But once, sometimes Joe gets left in the dark over here and people can't see him way over here for some reason, or maybe he's not speaking up enough. Or sometimes, I just feel like people have to wait 15 minutes to get a chance to even ask their first question. And sometimes when those thoughts are fresher in your brain, you get a chance to ask a question a little better. So I'd just say at the start, when we start going to us to get to speak our opinions, maybe you kind of limit it to 1 or 2, kind of keep your other ones on the back burner. Once we get through other people, we cycle back to you. So everybody kind of gets a chance to speak up at the beginning. And then once your ideas are worn out, then you can kind of go back to everybody else. And that way we kind of shift around to other ideas, might spark a new question. And and again, none of this is targeted at anybody. It's not slights. This is all just, constructive conversation here.
Joe, anything? Good. So if we're pretty clear on time limit for council commentary, we're okay there. Well, if it's going to be discretion of the president. Request sponsorships are not to be voted on prior to event. Now, Ms. Stover, can you handle that? In reference to some kind of clarification that what the heck that is saying.
I would assume that I've not reviewed this, but I assume that the request is that any items that council puts forward during the queue items in the agenda, I would assume that the request is being made that council have the opportunity to vote on those before it's occurred, to decide if they actually want to be sponsoring those events before the event has already passed, and council may seem obligated to that funding.
Councilor Maestri.
I agree with that, but we need a procedure in place, coming from staff. And that is, that we know that it has been sponsored once it's been sponsored. Because for instance, the Mount Carmel dinner, I sponsored it late, but that's because I was thinking somebody would sponsor it. We're Home of the Heroes. Why wouldn't we sponsor a military event, right? A veterans event. But it's like, oh my gosh, nobody sponsored that. I better sponsor that. And so if we had like a procedural where once something got sponsored or just a little list came out and said this was sponsored, this wasn't, because we're, if we're expecting someone else, I just assumed somebody would do that, one of the other counselors, and they didn't. And I think that's for all of us, if we just know in advance that things aren't being sponsored and we're reaching deadlines, if we can do that, if we can do something like that.
Ms. Stewart, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing that may help with this too is that I think that when the city council admin comes on board, they should be able to be communicating with council perhaps a little more regularly than my office is available or the mayor's office is available to do so. So I might request that we delay that kind of policy until that individual is in place, which will hopefully be maybe the next month, and that they would be able to kind of draft that policy with heavy input from council. Yeah, and then bring it forward for discussion and a vote as usual.
Okay.
Councilor Boston.
Yeah, so what is the length of time that you need to know prior to the event to sponsor it, like for a council meeting?
I mean, I'm not the one that typically does this. I don't know if
Alyssa does.
two or three of us would like to come down to speak to it. But I will say it does take a very long time to get things onto the agenda. So
department heads want to cut in reference to procedural stuff. You're more than welcome to be recognized.
So to get an item on the agenda, you pretty much have to have it ready 2 weeks in advance of the actual meeting.
Okay.
And that's just to prevent like the last minute switches and changes and all the editing and making sure that we know what's on the agenda and what's there. So like it's actually due like 2 Thursdays before the Monday meeting, just to be clear.
Because I know I was guilty of this at the Tostada last year for the Latino Chamber. I was late because I didn't know how long I needed, but I know Alyssa does this, so.
Okay. Let's recognize you on the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the council agenda deadline is the main thing that affects it, which is the 2 Thursdays before. However, there are situations where the event organization may not even be a vendor set up with the city, which makes it much sooner because I'm not allowed to write a resolution to put on the agenda if they don't have the proper paperwork on file to be a vendor that we can pay. So sometimes it's up to a month before. And where we get hung up is, say you guys tell me on Friday after the deadline, then it's another 2 weeks out before you can vote on it. And so that's why sometimes the process does take a while. Right now, if council sponsors a table at an event on the weekly events meeting, it does say council sponsors council table, something like that, so that you know if it is or isn't sponsored.
Real quick, some of the criticisms we're going to get in reference to buying a whole table and how many those chairs are actually taken up when people either show up or don't show up. How do you address that? Just like do we always have to buy a table if it's 8 or 10? Yes.
It's council's discussion. So sometimes the council sponsor will tell me, give them the amount for a table, but don't reserve the full table, just however many tickets they need. Sometimes they say, we'll do a table.
Councilor Martinez.
So to Councilor Maestre's point, getting a list of events that aren't sponsored yet, I just have to Alyssa does an amazing job of when there is something that isn't sponsored or, she will go back with me at least and be like, hey, these were sponsored. Do you want to do this? So, Alyssa's always on top of it and you do a great job, Alyssa. I literally can't imagine doing it's like herding cats. I don't know how you do it.
Councilor Maestri.
When we sponsor the table, we're sponsoring, we're actually just giving a donation to the event as a whole. If the organizer of the event doesn't have all of our seats filled with counselors, or the mayor, they will go ahead and fill it with other people. There are some people that, can't really, sometimes there are people who can't afford to go to these events. And they will use that space to help other citizens be able to attend an event, or that's just more, it's a fundraiser. So that whole pot goes towards earning the funds. That's what we encourage. We encourage fundraisers with those sponsorships.
Okay. Any other comments on that particular policy? We're good? Okay, thank you, Ms. Parker. We're going to go to who to call when absent from meetings. Ms. Stoll, do you?
Sure, it would be my recommendation that you write an email or call the mayor's office, the city clerk's office, and then the chair or president of city council. Whoever's in charge of the meeting that plans to be missed. If it's going to be both a work session and a regular meeting with the city council, then both the work session chair and the president of city council should be notified.
Any other comments on that in particular? Councilor Boston?
Thank you. So we should let you guys know at the city clerk's office as well if we're going to miss a work session.
That would be appreciated, especially if you're interested in potentially having a Zoom link for the work session, because we can provide that. But obviously we wouldn't unless it was requested.
Okay, we're good. Next policy is reserve questions for work session presenters for the end of their presentation. And I'm kind of, do you want to address that, Ms. Stoller?
I don't have anything specific on that. I do think that it allows for the presenter to get through the entirety of their presentation and not go over the time limits, since I know, Mr. Chair, that you were wanting to be fairly stringent regarding those time limits for the presentations. But I don't have anything specific.
So we're fine with that. Review council agenda packets prior to the regular meeting. Have questions prepared for the meeting. That's to all the councilors, I suspect. I'm not sure if anybody wants to make comment on that. Okay, we'll wait on this story.
So I just do want to remind council that you do have access to the board portal. And if you have any issues with accessing the board portal and getting logged into that, I'm happy to help you set up an appointment with me so that we can get you logged in and make sure that everything's set for that. I have more than most of you will have because I have everything on here, but you can see, like, for the city council agendas and work session, you're able to go into the agenda, and then this is your private area to mark up any information that you'd like. So again, you can go, maybe I'll go to an actual meeting for some additional items, but you can go into any of these items and make private notes. You can go into the PDF and you can make notations and highlights using these items for anything that you would like to note in particular. So there's, the opportunity to highlight items. You can add text, comments. And it's all private to your account. So all of council is welcome to put any notes that you want into this for reference during the meeting. And then you can, you have your city given tablets that you can.
What's the door we go through to get to this?
This is through the civic clerk.
I'm sorry?
It's the civic clerk. It's the board portal. And if any of you would like to set up a meeting with me, I'm more than happy if you want to bring in your computers to bookmark this for you to make it easy and make sure that you've got your login all set up. I'm very happy to do that to allow everyone to review this and again, have your own area for the notes so that there's no violations of any sunshine law or anything like that. There's no sharing of information across from the council on this.
Great. Anybody on council want to make any comments? Are you okay with it? Good. I think we're on the resolutions ordinances. If you don't understand what you're voting on, ask before voting. I guess this has to do with Attorney Gifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I would recommend for council in regards to this subject is to use the Robert's rules, point of inquiry or a point of clarification. That can be made, it's not a motion, doesn't require a second or a vote. If you
Repeat that, Mr. Gifford.
a point of inquiry or a point of information to be made while that motion is being presented, it would be simply stated as a matter of, point of inquiry, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. This motion seems to be worded as a negative. Is a vote yes, mean a no type of thing, or if you just don't understand. So either of those would work, and that would be the procedural way to do it. Obviously, it's something that you should do if you don't know. Or even what I would recommend too is if it is a ordinance and you've reviewed the ordinance and you're concerned about it, give one of us a call either at the clerk's office or at the city attorney's office, and we can explain it better. Thank you.
I got Chief of Staff McCain.
I would just add too, if there's any questions on anything that you need answered from city staff, please get it to me ahead of time. If it's a question that you want city staff to be prepared for when they give their presentation, we can adjust that to add that in, but don't hesitate to reach out. If you have a question about anything on an ordinance or anything at all, just let me know and we'll get it answered for you.
Any other comments on this issue? Council Maestri.
That was information or clarification, because you said clarification the first time. Mr. Gifford.
Thank you, Councilor Ministry. I would say it's a point of inquiry or a point of clarification.
Okay, you said, yeah, because the second time you said.
One of them is
Okay.
Sorry. If I
that's
misspoke.
okay.
Thank you
Thank
for correcting me.
President Ayler.
I believe that the chair or the president would recognize, hey, I have a question. Also, if you don't remember that, I mean, just to be real, right? If anybody has a question, they should say, I have a question.
Any other comments? Council Boston.
Yeah, and I would also say, don't be scared to speak up, it's like we go on these long extended conversations sometimes for 20 minutes between all of us about something. And sometimes we start saying stuff, kind of going off tangent a little bit. We might misinterpret something, kind of like we did with the psychosyllabins, a couple of weeks ago. Just make sure, you know what we're going to be voting on. Don't be scared to ask. And then, even if you're confused, just ask them to explain what a yes or no vote may be, because that makes it easier for me sometimes.
Council Maestri.
I know we've been talking a lot about work session and so forth and having everything ready, but also I don't know if people understand that work session is the only time that councilors get to come together and talk about issues that we're going to have to be addressing. And so, we don't need to feel limited on our time or pushed. We should be able to just get those questions out. And sometimes they don't come until we see a presenter speaking in front of us. And especially, we've been having some things where we don't have any what are they called? PowerPoints and so forth to work at. So don't feel like I know they're trying to get us to minimize our time, but at the same time, this is our working space. Just wanted to make that comment.
Any other comments on this policy? And the last one here is creating a new training procedure manual to be issued during city clerk's training of counselors. I'll refer to Ms. Stoller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have some paperwork that I'm happy to hand out to kind of discuss. It'll all be stuff that you've all seen before, but I do know that in the whirlwind of being elected, there's a lot of information that's thrown at you all at the same time. So these are documents that I've provided council with before as far as the orientation and policies, but I do know that when you're elected for the first time, you're getting so much information thrown at you from so many different places. So I'm always happy and my door is always open to answer additional questions that come up once you've kind of settled in a little bit, the additional training that you might need. And even things like I just brought up with the board portal, I'm more than happy to set these things up for you and remind you that these are things that we can do now that you're not trying to just learn the basics, like once the things are a little more advanced. So let me pass out some of those documents just a minute.
Council Martinez, please.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Marissa. So this is actually something that I think is so important with 3 seats. There are going to be at least 3 seats that are going to be replaced. 3 for sure, I'm saying, like 3 new people. Sure. There's going to be at least 3 new people that are going to be for this next year, Marissa. I think it would be really beneficial if there could be like an onboarding packet or like like an official document in which all counselors receive. So that way it's standardized and then they can go over with you or like Chief of Staff McCain, because it totally is overwhelming. And honestly, like no one even walked me through how to use even like this technology. You know what I mean? Like it's like the small stuff that I think is gonna be the small stuff. This. Yeah, until Larry elbowed me and was like, do it this way.
Yeah,
I was like,
Dennis is the one that helped me with it.
So I do think it would be beneficial, Marissa. And maybe the new city council admin could help with this, create it before next year, because you're going to have at least 3 new counselors on this dais, and that's going to be a lot of onboarding for one person.
Yeah.
So perhaps the city council admin assistant can help create something official to walk through. And what would be even cooler is if that document could be broken up into like, the 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 120 days. So that way you're not flooding them with information at one time, but it's like the first 30 days, here's what we're going to cover. Then, the next 30 days, here's what we're going to cover. I think that would be really beneficial. And I think that would set up the new counselors with success as well. Okay, I'm done talking. What are the things that you pass out?
Council, Ms. Stoll, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the first one is just the elected official guide that I hand out. And what I basically do when I have my first meeting with council is just basically go over all the things in this because it is, 10 pages and I know how many documents you're being handed to read. And so during my orientation, we usually go over this. I talk about the board portal, and then I also review the Appendix A, which goes over the procedures and whatnot. I don't know if anyone aside from President Aliff reads Appendix A, but that is basically my guide to the procedures of council, in addition, of course, to Robert's Rules of Order. But these are all the exceptions, basically, that this council has chosen to put into Robert's Rules of Order. And so that guides a lot of the regular business of council and how the meetings are run. And then the elected official guide talks about the roles and responsibilities of an elected official. It talks about the essentials of like when the meetings are, when you should show up, what the purpose of a work session is versus a meeting. One of the other things that I do in our initial meeting is to review the agenda itself. So we'll go item by item through an agenda and talk about this is what the consent agenda is. If you want something off the consent agenda, this is how you get it off the consent agenda so you can talk about it. We talk about ordinances, what a first run ordinance is, what a public hearing is, and then what the second run ordinance is, and what the difference between resolutions and ordinances are. So I'm very happy for additional suggestions on things to cover during the training. And I do think that the concept of having, a 30, 60, 90 day is probably a lot simpler, because the training that I do, and it's it's something that I request from an elected official. An elected official is more than welcome not to meet with me and have me go over these things if they're not interested and they want to run things their own way. Obviously, that's their prerogative as well, and that has happened in the past as well. But I do definitely go over this with them at the beginning, and there's not really much of a follow-up because they kind of get their feet, and then what sticks and what doesn't. So I think that having a potential follow-up 60 days later would be a good thing, and that I could talk to the admin about that for the future.
I'm going to go to President Ayla.
The very first time I ever ran for office, Gina Dutcher was the city clerk. And she literally had a meeting with all of the candidates. And it was very exhaustive, and it was very, not exhaustive in that it made me tired. But, I think it would be extremely beneficial to people who are interested in running for city council. And they have filed their paperwork, and they're serious candidates, so on and so forth, that they literally go through a several-hour training process or informational process, not a training process, of exactly what's entailed. Basically what you do after they get elected, in my opinion, should literally happen before they get elected. So when they get elected, they really have that foundation that you don't have to spend a whole lot of time going, okay, now remember we talked about this, and so on and so forth. And I'm just throwing that out there as a suggestion. I think that when I started that, I didn't get that. And I'm not saying that Gina Dutcher did that. It was a long meeting, but it wasn't as entailed as what you have here and what you go through after somebody is elected. I think it would be extremely helpful to candidates, and even to the point of, I don't want to do this because I didn't know you had to do this. I didn't know you had to be that you were appointed to boards and commissions. I didn't know that it was going to take this much time, and so on and so forth. I say so on and so forth a lot, huh? I'm good. So that's just a suggestion. Along with the manual. I think this is all great stuff, and I think you do a fantastic job of getting people up to speed after they're elected. So hats off to you for that.
Yeah, I got Councilor Martinez, Councilor Maestri, and then Councilor Flores, and then you're last.
Thank you, Chair. So I think I love that idea, because I do think that it would not lead, but I think the education around all of the roles and responsibilities, because again, it's not just like a Monday night gig. You're putting in a lot to this job. So a couple of things on that 30, 60, 90 day thing. I think a part of that should be a mandatory meeting with the mayor to really, kind of talk around like the differences between city council, the mayor, develop those clear lines. I also, if I had a magic wand, I would make it mandatory that all department directors, or at least like the regular department directors, meet with the city council. So that way you can know all of the different things that they're doing and start to build that relationship with them. Even if it's just like a 30-minute meeting, I think that would be helpful. And then I also think a quick rundown from Alyssa on the boards and commissions that the city has, because the mayor appoints those seats, we ratify it, and there's a lot of, they do a lot of like really cool things that, to Councilor Boston's point, we don't necessarily get the privilege of knowing about on a regular basis. So I think that those would be really helpful too.
Good?
Yeah.
Good. Councilor Flores?
When I was appointed to the city council back in 2014 for a 14-month period, there was an orientation book, and I still have it. And that orientation book included a lot of stuff in there, like the core values of the city council, organizational charts, a directory, the mission of every department. And it was really done by an assistant city attorney. His name was Tom Florzak. And everybody's looking at me like this was during Abraham Lincoln's term. But it was a book that had so much information, and it was really valuable. And you've kind of identified a lot of the pieces also that are in there. They're outdated, but that orientation book was very helpful to me. And it's something that was given to every new city council person at that time. So I just say that as something that maybe we should look at, maybe updating and moving forward with something a lot more comprehensive.
Council Maestri.
Yeah, I think that when we were elected, that we were new to what was going on. You know, so we're all kind of new. I appreciate what you've done here so far, but really what is going to help is the assistance of a new admin helping you with this these procedures and getting them being involved in this process. You know, so I thank you, because like I said, Councilor Martinez, nobody even taught us how to use our screens. It was Councilor Flores, who's sat next to me, that told me what button to push. So thank you.
Council Boston.
Once again, a little different on my end. I'm not going to sit here and act like I know everything, but with the people that helped me during my onboarding and the information I received, I'm sure it's still not enough. And I think maybe you can let her borrow that handbook you got over there from 1842, Dennis, and maybe they can make an updated version to hand out. But everybody from Marissa, you know, talking about that board portal earlier, she already showed me how to use all that. Brian McCain, I used to have meetings with him every Monday to go over the agendas. I was able to answer any questions the next day. The mayor brought me into her office and we sat down and she taught me tons of stuff. Mark was checking in with me right after I got on council, did like a 30-day update, 100-day update. You know, even Clyde, you know, he showed me how to use all this stuff on my first meeting. So there's people that helped me. You know, I did a lot of research prior to this. You know, I read through the appendix and things like that. So maybe I was a little more involved trying to, you know, become a candidate for you guys to select me to put up here during the appointment process. But I think it wouldn't hurt to have more information out there to let everybody know what's going to be involved. But I also think as an individual that's going to get involved and wants to be involved, you should do a lot of that research yourself. I'm not saying that any of that stuff that the city can do isn't beneficial, but if you don't know what you're getting into and you don't know you're going to be on boards and things like that, I don't really think you did your due diligence as a candidate, knowing what you're walking into. So I would just say anybody that wants to be involved, I'm not discouraging you. I would just say really look into it and understand that this isn't just, you know, a couple hours on a Monday night. It's, you know, 30 plus hours a week probably that you're going to be putting into this, maybe even more. So, you know, just know what you're signing up for and do your research and be prepared to read a lot and drink through a fire hose because you're never going to stop learning stuff.
Council Maestri.
You know, and also, you know, for the public to know, it costs you a lot more than the $600 a month that you net in your check to be a city councilor. You know, there's events, there's a lot of things, that a lot of time and so forth. There's a lot of time. And just the event, my event clothing alone bill is probably about $1,200 a month. But it takes a lot to be a city councilor, and I think people don't understand it. They think it's easy. You know, the mayor, when she was a city councilor and she was working towards running for mayor, she spent endless hours out there working far beyond, I think, most of us, so she could even understand her position. And she did a good job at it.
Council Flores.
I have nothing further to add.
Okay, one of the things I skipped over was the clear lines of authority between city council and the mayor. And I can just tell you that I think we made a huge leap in that just by putting this thing together with the help of the mayor's office, all the staff and the city council on our end. This is just an example. So I think we're getting better. And I hope Ms. May have something you want to comment on that, or Brian. I feel pretty comfortable with it, actually. Anybody else? Councilor Latino.
I apologize for using this room all the time, but it takes a team. Okay. It takes a team to get things done. We moved forward away from the city manager form of government to a strong mayor form of government, although there is a balance, just like there is in the legislature, at the state level, and at the national level. And so it's important that we have the type of dynamics that we have as it relates to a strong mayor form of government with a city council that is a legislative acting body. And it's, to me, we've moved away from Pueblo was for 100 some years to where we are now. So we have somebody standing front and center in terms of a mayor. We also have a council in terms of similarities to a legislative body. And that's all I need to say.
Okay, Council Flores, you have anything else?
Nothing to add.
Okay. Any other comments on that clear line of? We're good? We're gonna take a 10-minute break before, it's now 10:15. We'll come back at 10:25 and then we'll hit the how to cure council vote presentation by Clerk Stoller. We good? We're gonna take a 10-minute break.
Oh, gosh. Hey, man, I don't know. Yes, did you practice?
I just bring it.
I had to explain my things in the second, like sometimes bullies. I don't want to be around.
Everybody sit down, please. I'm going back into session. It's 10:27, and we're late. And we're going to start with how to cue the vote. It's a 45-minute presentation by the clerk, Stoller.
Mr. Chair, I am planning on catching this up on the time and not taking my allotted time for this. But just to quickly clarify the procedure, so I believe what's wanted here is if a vote is made and then a council believes that they either misunderstood the vote and voted incorrectly, or if they later on get additional information and would like to change their vote, there is the option to vote for a reconsideration. And a vote for a reconsideration can be made either live in the meeting right after that vote is taken. So if the vote has been made and a council realizes that they misunderstood the vote and would like to change their vote, if they voted on the prevailing side, the side that won the vote, anyone who voted for it on the prevailing side would be able to ask for a motion for reconsideration. But those are the only people that can move it. So if it was a 4-3 vote, only the people on the for side that won the motion would be able to ask for a motion to reconsideration. Anyone can then second, and then council would vote on the ability to reconsider the motion. You're not voting on the motion, you're just voting to reconsider it. And then at that point, you can either reconsider the motion right then and there, or you can push it and postpone it to another date after additional information is given. If council makes the vote and then learns additional information later on and would like to reconsider, there's a period of 10 days in which that motion to reconsider may be brought forth. It's the same thing. You still would have had to have voted on the prevailing side to bring that motion to reconsider forward. But that is an item that can be voted on during a work session because it's a procedural motion just to vote to reconsider the item. You would not reconsider the item at the work session. It would then be put on the regular agenda at the next council meeting again. But that 10-day period you would have to have that reconsider within that 10-day period after the initial vote was taken. I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have.
President Ayler.
And I'll defer this if you don't know the answer to Mr. Gifford. Isn't there a I don't know if it's a motion, but a counselor could ask for the previous question before we move into the next deal? Because there has to be a remedy for whether you're on the prevailing side or the failing side, that before you go into the next, after the vote, I believe you can ask for the previous question. No matter who asks the question.
To ask for the prevailing question is an ask for it to be voted on again.
The previous question. So we go back to what was voted on, then whoever was on the let's say it's the failing side, for argument's sake, could say, I didn't understand. And then somebody from the prevailing side could say, well, if Counselor so-and-so didn't understand, I'll make a motion to reconsider.
Yes, that would be an option.
But I just want to make sure that I'm reading that right.
I'll let Mr. Gifford confirm, but.
Counselor Gifford, please.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In our Appendix A, there's a procedure set forth that was just previously discussed by the clerk. There may be a procedure in Robert's Rules. Robert's Rules is vast and I don't have it committed completely to memory, but I can certainly look into that and I can get back to council. I believe there may be something and I may discover it while we're here today. And if I do, I'll let you know.
The whole point is that you don't have to be on the prevailing side to consider the previous question. That's my understanding of that. Doesn't mean that you can't ask for a motion to reconsider if you were on the failing side. But that's the remedy for somebody who may have voted on the losing side. They can ask for it to be reconsidered, to bring the question back before it moves on. That's just my understanding of it.
Thank you, Mr. Gifford. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree with that. If the chair or the president recognizes you and gives you the floor, you can certainly make that request. Now, it's non-binding. If nobody wants to do that, that's understandable. But if you say, hey, I misunderstood what we're voting on, I'd like to revote, and someone in the majority could then make that motion, that would be acceptable. But it's not a requirement.
Anybody else? Joe? Okay, so let's, we're gonna jump now to, let me make sure I got this right here. On truing the vote, are there any other additional things you want to add, Marissa? Any other comments, Brian, anything? You go ahead.
Brought forth a new, it follows pretty much Robert's Rules of Order, but it was called Bob's Rule of Order, and it's an attorney that has spent a lot of time on this, and he is a city attorney for the city of Centennial. And his first name is Bob, and I can't remember the last, but it kind of simplifies a lot of Robert's Rules of Order to really fit or comport more to a city council in the city of Colorado. And I know that we had a work session on it. And is it possible to adopt both Robert's Rules of Order and Bob's Rules of Order, because it's a simpler version of running a meeting that also includes the ability to ask questions before we have a motion and a second. That's one of the significant changes. But is it we have to either adopt Robert's Rules of Order, or could we include Bob's in certain conditions as an alternative? Are we relegated to just one, or could we just have the option?
Attorney Gifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I would recommend is, if council was not going to adopt Bob's Rules of Orders fully, if we look into Appendix A, there are several procedures that are specific to council that, in the absence of a rule, we then defer to Robert's Rules. It may be worth our time to go through and look at those procedures and identify certain procedures that we like from Bob's Rules and just simply add those into Appendix A, as opposed to adopting wholesale and having to learn an entirely new procedure. For example, the procedure you discussed, currently, in order to have discussion on a motion or on a topic, an ordinance, a motion to approve has to be made. Under Bob's Rules, you can have discussion prior to a motion being made. If that's something council would like changed in our Appendix A, that's something we could do. I think an a la carte type of amendment would be possibly better. I know when we brought the Bob's Rules of Order, while it seemed easier to understand, I didn't feel that there was a consensus among council to move forward with a full adoption at the time. So if there are certain procedures that council feels are not conducive to a good running meeting, let's look at changing those if we can, would be my recommendation.
Can you refer to both?
I would refer to both, because something is going to conflict. And
have you seen anything that's conflicted? Is it that much? I mean,
for example, the discussion prior to a motion being on the table. That's a perfect example.
Okay.
Right there.
All right. Thank you. Okay. What's the Boston? President.
Previous question is not an option because it calls for the question. So I was wrong. Use that.
Yeah. The previous question ends debate on the current topic, right? But there is a reconsideration procedure in Robert's Rules that's similar to where we have an Appendix A as well. And what you had recommended, I believe, would be an appropriate procedure as well, as getting recognized, having the floor, and asking for the motion to be made. And if nobody wants to, that's their prerogative.
Cool. Boston, please.
Thank you. I remember the presentation on Bob's Rule. That was shortly after I got on, and I kind of remember thinking that it did seem a little easier, more streamlined to like understand, and less nonsense, but it would be kind of hard to adopt a full new rule set. So maybe if we just go through and amend a couple of those little tedious things that maybe we don't like, because we don't always necessarily want to, get a first and a second before we have discussion, because sometimes maybe we don't even want to pass the thing or we don't understand exactly what we're passing. And I guess then we could just vote no or whatever. But it might be in our best interest to maybe look at some of those things to amend.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Stelling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On that particular subject, I think there was some disagreement on council. So if we could maybe see if council would like us to move forward with a specific amendment in that regard, or Mr. Gifford, I don't know if you'd prefer to maybe review all of it and bring forward the ones to council that you think would be specifically, and I would do it with you, of course. I'm not trying to pile work on you in particular, but to maybe review a couple that we think might be useful to council and then bring it forward.
Mr. Gifford, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I would recommend is, I believe you all have, and if you don't, I can resend to the Bob's Rules of Orders to go through and just look at it and say, here's some that I like. And we can always address those that way, as opposed to me trying to think about what you may prefer. I would rather you just tell me. So feel free to look it over, email me what you like, or ask for another copy to be sent to you, and I'd be more than happy to do that.
Councilman Flores.
I just wanted to follow up on this new book. It's really part of CML. They always have a breakout session on Bob's Rules of Order. There's a lot of communities. It's not a, flash in the pan kind of thing. That's just a guy wanting to sell the book. In fact, he sent me a copy at no charge, but he really believes that it's a lot more effective. And it's a very serious take on the differences in running a city council meeting. And so I just wanted to give him a little bit of credibility, because a lot of cities are using it in Colorado. CML is endorsing this. And I think if anybody is going to CML in June, it's in Breckenridge this year, they'll probably have a breakout session on Bob's Rules of Order. But I wanted to say that because it's a very serious topic to him and a very serious book, and a lot of communities are exercising their right to use it. Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, Ms. Stoller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, if I can just add from Mr. Flores's, Councilor Flores's opinions there. Robert's Rules of Order is made primarily for board meetings, and Bob's Rules of Order is made specifically for municipalities for government use, with this type of public comment that is a lot more robust compared to what you would see at board meetings. So it's very intentionally created for this type of situation, and I think and CML promotes it for that very specific reason. And it's made by a Colorado attorney as well, so it's very specific to Colorado legislature as well.
Any other comments or questions in reference to this one? Okay, we're going to jump to other procedures council is unsure of, and the story, we're going to grab that, or we're going to move on to the next section.
I don't have anything for that, but I'm happy to help answer any questions that council may have.
Okay, I think we're done with that section. We're going to look at the housing of the homeless, the commission, and it's going to be with President Ayla, Sarah Martinez, Melissa Cook, and Lexi Stewart, if I got that right. Right.
Gomez, would you like us to go through our quick presentation first and then turn it over for questions?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for having us today. My name is Melissa Cook. I'm the interim housing administrator for the city of Pueblo.
And good morning. My name is Lexi Romero Stewart. I am a program coordinator with the housing division.
And our presentation is very brief. It's going to give some, overall background of the commission, and then we'll be here to answer any questions that you may have. So just a quick background, the commission was established in 2018. At the time, Pueblo had no emergency overnight shelter. On November 26, 2018, there was a temporary emergency shelter authorized, or an ordinance that authorized a shelter at 901 West 9th. This was in response to not having any one place for homeless individuals in the city of Pueblo to get inside out of the cold elements. January 28th, 2019, there was resolution 14151, which established the commission. And in that, it says that there is a resolution which creates a homeless commission whose purpose is to advise the mayor and city council regarding remedies for homelessness in the community, including the acquisition of an overnight sheltering place to be used by the city's homeless population during cold weather months. Timeline. So in 2019, the commission was established. Later in 2019, the commission was actually amended to include both housing and homelessness. Following in 2020, the commission was able to successfully pivot in response to the COVID pandemic and really respond to non-congregate sheltering options and different ways to assist the homeless population within Pueblo. From 2021 to 2022, the commission continued their work through 5 work groups. In 2023, we had some facilitation changes. So it was transferred from Pueblo AAA Corporation to the city of Pueblo. And that is when the restructuring of the commission began. There was also some facilitation during that time through another nonprofit organization called the Civic Canopy. And then in 2024, the commission was restructured, new work groups were formed, and under this new facilitation as the city of Pueblo throughout the year of 2024. One thing that we haven't previously discussed that I want to make sure you have the information for your discussion today is the cost of this commission to the city. So there were a few things. First of all, in the originating ordinance, every ordinance that you pass has something that says financial implication. There were intended to be no financial implications of this commission to the city. There did end up being some additional financial implications. So in total, there's been $158,600 approximately that has went to the administration of this commission. This includes dollars that were paid to the nonprofit Pueblo AAA. This includes a part-time facilitator, which is a city of Pueblo employee, which we estimate that amount is about $25,000 annually. And then we've had some previous in-kind donations, if you would, from the Civic Canopy, which we estimate to be at about $11,000. So currently, as this has been over the last 4 years or since its inception, we estimate that it's cost about $26,400 per year. And then just to identify the challenges that we have had with this commission, the first one and the most important one is low participation. The groups consistently struggled to meet quorum. We went back and looked at the numbers, and 9 of the 22 members did not attend more than 50% of meetings. We've been unable to approve the amended bylaws because we are unable to make that quorum. And then, as you all know, this started as a joint city and county partnership. At the beginning, for several years, we had great participation from both the city and the county. Once one of the commissioners who actually started this left their post, we really have not had any participation from the county with this commission. In 2023, other challenges that we saw was we did restructure the commission, and they saw 4 different facilitators throughout the year of 2023. And the other one that is really critical for you all to consider if we are looking at revamping this commission is we need to have a formal place within the city structure that this commission sits. I put up there like the zoning board. We know what the zoning board's goals are. We know what the zoning board is there to do. We need to identify a formal goals and a formal place for this commission if we do move forward with it. And really, that's our presentation, and we're here to answer any questions that you all may have.
Members on the board?
So as of January 2025, appointed members on the board were reduced down to 6 because expirations were happened on December of 23. However, there was an appointment freeze that was requested by staff probably at the end of 23 through 24 while the restructuring was happening and while the group was kind of revamping its new structure.
What's the ideal number and what's the quorum?
So there's 36, Lexi? In the statutes?
Yes, so they're allowed up to 36 within the existing bylaws. The commission members did work on an updated draft of bylaws that are not currently adopted, and those reduced it down to about 25 members. And it introduces a couple different elements of community partners.
And you said we're down to 6?
6 that are currently appointed right now, yes, through the existing bylaws. That's because of an appointment freeze. So nobody has been onboarded or no one else has been appointed to the group in quite some time, as well as the people that were expiring because of the appointment freeze have not been able to renew their appointments either. The reason for that was just because the group was restructuring at the time. The group was very large. We were trying to get it down a little bit. So naturally, with some attrition and with expiring terms coming about, that's kind of how we are now. Yes.
Council Flores.
You did a great job of explaining the sequence, I guess, of years that this commission has been in place. Are you prepared today to make recommendations to us about what you want to do? It sounds like it just ended there. And then what are your recommendations as far as the size of the board, how we change our bylaws, how we're going to deal with this going forward?
So if it's council's recommendation that we bring that to council, we can. That is not what we are here to do today. We are here to support you as you make these determinations.
Okay, because right now we're still under the old method. This also includes our warming shelter, right? Or just as far as how it operates, both the big location where people stay, for a while versus the warming shelter. Is that under the purview of this commission, or are you kind of operating separately?
There's no formality between the city-owned housing shelter and this commission.
Because it's more than just homelessness, right? This commission is also involved with housing, I guess, placement of people. It's very confusing here to me right now. So you're not the commission itself is not involved with the warming shelter or the homeless shelter.
No, there's no formality. There's no, decisions are made on the shelter that have to go through this commission. There's no formality. That's what I was alluding to in my presentation, that if this commission does go forward, there needs to be some very clear place for it.
Since homelessness is part of that name that we call this commission, what are they doing? What are some of the things that they're looking at? Are they trying to come up with solutions? Are they giving us ideas? What is coming out on that portion of it?
I can definitely speak to that. Yes. So the commission itself, and I can kind of take it back a little bit. So in 2023 into 24 is kind of where I think the commission maybe lost some of its oomph and was trying to revamp itself and get itself back up and running. So when Pueblo Triple Aim was running it all the way through 22, ending in 23, the group had work groups. They were putting out recommendations. There was extensive stakeholder involvement from the leadership level at city and county to executive directors of nonprofits. When Pueblo Triple Aim kind of left, there was a little bit of a stagnant lull. And in that, I think the city of Pueblo was trying to keep it afloat. I think that there was some attrition of some key stakeholders. And through 23, up until January of 2024, Civic Canopy took the group through a restructuring process that was a bit less typical board and commission that you all think of, where you have Robert's Rules of Order, you have a very small number of individuals, and only those that are appointed can vote. This new structure introduced the idea of consensus decision-making models and allowing both appointed individuals and community partners that sort of earn their place per se through participation and active participation to also have a say and a vote in what's happening. So the group in January of 23 started working on different initiatives. So there's a few of them that they have been doing since probably, honestly, just about January of 24. Sorry. One was coming up with the idea and the thought around the housing needs assessment. So back in, I believe, also 2019, there was a big report done on what the city of Pueblo needs regarding housing. Do we need senior housing? Do we need extreme low income housing? There's this big report that truly was outdated, but in previous years, it was used by housing developers to kind of justify their development to different funders. So the recommendation through one of the existing work groups, which is called a housing work group, there's 3. The housing work group, a neighbors in need work group, and a shift the narrative work group that currently work on separate initiatives related to housing and homelessness. So the housing work group suggested that we update that housing needs assessment. That recommendation was just provided within one of the work group sessions where at the time the housing administrator was listening and thought it was an excellent idea. So staff took it upon themselves to execute that particular recommendation. And there was in Q3 into Q4 of this past year, a new updated housing assessment. So that's complete. Another thing that the groups had been working on was the Shift the Narrative work group had a recommendation on something called a year on homelessness, which was essentially a narrative campaign on unhoused individuals. And that was a partnership recommendation with the university media department to interview different sectors of the community to get a holistic idea of the narrative around housing and homelessness. That recommendation was supported, although there were some limitations on how much the city could really participate and lend towards staff time and money allocation, mainly because it's kind of teetered on the realm of influencing decision makers in policy, and we needed to be cognizant of that. So that was another recommendation. And then 2 more had been discussed and recommended, which was a Pueblo Housing Development Summit. So that is through also our housing work group. And that is essentially the idea that we bring sort of a housing forum or a developer summit where we try to bring existing developers, potential and future developers, funders, our city departments, all under one kind of day-long conference per se, to try to create networking opportunities, explain any incentives that the city has for housing development, and to try to educate potential developers and encourage them to bring their business and to bring their development in Pueblo. So that was a recommendation that the group had thought of. And then the last one was kind of in conjunction with an already existing project that the mayor's office had taken, which was like a non-congregate shelter space. So for those may have heard of the pallet shelter kind of project over at the Pueblo shelter, this is the idea that you have non-congregate spaces for those that need a non-congregate setting to shelter. The group just really leaned into the supporting of the mayor's office in working through that particular project and offering to lend support as needed on that. So that's what they've been working on since about January of 24. Again, all through 23, it was really just strategic planning, restructuring, trying to rewrite bylaws, and then they started to really get back to work in January of 24. And these are the projects they've been focused on.
Okay, we go to President Hill.
Was Councilor Flores done?
Yeah.
You got your information? Thank you. So I know we've talked about this many times and had several conversations about how this commission was started. So you have to realize that even to this day, even though we think we're the smartest people in Pueblo, we know nothing about how to solve homelessness or be involved in all of the solutions. I mean, it's just so daunting that city council often says, well, I don't know, what do we do? What should we do? How should we approach this? So this commission was specifically set up as a commission, as a city council commission. Okay. And the commission was set up to inform and to educate and bring ideas to city council to move forward with specific things that could be done. So when it originally started, because there was a lot of energy behind creating this commission, and there was vibrant leadership that said we need to do something and we need to get answers. Literally, it started because there was no shelter when Colorado Springs Rescue Mission pulled out, and we needed everybody involved to try and find a solution. And so we utilized this commission to bring together as many voices as we could get on there, because literally it's a problem that you need a lot of voices to be able to tell you that, well, I get what you're saying, but it might affect this, and what I'm an expert in. And anyway, it grew to be too big. So two things happened here. It was very good at the beginning because we had a lot of community buy-in and the providers buy-in, and some good things came out of it. To put this into perspective, what used to go on in the city of Pueblo was they had a continuum of care that met down at the soup kitchen every month, and it was 30 or 40 providers would get there, and they go around the room and they talk about what's going on in their specific areas in dealing with homelessness. And I think what's morphed at the city level or at this commission level is it's turned into a replacement for the continuum of care. Now you have a lot of these same groups that are involved in the last year or two that were involved in the continuum of care, and then we got away from the mission of informing council, bringing ideas to council. The glaring thing here is that all of the things you just mentioned that the commission was working on, I've not heard of any of them. So it's really interesting that the council has a commission that's supposed to inform them, get us involved, and let us do what we can do to help facilitate and move these things forward. We're not even in the loop. There's been no presentation. There's been no, hey, we're working on this. How can you guys help us? Can you rank? Literally, I always envision it is that, you guys are the experts. You come up with the ideas and the things that will work for our community, and then you allow us as advocates for doing something for the community to get it done. But it's impossible to get something done if you don't know what it is. So I think there's a huge disconnect, and I think it happened between when Triple Aim, I think you hit it right on the head, when Triple Aim left and then the city took over, and it no longer was a priority of city council to be involved or the county commissioners to be involved. And so nothing was coming through the loop back to city council of saying, hey, we need to get this done. We'd like to get that done. I remember when it began, we would get several reports. They'd come here. Kathy Klein was one of the leaders at the time, would come and tell city council, we want to do this program. And city council, we talked about it, we implemented it, and it got done. So that disconnect needs to be if this continues, if council decides that we're not experts, and we do need experts to tell us directions that we need to go when it comes to these things, we need to reconnect this commission with city council and the county commissioners. If the county commissioners may not want to do it, I don't know. I haven't had that conversation, and I don't know if you guys have had that conversation, but maybe that's a conversation to start. I know Commissioner Swearingen has started his own group that is looking at these exact same issues. But isn't that the problem in Pueblo? And probably every community in the country is that you have 150 different organizations, groups, and elected officials in a community going 150 different ways to solve one problem or to address one thing. So now you have all of these different deals that never come together and get synergy behind a specific goal that they want to achieve when it comes to the issues. We specifically changed the name from the Homelessness Commission to the Commission on Housing and Homelessness because we realized early on how critical it was that if you're going to help prevent homelessness, that you have to keep people in houses. So where do we lack as a community when it comes to housing? And I know some very good work was done out of the planning and zoning department representative at the commission early on, and Mr. Hobson, they got some things done with zoning and put some things in place that could make a difference. But they all came to council. They all came back and gave us an opportunity to understand what a possible solution would be, and then allowed us to grab a hold of it and fund it and get it done. So that's my suggestion, and my suggestion to council. If this is something that we want to keep, you have to re-energize the council commission connection. And it needs to be a big deal where we're getting updates quarterly, or when anytime somebody within the commission has something they want to bring forward, or if the commission wants to bring forward an idea, you ought to be at a work session telling us, here's what we put together. This is what it's going to take to do it, and let city council decide how to do it. And I'll just clarify one other thing, because it always comes up. The reason that Triple Aim became the facilitator, because a city councilor and a county commissioner are horrible facilitators. You know, we're good about grabbing an idea and running with it and trying to get something done, but we're horrible about putting together and doing all the work that it takes to facilitate a large group like this. So my suggestion would be we scrap it in its current state, we revisit it and redo the bylaws and what's expected out of city council. So that the commission, when they go back to work, has a clear idea of the expectations of city council moving forward. It's a city council commission. What does city council want it? Do we not want it? And if we do want it, we have to give clear and concise direction on what we expect out of that commission to bring back to us and what we're willing to do to make that happen.
Joe's been over here. So 10 minutes.
Council Maestri.
Yes, so the 26,000 a year went towards a facilitator. Is that what the 26,433?
Correct. 3 different types of facilitators.
Do we have where we have paid facilitators on those boards?
I think it's just this one and the Human Relations Commission.
And were they, did they have any part in the acquisition of the Pueblo Rescue Mission?
No.
Did they have any part, did they play any part in the, the cold weather shelters that we've been doing the past few years? Were they part of that and facilitating that?
Not since I've been in this position.
Okay.
If you want to.
And, so have they, is it a think tank? I mean, because it's hard to resolve anything when you don't have your own money and your own funds to work with to like come up with an idea, but you can't facilitate it unless you come to the city and ask for the money, correct?
It's an advisory board, so it's my understanding that they cannot, in their current form, go out and apply for grants themselves, for instance.
Okay. And then, Are we? I lost my train of thought. On this.
I do it all the time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Martinez.
Yeah, a couple of things. One, Lex, I see you facilitate, you do a great job. One of the things that Lexi did when she first started, to President Aliff's point, is that she actually started quarterly newsletters. And I know for a fact that they've been in our council packets. Those quarterly newsletters, which are broken out into the 3 work groups, have been in our council packets. So we get the information. Shame on us if we're not reading it. Shame on us if we don't then ask questions of, hey, this is a really great newsletter. Maybe we should have the commission, come in and give us a presentation. So I know that we have received the information based off these quarterly newsletters, which are great. Not only do they give a perspective of what the work group's been doing, it's even broken out into the specific work groups of what they've accomplished over the last quarter and what they're doing in the next quarter. And I actually think, Lex, you've emailed it to all of council as well. It's not just been in your council packets, but I know that we've received it. For Commissioner Swearingen, I have discussed with Commissioner Swearingen about his group. He says that his major goals are to improve the homeless situation. There's no vision or mission that he has a part of his commission, whereas we have a mission and vision here. So one of the options that we were given, with this the dissolving of this commission was, all right, well, let's just go join Commissioner Swearingen. My argument is that they are very different groups. They're tackling different things. I know that we're concerned about duplication. As a full-time facilitator, I don't want to duplicate, but my argument is that they're tackling very different things in very different ways. His group also only meets on a quarterly basis, whereas the commission meets on a monthly basis, and their work groups also meet on a monthly basis. So those 3 work groups are also meeting on a monthly basis to get things done. It's not on a quarterly basis. And I know Lex, as a facilitator, Lex doesn't just have a meeting to meet. When she is facilitating, there's actually outcomes of that meeting that are tangible successes. It's not just meeting to meet. In my conversations with Commissioner Swearingen, he did say that he talked with a couple of folks from CCHH and that they're going to collaborate on some things moving forward. I think in my perspective, I don't think that we scrap this and start over. I think that the commission has already made tangible wins. I think that the commission already has work in those 3 work groups that if we scrap and move in different direction, I don't think that we're doing justice to what those 3 work groups have been doing. They identified, so it's neighbors in need, redefining the narrative, and housing. So it's those 3 areas that were defined as needing to get worked on. So I think if we scrap it, we're losing all of the momentum in those 3 work groups. I understand that we probably need to cut some people because it's too big, or it was too big previous and there was a hard time meeting quorum. I get that. But I don't think that while the who can change, I don't think that the what and the how need to change. So that would be my perspective. I don't think that we scrap it and move forward. I think that we collaborate with Commissioner Swearingen as we can, as necessary. I expect him to collaborate with our commission. I also think that those quarterly newsletters are great. Continue to, I think maybe in the next break, just go and print off some so that way we see them. They're great, Lex.
Councilor team. Thank you. I'm going to ask a basic question. Have you worked with Catholic Charities at all?
You mean have they participated in the
They have a
mission?
program that this city council put forth for them.
The works program.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with what's going on with them? Have you touched base with them? Have they touched base with you? Because it's a 2-way street. It's a team effort. And that's the problem with Pueblo. We have too many organizations going one way and another organization doing the same thing, and they never collaborate. They never work together. It's called teamwork. You know, I'm not being, anyway, I'm not coming down on you. I'm just saying, you have to work as a team, you know? And I don't think a lot of people in this town understand that for some reason. I really don't. You know, you have a strong mayor format now because the city manager form of government with the city council wasn't working because 7 city council people are getting the city manager and the city manager is going like this. Yeah. Yeah. Now we have a mayor that can make decisions. Okay. I mean, we can just like with the state legislature or Congress or whatever, we have the right to overturn whatever that mayor decides with a simple majority of 5 votes. So I'm saying to you, I've been in touch with Catholic Charities as it relates to the program we have for the homeless. They've got them working, doing things in the city. They've had some problems with some of the homeless when they put them to work and they're paying them. They don't want to work. They want everything for nothing. Okay, that's not the way we were raised. And as an individual, I'm only one vote here, but I'm not going to support that. I'm tired of giving because what we're doing is we're giving and we're not helping. So I hope that you will move forward in collaborating with them, and maybe we can get some things together because as a team, we can do a whole lot more than we can with 15 different organizations trying to do the same thing. Okay?
Definitely. And I guess if I can answer, so the Catholic Charities, definitely in the time that I've been facilitating, had attended a few meetings for the commission, haven't in a minute. For the works program itself, the commission has not had ties or communication or worked on that program with Catholic Charities. And I think that's an excellent suggestion. I think that you all kind of speak to you have all spoken to this a little bit where since I've onboarded and since I started to facilitate, I think that the commission has good opportunity to be very useful, but I think that there just has not been a formal space or expectations. I'm one that definitely believes that unspoken expectations cannot be met. And I think that somewhere lost in translation between the 4 different facilitators in 1 year, to an administration change, to the division of housing becoming a division rather than a department, there was lots of transition. And I don't mean to lean on this too heavily, but in that translation, I think that some things were lost on how communication happens. So definitely over the past few weeks, hearing you all on January 13th, hearing you all today, I do think that there was communication, but maybe it wasn't the right communication to get to council appropriately, right? There are assigned members, both from the city and the county, to be on the commission. And so calendar invites were sent, meeting minutes are sent, the quarterly newsletters happen. But if we want to do more so that all council is involved, that's definitely an option. I think that that's to council's discretion on how the group, if you decide to keep it, is to interact with both the mayor's office, council, and all these other groups. Because there are quite a few groups that also meet on the topic of housing and homelessness. You do have the Continuum of Care. You do have the new county commission advisor. Don't remember the name exactly, but the County Advisory Commission. You have this particular group, and then there's even small other groups through nonprofits that all meet on this exact topic. And you
So let me get Councilor Boston because we're only running short on time. Councilor Boston.
Sorry. So I don't know. My thoughts on this is obviously this is a very important commission. This is a huge issue in every community across the nation. And it is very expansive. You need a lot of voices at the table. But through this whole presentation and hearing everybody else talk, I'm hearing so many different numbers. I myself am confused. She's saying 3 work groups. In your presentation that said 5 work groups. 9 out of 22 people miss 50% of the meetings, but you're saying there's up to 36 on the commission. There's only 6 there. She's saying there's a good mission that seems like you guys don't even know exactly what the mission is you're supposed to follow at this point. It just seems like at this point, it may have become as good as it is, like a line of like fishing line. Once it gets tangled and you don't really know how to get it untangled, what do? You got to kind of maybe scrap it and start fresh. But at this point, it just seems so misguided and so expansive that we lost the vision somewhere along the way. And we either need to do some serious revamping to kind of get this back on track, because this is definitely something we need in the community. But in its current stage, it almost seems like there's no way it will function properly and have any good execution of what their goals are. So I don't know where we start with that, but I think that's the reason this is on here, is not for them to give us direction. It's for us to give them direction on how we want them to come back to council and start communicating more what their goals are, what their mission is, redoing the bylaws, whether it's starting with the new one or fixing this one. But I think that's kind of why this is here and why it was, carved out for an hour, so we could really start to fine tune some of the things we want them to do and how we could start moving this forward in the right way going forward.
Council Ministry.
Sorry, I didn't. My mic's not on.
I'm sorry. Okay, I got a couple of things I want to say. First of all, in reference to Councilor Martinez, is she right about reading that newsletter or not? No, I'm being the first one on. I'm sorry, I haven't. And I think, in reference to all the things that comes out this council, we'd like to make people understand that maybe we're not reading everything, because I'll be honest, and maybe an update is warranted for this group, because it's really critical. Out of the big three, crime, poverty, and homelessness, homelessness is up there now. What I am concerned about, I went to the meeting with the college, CSUP, and it's HMIS, I believe. And I was struck with, all the enthusiasm and the things they want to get done. But what I didn't hear, which concerns me, is something about ever reducing this problem. I didn't catch that unless I missed it. Maybe you can update me on that, but I didn't catch that. There's a lot of things that will be provided into perpetuity, it seems. But what are we doing to reduce the problem? I'll leave that to you guys.
Well, this is the reason for the initial work group. There's no one answer to homelessness. I think that's initially why, when the group was created, it was so large. So it was a 36-person group. Just for a point of clarity, there's 6 people now because of the freeze, and 9 of those 22 in 2024. In 2024, there were 22 appointed members. 9 of those 22 were inactive. But that is what the group really, I think that is what the original intent of council was to identify what are those strategies to reducing homelessness. And that's what, again, we're here to support you in trying to identify how you want to move forward.
Okay.
And if I can just make one point of clarification as well, if you're referring to the meeting where we talked about HMIS and CSU Pueblo's presentation, that was actually the county's commission, not the city commission.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilman Martinez.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So City Clerk Stoller just passed out not only the original CCHH bylaws, but also the fabulous newsletters. To Councilor Boston's point, there were originally 5 work groups. Over the course of their work, they transitioned to 3 work groups, which is why there's a difference of the slide and what I'm talking about, is because as they were actually implementing the work, they identified the need to really only work on 3 things, which were the 3 work groups. Also, you'll note in the newsletter, each of the, particularly on the last page, each one has actually a goal and a vision statement on it. So that's what I'm saying, is that there's already work that's captured, that's been written, that's actively being worked on for the 3 work groups. There is a goal, there is a vision. I would hate to lose that, to scrap it from the start. As a facilitator myself, scrapping from the start means that we're going to have a whole lot of confusion for a year. The group has already gone under confusion and chaos and transition. I know that this is the final step in that transition. If we could stop the transitions, so that way because once we stop the transitions or the changes, right, there's better recruitment and retention. Everyone is on the same page. There's a shared understanding of what's happening. My fear is that if we scrap it and start from the jump, that there's going to be even more chaos, more confusion, And I hate to lose the momentum that we have.
Counselor, Moisture.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time in a few years reorganizing. You know, that was a lot of time reorganizing, and I would like to, you know, now we're at a point where, yes, we have newsletters. We got to get an important issue resolved. You know, if you want to, then you come to the council and you say, this is the particular issue that we're facing here, and we have found what we think is a solution. This is what we need from you. You're an advocate. You're on the board. All of these things that seem to be solutions should come across this council and be put in front of council. But I'm going to tell you, there's the other thing. You know, there's funding that's going to be necessary. So it's a catch-22. If we don't have the funding, but we're paying a facilitator, and not just you know, personally, but paying a facilitator, and we have $158,000 that we've invested in 6 years, and we haven't had any solutions, it just doesn't wear well right now. So what do? I think we need to start over. And even if that's working with the current group that we have now and starting over, I think there just needs to be a restart, a refresh of where we need to be and how this needs to be beneficial to the community. Because I look at it, you know, from my point of view, it just seems like a think tank right now. We don't have the solution. We still have the housing and homelessness problem. So I think really, rather than come here and say, you know, what do you want from us? You could tell us what you need from us in order to be successful and for this to succeed. And I don't know, one thing about bylaws and the change in bylaws and these, the commissions, boards and commissions that we have, we do need some real people who are experts in the matter, in trying to create solutions, who have a background in these subjects that we have clear across all of these boards, because sometimes the emotional side of it, like, you know, oh, I'm going to go and I'm going to say, you know, I want to be part of that. But if you're not an expert in it, it's hard to offer solutions and get those solutions taken across. And that I say that about all the boards.
I'm going to go to President Ayla.
I have a question. So you both are city employees, correct? So being city employees, we don't have any say-so over your day-to-day stuff when it comes to city, right? So I just wonder, and I mean, when it comes to bringing forward things to city council, if the administration told you, no, don't bring that to city council, what would you do?
The mayor is our supervisor, and so
Okay, but you're serving on a council commission.
I think this is one of the issues that needs to be resolved, this clear place.
So we had this meeting where we talked earlier about a clear separation from the executive branch and the legislative branch. And I think this blurs that line. You're supposed to report to the mayor because it's in the specifics. You will be a committee that reports to the mayor and city council and so on and so forth. But I think if you were an independent, I don't know that this has happened. I'm just bringing it up because I'm looking for why we haven't seen the things that I think that we should have seen. You know, I don't know if we talk about facilitation and how things move forward. If there's independent facilitation, then everything comes forward. Is my thought process behind that. And I'm not blaming you guys for anything. I mean, If my boss told me not to do something, I would, and I'm not saying your boss told you that. I'm just saying if there was a situation where my boss told me don't do it, I wouldn't do it. Because that's not good. Well, that's where I think that's how that worked better in the beginning when you had independent facilitation. It opened the lines of communication with city council to a better place, is just my opinion. So, but that's another issue. I think what we're really talking about here is whether we're going to keep the commission or we're not going to keep the commission, and whether we deem it as a tool that we can use to better serve our community and to address these issues that need to be addressed. We can get into the weeds and figure out, who's going to facilitate, how does information flow back and forth between the government and the commission. Again, I just think these are the areas that have been maybe detrimental to being totally transparent, I guess, in the process.
I guess this is Council Forrester.
when we passed this, when we authorized, I guess, this to move forward, I hadn't paid that much attention to the powers of this commission. When you read the powers and the duties of this commission, it was really never intended for the city council to be as involved as we are right now. In fact, it even says, but let me read this because it's very short. The powers and duties of the commission shall be as follows. And notice how many times I say mayor. Assist the mayor in coordinating grant applications to outside bodies for housing projects. Request that the mayor, again, subject to confirmation by city council, appoint officers as needed. Again, the third bullet point, to provide reports to the mayor and the city council upon request. Have you ever gotten a request from city council? I don't think we ever did. And the fourth bullet point, to request that the mayor approve and the city council adopt the bylaws and rules, which was done. This is really interesting. I mean, this is really a duty that we acquiesced as a city council and gave full power to the mayor and to her two subordinates to move with this. The other interesting thing in these bylaws is authority. The community, the CCHH is hereby established as an advisory commission to the mayor and city council of Pueblo regarding policies for inclusive housing strategies, and will address emergency shelter, transitional housing, permanent supporting housing, affordable housing. That is a big job. I mean, you could spend your life on trying to solve affordable housing. I mean, it's a big task in itself. And I think we also get hung up that this is somehow dealing just with homelessness. I think the definition of homelessness in this case is not the homeless people that are out on the street. You're talking about anybody that doesn't have a house, a young couple that's still living with mom and dad because they can't afford a house, because there's no inventory, because maybe the interest rate's too high. There's so many issues on that. So you've gone way beyond by giving us this quarterly thing that we get all the time to let us know what we're doing. If we had wanted anything more in depth, we should have requested it. The bylaws say this right here, that upon request, you guys will give us anything we want. But 95% of the control of this commission is with the mayor and with the two of you. And all of us have to read this to see this is how it was established. And now we're wondering why we haven't been included, why all of that. Just go to the establishment of this commission. It clarifies a lot. My eyes just opened up right now. Before we go on, add to this.
I just want to say that over the last year that I've been in office, I have not met with the commission. I have not appointed one person to their board because they've not had enough attendees in order to pass their new bylaws. And there had been a freeze put in place before I even became the mayor. Lexi has brought an idea to me, which would have been the camping in parking lots, which I do not agree with. I said, do not bring this to the city council. I don't think the council will agree with allowing parking lots to be used as camping locations for unhoused individuals. As far as the CSU Pueblo relationship goes, they came to my office. I did an interview for their magazine. So I was apprised of what was going on in that particular initiative that was brought forward. But other than that, there hasn't been other initiatives that have been brought forward that I have declined or said weren't a good idea. I know that they passed the information through newsletter to the city council. I know that the chair of the board is supposed to be Councilor Martinez, and a commissioner, I'm not sure which commissioner is supposed to sit in that seat. But what I can tell you is over the last year, when dealing with the crisis with the homeless shelter and the emergency shelter, this commission did not advise me, did not help, did not bring anything to the table when those initiatives were happening. The people that came to the table were these two city staff members. In the bylaws, it says that the commission is to help apply, to use knowledge to help apply for grants. Lexi did put an entire grant application together for me in July. For CDBG funds for the pellet shelters. So that need was met, but it was not met by the commission. It was met by city staff. And so this is why I brought dissolving this commission forward. This is a commission that was put together with the previous administration. And I think that as a new administration, I have every right to bring to city council boards and commissions that are advising me and whether I think they've been doing their advisement for the last year. And what I can tell you, that has not happened. If the council wants to take over this commission and committee to advise the council and to bring projects to the council, that's great. But at this point, they haven't even had enough members go to their meetings to pass the bylaws for the last year. So I think that that's something that needs to be looked at.
Make sure I'm clear on reference, scrap it, reorganize it.
I brought it to the council to scrap it. I do not believe I need the advisory commission, the homeless commission, to advise me. I do not believe that they have brought anything to me in the last year that's helped me make any decisions moving forward, especially in the time of need when the city was taking over the shelter. So that's why I brought this forward to you. If you would like to establish your new commission on housing and homelessness, I think that they have a great working group. I think that Lexi can continue to facilitate that, but that would be the council's commission. It would not be an advisory role to the mayor. And then we wouldn't have these cross lines of, who's to receive the information, who makes the decision, whether it's brought to the council or whether it's brought to the mayor. I think that that's some clarification that, could possibly help, like President Aliff said.
Ms. Cook, how long have you been with this operation now? How long have you been? Yes.
Yeah, so my hire date was back in August of 23. So during that,
And you've been with this as well? I want to make sure I'm clear on this.
Well, I've only been a city staff since July of last year.
Okay.
But I would like to say that I'm very familiar with this commission because I actually sat on this commission from its inception.
Okay, that's what I need to know. Joe. You're welcome.
Madam Mayor, I think there's someone to be in charge. You're the CEO, okay?
Okay, Counselor. Well, if I'm in charge of this commission, I asked the city council to grant my wishes and dissolve of this commission because I didn't think that it was doing advisement to me. What I've heard from the council today is they would still like to see a commission moving forward and they would like to be advised. So if you as the council would like to be advised and you want to set your own goals and your analytics and your measurements that this board is supposed to be providing to you, then that's something you should do.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
government sometimes becomes, how do I want to say it? Overcrowded. And so if you're saying dissolve, then I don't have a problem with that. I'm taking your recommendation because you're dealing with them every day. I'm not. And that's where I am with this.
We'll go to Councilwoman Martinez, please.
Thanks, Chair. So just a point of clarification here. If this were to dissolve, would you want to create a new one that does work with you to guide the homeless commission or not the homeless commission, the homeless shelter and everything like that? Or is your recommendation full stop?
My recommendation is full stop. I sit on Commissioner Swearingen's committee that I go to quarterly. So I don't need to sit on another city commission that I'm supposed to be in charge of that isn't giving me any advisement or helping me make decisions, surely even about the shelter. We have an RFP process out right now. That's going to be a whole nother animal that we're going to have to tackle. But I wouldn't expect them to be giving advisement on how the shelter would be operating and what that would look like if we're going to have a new operator of the shelter and it's not going to be the city.
Sure. If we were to change this moving forward, would you want to be a part of conversations around how it could help you moving forward?
Sure. I mean, if the council's goals are being met, and the commission is bringing forward measurable outcomes and progress, sure, I'd love to be a part of those conversations, but I've yet to see that. So I don't know if it would change and be any different from what they're supposed to be advising me on to what they're supposed to be advising the council on.
Councilman Flores.
I'm confused here, Mayor. You're saying that you had no responsibility in making sure to understand what information you needed. You just let them be out in left field and you were waiting for them to come give you information? Because looking at this composition of this organization, it seems like you were in charge of this committee. In fact, more than in charge, you've got 2 employees that are also facilitating this, and you felt no compulsion to go and understand what you needed from them. I mean, it doesn't sound like there was communication there. You were sitting and waiting for them to bring you, grant opportunities or whatever. And it seemed to me that you had a facilitator that could be providing this to you. I'm confused. You were in charge of this.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me now.
Again, this was a commission that was proposed by the previous administration, not my administration, just like the Energy Commission. And I believe it's within my right as the mayor of the city. If I feel that these commissions aren't advising or aren't bringing me any information that I'm using to make day-to-day decisions to run the city. And that is why I asked the council to dissolve it.
The responsibility here, I think at some point, is that you should have been communicating with this commission. I don't quite understand. It's all here that you're in charge. You're in charge of this commission, whether it was a past administration or it was new to you.
I am in charge of the commission, but I can tell you that the commission didn't even feel that they, should be attending the meetings enough to pass their bylaws for me as the mayor to ever appoint anybody since I've been here.
But it sounds like at that point,
and at that point, that's when we started to say, should this commission continue?
Yeah.
If their own members aren't showing up to vote on their bylaws, why would I continue with this commission, Counselor? That seems like a waste of time.
Well, you're the leader of this community. You are the mayor. If this was not working for you.
It wasn't. So that's why I brought it to you to dissolve.
But it's been around for quite a while. I don't know.
Right. Before me.
What is this dated? There's no date on this.
I think Mr. Hobson had some insight too that he wanted to provide, Chair, if you would allow.
So, Council Maestro, you want to address?
I guess Mr. Hobson has something to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Zone Hobson.
Beginning of this year, the Housing Human Services Department became a division of Planning and Community Development. And one of the things that I talk with the staff in housing that we meet with all the time is there are the advocates and there are the doers. And they are the doers. We have 5 full-time staff and 1 part-time staff in the housing division. And their role is to listen to information that was provided through the coalition. I have no expectation that this coalition is going to really have the ability, the authority, the financing to really implement very much at all. And we should not have the expectation, because that will lead us in the wrong direction, to think this commission has the ability to do those things. What they do have is the ability to work together and come up with potential solutions that the city can look at implementing. And that's the direction that these 5 people in the housing division, that's what they have for me. And then it's our role to bring those things together into programs, working with the mayor's office to propose and provide the city council for you to decide what programs are worth implementing. Are you willing to budget and appropriate the funds to carry these out? And that's the direction I give. One of the things that has happened from the very beginning of this coalition is there needs to be a consistent location and operation for warming and homeless facilities within the community. In my time with the city, there has been no consistency. We've gone from location to location, from manager to manager, for various reasons. And the direction that we gave to our staff was to work with the mayor's office to try to provide more certainty and consistency, and I think that's being implemented today. Is there a role for the commission? Potentially there is. But I think the expectation that they're going to come up with ways to implement and run programs, they certainly can have suggestions on where we might be able to get funding and financing. We have a grant department of the city. We have staff in the housing division that have a lot of experience and know the sources. They need to listen to and they do listen to the commission as far as what are things that need to be considered and addressed when we propose and implement programs through the mayor's office that come to city council. So that's all I really want to say is that there are expectations of commissions, and we have multiple commissions in the city, but I think that the expectation has not been appropriate for this commission. We're asking way more than what they're going to have the ability to do. Most of them either have full-time jobs, other responsibilities. We need to rely on the city staff to listen to them and come together with proposals, working with the mayor's office, that then can be brought forward to city council. And we do need to provide better communication.
After we get, I just want to break in here. After we get the next 2 councils, I want to get a sense, maybe we can do a consensus and say in where we're at, scrap it, salvage it, whatever it is, but I'll go to Councilor Maestri.
I'm curious as to if we've got city employees on this board, running this board, facilitating this board, where did the $26,000? Does it go to your department? Or how long has the city taken this over?
So on that slide, I had actually had Lexi do a calculation of the number of hours that she spends, and that was an actual amount as far as the city staff. That one was just over $25,000 is what we estimate it will cost city staff based on historical data and the portion of her salary that goes towards this. The $26,100 was an average of all of the different sources of funds that were used over that period of time. Thank you.
So we scrapped the homeless commission on that money goes away, right? Or does it still pay in your department?
Paid her salary.
Yeah, we would redeploy her efforts into other housing and homelessness solutions.
So, but she would be getting out of your budget that you guys have created, not anything additional. Okay.
She would be assigned other duties for those funds that are used to pay her salary. She'd be assigned other responsibilities besides this.
Okay, thank you.
President Neal.
So Mr. Hobson brings up a great point, and his argument is valid. but each counselor sits on several boards and commissions. And those boards and commissions their members are people who have jobs, who don't have jobs. They come from every area of the community. And so if I'm on a specific board or commission with these people, and they say to me, or the committee or the commission says, hey, we've got a great idea, and we run through it and we work on it, and we decide as a group that we think that this is a good idea, whether it's the HARP Authority, whether it's urban renewal, whatever. 9 out of 10 times, the counselor who's on that board or commission will contact the mayor's office and say, Mayor, I have a great idea that this board is coming. I don't have a great idea, but you get what I'm saying. The board that I sit on, or the commission that I sit on, has a fantastic idea. Let me run this by you. Mayor says, well, maybe that would work. I'll get staff to work on it, or to give us some numbers, or to whatever. So I think in the argument that these guys don't have any power, we're asking them to do too much, is erroneous. If city council or the county commissioner sit on that board, and that group that's running, and let's just be specific with this Housing and Homelessness Commission, they may come up with an idea that you hate specifically. But I, as a city councilor on that, think, gosh, that makes sense. Let me go to the mayor and try and get this done, or to further investigate it, or to whatever. I think that empowers that board. I think that it makes that board feel like what we do matters. And there's people within the organization, within the administration, that will give them credence and say, let's run with that. Let's try and make it work. It may not work. It may not ever happen, but at least we tried to get it done, or we got the information that was needed. All I'm saying from the very beginning is that I think it has become diluted to the point where that doesn't happen. And I think it needs to happen. That board needs empowered. It needs to be in place, whether it's the mayor. It was never intended. I get what Councilor Flores says, that you read the bylaws and whatever. Mr. Kagosic wrote those bylaws specifically to protect the mayor in every aspect of how a bylaw is written. But there is no doubt, and Councilor Flores was here when that commission was put together, that was a city council commission that was created to advise us and to come up with solutions that we could champion. And that just doesn't happen anymore. And it needs to happen. That's why I think, as a city council, that this is something that can be very advantageous to us as a council, because, as I started off at the very beginning, we're not experts. We don't know what's going on. These are the experts, supposedly, that go on to these committees or commissions. I understand why why the mayor doesn't get any applications and nobody wants to come on. Why would you want to be a part of a board or a commission that gets nothing done? Nobody would want to do that. I wouldn't want to do it. I think the reason that you have this dysfunction, that it just needs to be fixed. And I think it gets fixed by empowerment and saying, you do have a voice on this commission, and city council's interested in solutions. And if you come up with a good solution, we're ready to champion that solution. And I may be wrong, because I haven't been involved. I haven't been a part of it. I'm sure Councilor Martinez has the same passion that I do, that if there's an idea to bring forward, that we'll champion that. But I think it's important. I don't discount what the city does, what the planning and zoning does, and all of that. But good things happen when you have the community involved in creating solutions. Good things come out of that. And we shouldn't be afraid or reluctant to include the community in the process to come up with these solutions. But when they do come up with a perceived solution, we as a city council need to be willing to champion that and to literally, if we think that it has legs, to run with it. But they're never going to give us a solution unless we prove to them that we want them, that they have value and what they're saying has value, and that we're willing to fight for it. That's my.
I'd just like to press some here. So in reference to getting that consensus that I was looking for, I mean, we're getting down to, we're going to salvage it. We're going to, under the current conditions, are we going to salvage it and reorganize it? Or are we going to scrap it? I mean, I don't know if I'm going to hit all the spots here, but I'd like to get a sense from council where we're standing on this right now. And I'll start with you, Councilor Martinez.
I'd like to keep it. To President Elam's point, I sit on it. I should have done a better job at championing you guys. You guys do amazing work. Lexi, you do amazing work. Patrick, you do amazing work. Jimmy, you do amazing work. They do amazing jobs. Shame on me for not talking and highlighting them at every single city council meeting. Moving forward, that's all I'll talk about.
Okay. Councilman Flores.
I'd like to keep it with some changes. You know, the most important change would be communication. You know, I just don't understand how you've got a board, you've got an executive or commission, you obviously have an executive portion to that commission. Then we have three employees that are overseeing this process, and somehow none of the information gets to the mayor. So we need a better. I'd like to see the board downsized, and I'd like to make sure that we work on this communication piece, because that's what this whole thing seems to be all about. Because I think we could utilize.
Council.
I was just saying that I think that I'd like to see the commission continue with the smaller board, also with the better process, I guess, of communication. I don't really understand where the bottleneck was. You've got the commission, you've got an executive, probably board, and then you've got 2 city employees, and none of the information gets to the mayor, or any good ideas, I guess, to the mayor. And that seems to be a simple thing to solve. But if you look at this organizational thing, it says the commission shall remain in existence until such time as dissolved by the mayor and the city council. So we both have a responsibility to either keep it alive or to stop it completely. And I just think if we tweak and make those changes, it could be very effective. And we've got 2 experts here that are doing, I think, a great job. I think we can reorganize it and make it a lot more powerful commission.
So we can keep on moving along, Councilor Maestri.
I don't think that we need to pay a facilitator fee for 2 employees that are working for the city, and during their daytime hours, they're working to advise the mayor, because they could do it in the same capacity as a board. We would be paying a facilitator fee for that.
I don't think it's necessarily the facilitator fee. That's just Lexi's salary, and she was just putting together how much time that she works on the commission and how much is taken out of her salary. So we wouldn't be paying an additional person if it wasn't city staff.
But we have been in the past. So if we keep the bylaws and the committee in place, what if the next person isn't going to be Lexi running it? So we would be keeping that in place if we didn't scrap it, correct? And these ladies are already doing that. They have the opportunity to do what they're doing on the board. They have the opportunity to do that directly with the mayor. If that's what she advises them to do, is to get her the information necessary to make a decision. I think we don't need a board for that.
Councilor Ailer.
Yeah, I want to keep it.
Council Boston.
If we keep it, it's like I said, I think it needs some serious revamping, some serious changes. Cause like I said, no matter how useful fishing line is, once it gets tangled, it's not very useful. So unless we can untangle this line and get it back and right the ship, it doesn't seem like it's doing anything. If we haven't heard anything since I've been on council, they haven't presented any ideas besides maybe the pallet shelter, which wasn't even done by them. It was done by city staff. So if we're going to keep it, we got to throw our hat in the ring and, you know, put some effort behind this and guide them better. So I'm only for keeping it if we're going to do that.
Councilman Tootin. Feel the same way, Councilman Boston. Again. Oh, excuse me. I'm used to being a coach and yelling. So anyway, long and short, I want to be concise and trying to consolidate, trying to bring things together doesn't get done when you've got 15 different committees doing the same thing. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work. So I'm going to support the mayor on this one.
Councilwoman Maestri.
Talk again about keeping something and revamping it. Who has the authority, Mr. Gifford, to revamp this commission?
The way it's drafted, it appears that it's mayor and city council. So I would assume that either the mayor could present something to city council to be voted on or vice versa.
Okay, because so far the mayor's presented to us that she just would like to scrap it and do things the way she wants to do them. If we, I guess we could put something together. See, the thing is too many people want to hold on to stuff, but nothing gets done. So we need to, if we're going to say that we're going to keep it and we're going to revamp it, then we need to set precedents on who's going to do that here from the council side, because the mayor's already given us what she wants to do with it, and she wants to get rid of it. So who on city council, if that is what somebody wants to take it on and revamping it and putting something that's workable for the mayor and the council to agree on to keep it, who wants to raise their hand and do that? Otherwise, to say that we're just going to do that isn't going to accomplish anything today.
Let me just get something in here real quick because I haven't made.
Okay.
I'm not going to dismiss what Mr. Hobson said. I mean, he's usually researches this stuff pretty well. And that's something I'm looking at seriously. So for what that's worth, I'd like to go through one more time. Just get the Sarah.
I'd like to keep it.
Revamping.
I'm just gonna go with what the mayor wants. They report to her. She doesn't want the council, the commission.
President Mayor.
I keep it.
Councilman Boston.
With the mayor.
I'm also with the mayor on this one as well. Any other discussion in reference to this one?
Well, with the consensus of those who want to keep it, who's going to take on the task of doing the reorganization?
I will.
Okay.
Anything else? Anybody have anything else? You guys okay?
I think I just want to make sure I have a point of clarification and then also as staff just to provide a recommendation. So if you are going to be keeping the group, I think there's 3 key elements that you should be considering, which is 1, how you want this group to serve you. I think whether that be an idea tank that creates ideas and brings them to you, or if it's something like you have a specific issue you want this group to work on and you assign that to the group, then they can workshop it and bring it back. I think that it's important for council to decide how you want it to work for you. The second being what are going to be the appropriate avenues for communication that would serve best for you. So if it is having just one counselor that sits on the board and reports back during your, I think you guys said earlier, that the end of the month work session, is that enough? Or do you want to make a recurring quarterly in front of you presentation. I think those communication methods would need to be clear. And then finally, the third would be how you want this group to interact with other groups. There are a lot of other groups, a lot of other conversations, and with that comes other projects that are going to also be asking for funding. And when you do that, you're going to want to know, how do we want to interact with all these groups, especially because the people that sit on this group that you have here also sit on the other 5 in the community, and that can create burnout. It can create some distress. So you'll want to think through that strategically. I also just want to extend that I'm happy to provide any and all information that the group has, so that you have something to work on. The group does have a draft set of new bylaws that they had intended to get passed. But as said, it wasn't ever formally accepted. But that could be a starting space, just if you would like.
I think we were at, Council Ministry.
So I understand President Aliff's point of view and the importance of having the committee. And I'm wondering if when we revamp this committee, are we able, Mr. Gifford, to remove the mayor's part in this committee, in this board and commission, or would we have to scrap it and start over? Because I'm just wondering if if maybe Mr. Aliff doesn't, or this council doesn't think that our facilitators would come from the city to remove the conflict of interest that he talked about earlier. That they wouldn't necessarily be city employees, that it would have to be a new board, that they would have to be citizens, that they don't have a tie to the mayor and mayor's office. Because he expressed conflict of interest in that. And in doing so, would that mean a complete just new revamping of the board with new bylaws? Because right now she has a part in it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whether it's totally scrapped or amended, I think we're getting dragged down in the process as opposed to the result. So if we can amend bylaws to accomplish what we want to accomplish, that would be the way to go, as opposed to scrapping it, making it dormant, and then working on trying to create something new. And I apologize, I wasn't here for Director Hobson's statement, so I missed that part, and I apologize for it. But the way that the bylaws can be amended is still by a vote of the council and the mayor. It's our usual resolution, or actually, it's not even our usual resolution process. It's final action thereon by the mayor and city council. So I think it would have to be more by an ordinance where it's passed by city council and then approved by the mayor.
Councilor Latino. Thank you. If we're going to maintain this commission, then I think some of the following things need to be done. One, that you work with Catholic Charities, put these people to work, since we're giving them money to make them feel some sense of self-worth. Two, I don't know how many burned out houses I have on the east side as a result of homeless people living there. And I have an elderly woman who's had her roof burned because she's had homeless people in there, and it went from the first house where they were living to the second house where a young couple with a family was living, and burned them out. And she took them until they could find a place. The roof has been fixed, but that stuff's going on all over the east side. In fact, they were back there this week as an example. And I've been down there. I go down there every single day. I travel my community every single day, and met with this woman again, and the neighbors. So we need. It has to be a team, folks. We have to work as a team. And I have 15 different organizations trying to do the same thing. So that's where I am with all this. So I'm going to say, get together with Catholic Charities. Two, We work together as a team to do something about this homelessness and these people going into these homes and burning them down and causing anxiety for the neighbors in the community that go to work every single day, that put food on their table, and that we're taking care of people that have opportunities, but they don't want to do that. They rather live on the street and get handouts. That's not the way it is. Okay? I could walk down these streets at 7 o'clock at night after I got through playing ball when I went to high school, and people never worried. You go across the railroad tracks where Mission Foods is now, where Rockwell was, and the parents would never worry. That's not the case anymore. And as a matter of fact, we got people under the bridge on East 4th. On North 4th, I'm sorry, on 4th Street Bridge. They've started to put up tents again. Okay? The mayor and the staff worked arduously to get that taken care of, and we had it cleaned up for a while, but now they're back doing their things, which means some of them don't really care. It's like starting out with a number that we give jobs to and we're giving pay to give them some sense of self-worth. And they're saying, oh man, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. And it's not about me, but when I grew up on Goat Hill, people never locked their doors. We did pozole and beans and enchiladas at the Hispanic family's house, and they'd come and eat pasta. And my grandfather used to sleep on an army cot on the porch because they didn't have air conditioning in the summertime. Can't do that anymore. So it's a situation. We have to work as a team. And we have to open our eyes and not be blinded by what's going on. Some of these people don't want to work. They want handouts. We don't have the state hospital here in Pueblo doing their thing anymore. They're not taking those kinds of folks. All they got left now is Fort Logan and Sheridan, Colorado. So again, we have to all wake up and realize what's going on. I have a compassionate heart, but we also have to show realism.
I want to interject real quick. If you have the last comment, because then we're going to take time out for lunch, but we're about 15, 20 minutes off the mark here. So
I just have a quick question, just as a point of clarification. So I think what I'm hearing is that council is going to be looking at, with President Aliff's charge to revamp this group, how you guys see fit. As city staff, I just kind of wanted to know what the expectation is among city leadership on the interaction between, like, is that something that you want staff to fully participate in? Are you guys going to just take our information and just kind of do your thing? And
good question.
Okay.
Council President Mark.
Yes, and I think next week we start on it. I get your input. We work together. We work with the city attorney's office. We bring something back to council within the next 2 weeks. I think there's a clear clear message here that we need goals. We need lines of communication opened up, and we need to decide how many members we want and how we're going to amend this. And I don't think that's a huge, long process. I think something coming to council within a week or two.
Okay, we good?
They really need to get the amended, what you guys have though is the amended.
Last comment.
I just wanted to make sure that when you go in and we start looking at this, that we really focus on things that are really going to make a difference. I think the grants is one. There has to be more communication to see if there are grant opportunities. Number two, they should be heavily involved in the state legislation that's going on right now. There's over 5 Senate bills and House bills that are dealing with housing and money that the community could get. And then they should also be working with developers in some way by having a developer on this commission that understands all of the rules and regulations as to obtaining money and helping people buy housing in the city. Because it's more than just, the homeless here. We kind of get diverted all the time. We're talking about people that need housing and the lack of inventory in the city of Pueblo.
Okay, we'll be back in This is here at 12, this one is 12:45, I think. 12:45, okay, thank you.
Right, four of this. Like one of each.
Here we go, 45. Where's Joe? Joe? Joe, how are you?
What?
It's all right.
I am.
He hasn't gone to the bathroom yet, Roger. What are you talking about?
He did in his pants.
What's the reason?
Let's get the bike on.
Hey, Raj. The mic's on, by the way, but why do you not have anything on here?
Because I. This week, sir.
Go.
We should start with, can we start without her? You think, Dan? No one's. I'm gonna start with Sarah. Yeah. Okay, folks, it's now 12:47. And we are, I'm sure I got this right here. The Chamber of Safety folks are going to come up and speak, and you heard it, Chief Noah and Chief Huber, it's yours.
All right, good afternoon. It's my understanding you guys wanted to talk about the emergency plan. So if there is an emergency in the building, so like a stewardess, but your exits are there and behind me there. Feel free to use either, but for your convenience, that exit right there will get you to the top of the stairwell without going through the elevator area. On this floor and each floor, there are those stations which allow to sound the alarm if it was needed. There are extinguishers. And the area, if you're in need of assistance with the rescue, is right outside the chamber storage here. With any type of emergency, closing the doors does help to minimize the building. So if there is smoke or anything, they'll keep it out of that area. Any questions on that? Once you do leave the building, there is a meeting place. There is everyone familiar with the stairs in the parking lot. There is that general area to make sure you have accountability for everybody who's present. FEMA also does have an emergency plan. The deputy city clerk and Melissa and Tracy have worked hard to put packets together and plan together. There is an emergency kit on each floor in case of a medical emergency.
Anything for Chief Huber, folks? We done anybody? We good? Okay, and now Chief, you're up next, Chief.
Okay, thank you, work session chair. I'm not going to talk about specifics related to any kind of security plans since this is an open meeting and other people can see this. It'll be recorded for prosperity. We do have a plan. The best way I think to relay that plan to you would be prior to a work session on a 1 or 2 person level, unless there's another way we can accomplish that if the city attorney advises. But we do have a safety plan. One thing I will say is that this building is a safety nightmare. It may be pretty, but it's not very effective to provide safety for certain areas or certain people within the building, just because of the way it's designed. But we have spent an awful lot of time over the last 6 months to a year developing different plans for different times of day, different things that are going on, including council meetings. And I would be happy to meet with you. I think can we do a council meeting where I talk about safety with just the councilors, or how does that work?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was just checking on something. Can you repeat it? I'm sorry, I was checking on something.
Yeah, I was hoping to ask, City Attorney, Gifford, if there was a way that we could have a briefing with just the council, on a safety plan that wouldn't violate the Open Meetings Act.
Attorney Gifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, not in executive session. So I would recommend just a 2 at a time type of briefing.
Does anybody else have, Regina, you have any, Council Maestro? Okay, Joe, you have anything?
In terms of safety on the dais here and in the council chambers here, we have police officers when they're here all the time, obviously, either you're here, one of your assistants is here. We have a big group and we have a contentious group. I'm thinking, based on some things that I've done some research on, that possibly what we need to have are a police officer here facing the audience with their being faced forward instead of with their backs. In other words, the audience is backed because they could carry in something that they get by our security downstairs with, etc. So I've had some thought about that. And in terms of us having a police officer up here with us, right, standing right there facing the crowd. Is that a possibility?
We can't go into that, Joe. I don't think.
Pardon me?
You don't want to go into that, correct?
I can answer that, Joe.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Council Chair. Sir, we can put an officer anywhere in this room that you want to. One of the things that I try to keep in mind is the, I don't know what the right word is, the aesthetic, the appearance of having officers posted up by the Diaz. I'm not sure that that's the look the council wants at a council meeting, but I could be wrong. We could certainly have an officer posted over there.
No.
I will be honest with you. I think given the layout of the room, the way we deploy currently is a way that we could prevent most things from happening. I've been a cop for 31 years. You're never going to prevent everything 100% of the time. But if that's what council wants, I have no issue with putting an officer up there. But I think my suggestion would be that the council talk and figure out if that's the appearance you want at the council meetings or not, because that's really the only question, and that's up to you.
I'm not saying that they need to be behind us. I'm just saying they're in an area where they can see folks.
Yep, we can do that. And usually I think we have one over in that area.
Well, the back, basically, there's nobody standing here on the ramp area or there so that they can watch the whole area. And that's what I'm thinking. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Flores. Yeah, I'm just curious about the procedure with individuals that go through come into Memorial Hall that have a carry permit and can carry a weapon. What is if I'm that person walking in the door, what is the process for them to get through the security guards and getting an okay to come up?
I don't know what the security company is doing as far as wanding them or whatever, but when a person comes in here and they're on, we're notified that person is in the room. So we are aware when that happens, and we usually try to keep an eye on that individual. They'll come up and the security guards will come up and tell me.
Okay. Have we had many?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Just like to throw this out, aren't they bringing in a stationary walkthrough? And maybe we can, I believe you had it and then you're bringing it back now?
Yeah, there are plans in place, part of a security upgrade that will include those again.
May you got anything else on that?
No, you'll see those in place by the end of the year. That was just a company that we were seeing if we liked using those particular walkways through, but council will be seeing those come.
Just one thing, I don't know if this is safety or not, but I just urge all the counselors, if you have one of the ID tags, keep it on your dashboard, because the security is so great. I mean, I know, I appreciate, they've been taking the snow off my windshield, for Christ's sakes, and they walk people out to their cars. And so it would just help them to be able to identify if somebody's visiting and they happen to be going to the show at Memorial Hall. At least they'll be able to identify which car is which. It's just, I'm just throwing that out.
Yeah, if I could, sir. Yes. I would agree with that. It also helps my officers know that it's your car in that lot, and if it's not, we could tow it. So if it's, I mean, you're not going to remember 100% of the time, and the cops are pretty good about checking with me, but it makes it easier for us to determine if someone is parked in your spots on a council night, and we can get that vehicle moved for you.
Great. Anything else for Chief? No, anything? We're good? All right, you guys, thank you very much for doing this. Now we're going to go into the council goal presentations, and we're going to go in about alphabetical order. But I want to, anybody that's out there, department heads, whatever, if there's something that it's something we're not being factual, something you want to input on, please do that. First up is President. We're going in alphabetical order. It's President Aliff first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please, I would tell staff as I go through this that no, I'm joking. Just you had to be there. You had to be there. So I love this process of the work session where you literally get to talk about what your passion is and what you'd like to see happen, and what your whole intent is for the next year or for your entire term while on council. I want to start off quickly with a real quick story. I've been in the car business my entire adult life, and I'll never forget one of the most profound times that happened to me while I was in the car business. Is me and several managers went to a seminar. I won't tell you the name of the seminar, but it was a 3-day workshop in San Antonio, Texas. And we were selling at our dealership 80 to 90 cars a month. And we thought, oh my gosh, we've always thought of ourselves as very successful. Everybody got paid good. There was never any problems with being able to earn a living. And we got to this seminar, and through the process of the seminar, guy called on me and he says, tell me about your dealership. How many cars do you sell a month? And I said, oh man, we do 80 or 90. We live in a town of about 100,000. And I think we do a fantastic job. And and this is in front of 100 people. He says, well, how long have you been in that rut? That you only sell 80 or 90 cars. And I said, what do you mean? How long have we been in that rut? We've sold 80 or 90 cars for the last 10 years, and I think that we do a fantastic job. And anyway, they went through and gave us some different processes, some different ideas, some different thinking. And this is particularly what I'm talking about, is a different way to think of things. Literally, and I'm not kidding you, within 6 months of coming back from that, our dealership was selling 225 cars a month. And it literally was nothing more than changing the way that we thought about how good we were and what we did in our processes. When I was putting together my presentation, my goal, I told Tracy Sample, I said, I need a whiteboard, I need some other things, because I'm going to get up there with red and green pens. They brought me one. And the more I think about it, I think, well, that's crazy. I'll just paint pictures with my words and try and make it understandable to everybody, because even though I'm passionate about it, maybe not everybody else is passionate about it. Quite frankly, I want to set the stage here on what I think is the most important thing facing the city of Pueblo, Colorado, and it's been this way, and I've said this more than one occasion in several open meetings, and that is residential and commercial development. And let me be more colorful in the way that I talk about this. Residential development, in my opinion, is the foundation of economic development within the city. Literally, nothing happens. Imagine taking a big swath of land that's 50 miles across one way, 10 miles across the other way, and there's nothing on it. Nothing happens on that land until people start building. And when they build, and depending on how many homes they build and how many people they get in there, then they build a store. Then they build a gas station. Then they have a restaurant. And then they have enough people after they keep building that they create a school. And then all of a sudden they have a great workforce in place. Now businesses start to come. And so community or commercial development starts. And it just skyrockets. But at that foundation, if you don't have solid and robust residential development, the other things that come with that just don't materialize. So you stay stuck in a place where I wonder why we don't have this, or we didn't move in, or that we didn't get this, or how come nobody will come here and do this or that or the other. And I think you can trace it all back to our lack of growth within residential development. What does residential development mean to the government? Residential development means to the government that these things that we worry about constantly as a government, such as our revenue, the ability to pay our bills, the ability to pave our streets and to fix our bridges and so on and so forth, are literally dependent upon our development and the number of people we have and the number of businesses that we attract. And so I hope, just in what I'm saying there, it sets the picture of how important residential development is to the community. You can go back and you can go to Pueblo Regional's building, Pueblo Regional Buildings site. It's public access. You can pull the numbers for residential permits, commercial permits, any kind of permit you ever wanted to look up. Off of that site, you can get historical data that tells you where you've been as a community, whether you want to look at the city, whether you want to look at the county, whether you want to look at the city and county. And you can look at that information and you can decide whether we've done a good job historically as a community with residential development. I believe if you go to that, site, if you take the last 10 years, and I'll share this with you guys, these are just not only single family residences, but apartments, townhomes, so on and so forth. You want to give some to the mayor, and I don't know how many was there. Thank you, Mr. So on this list, you just see a snapshot of single-family residences, apartments, townhomes. The one thing that's not in here is manufactured homes. So I don't understand manufactured homes real good, so I just wanted to stick with what I think I know and look at these permits. You can tell it's not any worse, any better. We just stayed pretty steady since 2015. It's not nothing drastic. There was a couple of years that were better than other years, a couple of years that were worse than other years. But we average over 10 years, 152 building permits for single-family residences in the city of Pueblo every year. I think that that's okay. I think that the community has felt that that was okay for a long time. What they really should say to us, and literally, I mean, you could make this really an anal exercise and go back to 2008 or 2007 or whatever, and just continue to go down that rabbit hole. All I wanted to say through this presentation of these numbers is to say that we really haven't grown. We haven't really. Residential development just completely hasn't blown up and become this this big boom to our community. I can't pretend to talk about what are the reasons for that, because I think the reasons are so many that you can't even pinpoint them. And it goes from financial to, it just covers every gamut. So there's not a specific reason why we haven't grown. We just haven't grown. And then I was asking myself as I went through this exercise, could it be that over the last 100 years or the last 50 years, pick your decade or pick your era, could it be that as a community or the leadership of the community over those last 100 years just was okay with very little or no growth? And so it was never on the radar that, hey, maybe this isn't as good as we think it is, but we're happy. We're happy. We can pay our bills again. Everybody gets paid. There's no issues. So let's just be satisfied with where we're at, because so far it's done okay, right? So my goal is to try and change people's mind about that's not okay. That we should be looking at things from the perspective of city councils coming forth with a plan with a 10-year, 5-year, 7-year growth strategy that says we're willing to do this, we're willing to invest this, we're willing to move forward because we understand the importance of residential growth. We understand that we're not going to get big corporations. We're not to move here. We're not going to get fancy restaurants to come here unless we have the density for them to invest into our community. And the only way you get density is with development, with residential development. And let me say this, if you take a piece of property that's maybe on the edge of town, but still within a neighborhood, and let's say that there's 1,000, 1,500 potential building sites within that piece of property, and there could be 1,500 new homes within that little slice of property. And let's just say it was on the south side of town, a specific piece of property. And if city council and the administration decided we want those units developed, because we know if we develop that, the south side is going to get restaurants. The south side is going to get businesses. The south side is going to create more income for the city. And things are just going to take off and be good. And I don't think that we do that. And I think it's out of our expertise to do that. But no growth becomes a problem. And when we sit here and say we're struggling with a budget, we're struggling with paving our roads and things like that, we have to understand that it all gets tied back in my argument here to residential development. Now, what are the obstacles to residential development? The obstacles are the things that we should be talking about. What keeps us from doing that? Number one is we don't talk about it enough, at least up here. I'm not saying I'm not privy to what the administration talks about. My assumption is that they do talk about it. But from a council standpoint, council who controls how the money's spent and approves or turns down specific ordinances or resolutions that are either growth-oriented or anti-growth oriented. We don't talk about that very much. So what are the real obstacles? Is the obstacles in our processes? I think that the city is invested in a fantastic process in their permitting and the way that they allow people to go through the portal to get approvals and things like that. So the process has become, it shouldn't be the problem because we put things in place to take care of the process. Could it just be that within the city of Pueblo, the county of Pueblo, and our whole building development infrastructure that we have set up, there's tremendous dysfunction One thing that you have to think about is if you're a builder or a developer, what do you have to go through to build or develop within the city of Pueblo? How many different entities do you have to touch? How many people do you need to talk to? How many times do you have to talk to them? Maybe there's a problem there. I'm not pointing out any problems. I'm just saying maybe there's a problem there. Knowledge. The knowledge of city council. The knowledge of city council not being fully understanding the consequences of what we vote on and how we vote. And maybe we should be more energetic in the way that we address those things. And we should look at things whether it promotes growth or whether it hinders growth. So we're limited as a city council because we have no control over personnel. We don't have any control over literally how things are done. But what can council do? Well, we can do nothing and just allow things to go on the way that they go on, be happy with it, thinking that 152 permits a year are fine. Obviously, it pays most of the bills. Things are okay. The world's not going to come to an end if that stays the way that it is. Or we can do other things. And I'm throwing these out here because you may think that they're bizarre and that, wow, he must have been drinking when he came up with that idea, but I'm throwing them out there as the mayor often says, hey, I got hired to come up with solutions. I got hired to offer ideas. I got hired to try and not sit on the status quo, but to try and institute change and move things in a different direction. Maybe we consider creating and empowering a development czar. You know, as a government, we expect the mayor who has no development experience to be in charge of all development. I know that she has underneath her experts that know exactly what they're doing when it comes to development. But would it be helpful if there was even another layer, another third party, of somebody with control over all the departments who only answered to the mayor, who came out of the development industry and had the power to make decisions? I'm just throwing that out there. Consolidate development services with the county, or the county consolidate with the city. Should there be 2 planning departments within Pueblo, Colorado? Should there be 2 public works departments within Pueblo, Colorado? Should there be, basically you do that with regional building. They work autonomously. Just throwing that out there. Do we embrace Pueblo means business and move development services to the Wells Fargo building like it was originally intended, put everything under one roof, much like other counties do? And I'm going to be very careful through the rest of this. I'm not comparing us to anybody except us. So I don't know what the best is. I'm just saying I'm only comparing us to us. Would we be better? Could we do better if we were all in one place and we all had the same goal and all looking for the same results? We as a city council could approve and fund customer service training for all development departments. Is there a problem with customer service? Are all emails being answered? Are all phone calls being answered? Are all the processes happening the way that we envision them to be happening? Are customers satisfied? Do we survey our customers? Do we ask them, hey, how are we doing as a city with your development process? Is there anything we could do better? Is there anything we're missing? How can we help you help us? I think there's a genuine disconnect between a government and private entities that are developing. The government literally is there for the protection of the community, the protection of the citizen. That's why you have building codes. That's why you have all of these regulations in place, is to protect the people from being number one, screwed over by a developer, building faulty stuff that would endanger the lives of somebody. Ever be exceptions? Can there ever be, is everything black and white? Are there gray areas? And who's empowered to do that? How is our empowerment process? But most importantly, I think, as a city council, what we could do is support the administration in approving and investing in infrastructure to develop future sites. To me, that seems like the easiest answer and the one that city council could be most proactive in. Remember, I was talking about that piece of land over on the south side that maybe had 1,000, 1,200 building sites and geez, can you imagine what would happen if it got developed? Well, it's real. It's over there. If you go down Bandera Boulevard all the way to Thatcher, there's plenty of opportunity for development. But let me tell you why it's not being developed. It's not being developed because of the costs. We have to remember that a developer has to completely put the infrastructure into the site, subdivide the site, get everything ready, and recoup their costs. If the costs are so much because the city didn't invest in bringing the infrastructure that it has to the site, they're never going to develop it. It's going to sit there empty forever. I've been to communities where they have roads going to nowhere. And you go there and you say, geez, when did they have roads way out here in the middle of nowhere for? And you go back in 5 years and it's full of houses. And then you go, oh, I understand. Those roads that were going to nowhere, they were actually going somewhere because they had a plan and an idea of how to create residential development, which in turn created commercial development, which in turn created the dollars that a city needs to survive and thrive. And thriving is what we're talking about. So how do we invest in that? Well, we ask our administration and the people in charge to identify these opportunities, bring them to us, and move forward with getting this done, because we realize that that's the only way we're going to get to thrive as a community is if we get this residential development off the ground. Finally, what council should not do? Nothing. So I'll leave it at that. And I hope that I instill some passion into other counselors to get excited about this, to work with the administration, to identify areas in your districts that could be potential residential developments, work with it, and let's move Pueblo forward.
Thank you, President Ayla. Any comments from council? Anybody? Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to provide some information. So although these, I'm forwarding it to you right now, are the actual building permits that were pulled. So these very well could be single family, but when we talk about residential housing in total, whether that's duplexes or apartments, actually there was 417 permits pulled in 2024, not 157. So that is the total.
I don't know who they were pulled through.
I'm sending it to you right now.
Okay, that would be great.
So this includes all manufactured homes, single family and multifamily. So maybe if you were just pulling the single family,
no,
it could be
these numbers had single family, duplexes, and apartments.
Yeah. So this is the total, and it's 417 for 2024, and it almost doubled since 2023 at 173 permits pulled in 2023 and 417 pulled in 2024. I'll forward it to you right now.
Well, so we can argue semantics till the cows come home. There were not 400 permits pulled on apartment buildings in 2024. There's not a 400 apartment buildings going up. There's apartment buildings that have 400 units. That's what you're stating, right?
Correct, permits.
But
so
it's one permit.
You're say single family resident building permits. So there was 417 building permits pulled in the city of Pueblo in 2024.
Okay. We can see that. So I go back to the same argument that you can think that you're doing very good, or you can actually start doing very good. I'm not discounting the fact that good things happen in Pueblo and that there is building happening in Pueblo. I'm just trying to expand the horizon of our vision and to say that could we, and again, just asking the question, could we be better? Could we do better? If we're absolutely the best that we could possibly be and there's no room for improvement, then I'm satisfied. But I can't answer that question. All of us have to answer that question and say, are we doing the best we can? And is there room for improvement? And could we do better? Historically, along the Front Range, growth has gone crazy. Pueblo County is literally the last frontier of great economic development along the Front Range. I don't know where else they're going to go because they've literally built up the rest of the Front Range. Now they're going east. Why aren't they coming south? What's stopping them from coming south? Well, I'm not saying that that's just our building processes or our permitting processes. There's tons of things that are included in that. But if we change our thinking to always be looking at a pro-growth scenario rather than a no-growth scenario, then I think that good things happen. That's the point I was trying to make. The point I was not trying to make is that we suck and we're no good and nothing good is happening in the city, because I don't believe that at all. I think lots of good things are going good.
Good. Councilor Boston?
No, I just think what Mark said there's a lot of good things and there's a lot of room for improvement on that. No matter how good you are, I think there's always opportunity to grow and be better. Unless you're making my snickerdoodles, I guess those can't be better. So yeah, I think there is some good things in the works, like the redoing of the building codes involving all the developers with that board you sit on, trying to get some of the roadblocks out of the way. But yeah, we could always be better. We can always strive for more. And I think that is true. If you have enough places for people to live, then other things will come with it. So I hope that we can kind of start to build off that and continue to do better. And the infrastructure is something that I was going to bring up too, and some possible ways to work on that, because I think that is something, if we invest in our city and try to help out some of these developers or some of the other people that want to come in here, I think that would help us a lot more in the long term.
Councilor Martinez. Excuse me, Councilor Mabry.
Yeah, all permits are good. There are some that are better than others that bring a different type of revenue to our community. I grew up in a small town in the Bay Area that became a bedroom community, like a lot of the small towns around San Jose and San Francisco. And it really changes the dynamics of the community to become a bedroom community. And that obviously comes with residential development, because our housing prices can be less expensive down here than they are up north. And how we work towards that. We also have to have that transportation infrastructure between our city and the cities above. I'm glad to see the Highway 50 bypass being improved. Because I've always felt like we were designed to be bottlenecked to get to the highway from all the different exits. And so it's our turn. It's our time. I used to be a big proponent of PACOG and going to the PACOG meetings and wondering why Pueblo's highway access and access to the interstate wasn't like what we see up north. I mean, Trinidad has better highway of I-25 and their access points than Pueblo. Why is that? And so it does take a lot of different partners to make that happen, not just the developers. I am real big on creating what Mr. Hayes's department, Public Works, is trying to do on putting specifications on materials being used. And the quality of work that's being done, because, you know, we're riding on infrastructure that, driving on infrastructure that had no specifications, and that's why you get a lot of the roller coaster type riding down some of these streets that aren't very old. So it is, I know that we partner with Pura, and Pura is supposed to help and get the funds necessary for developers to have that infrastructure, grant monies and funding for some of that infrastructure. And so why I'm a little concerned about what's going on Pueblo Boulevard. We're having to put in the CDOT requirements, and that being a TIF district, and we're going to have to look at the half-cent sales tax economic development fund, because I'm not on the Pura board. I'd like to know why we don't have a pot in that TIF district that those businesses are located in, whether there isn't money in that pot to contribute towards that infrastructure needed there on Pueblo Boulevard. So we have these partners, they're the experts, right? They're experts that the city relies on here in council for us to make our decisions, for the mayor to rely on to provide those things for us. Why are we having to now look at a different pot of money for that when it should be coming from Pura and what they're doing? And then I look at, a 35-year dream that I know of a river walk that's still underdeveloped 35 years later. So, and a lot of it comes down to money. It takes money to do all of that, but of course, there is grant funding out there that we can apply for. There are pots of money. And there are a lot of thoughts 10 years ago, 5 years ago, that we still haven't pulled the trigger on. And so the cost of something goes from 5 million to 15 million, whereas we as a city aren't, proactive enough in getting those things. We've made a decision, the people have voted, why haven't we pulled the trigger? Why are we waiting for inflation to rise and the cost of building to rise before we do something? So I think that it's, we've got to be really cautious and conscientious about our decisions being made here and what's best. And sometimes even the people voted for it and it's, their dream, if we're still searching for money 5-10 years later and the cost keeps increasing, maybe we need to redesign the dream rather than pull the trigger on it. And so there's a lot to that. And I think it's going to take some collaboration from this council and with the mayor and these partners of PEDCO and Pura, because right now, we'd like to all see some more growth in this community. That's it.
Council Flores.
I serve on Pura, and I wish there was a way that they could solve all of our infrastructure problems. But imagine having, I think right now we have somewhere between 12 or 14 what's called TIF areas, and that's tax increment financing. And the way that Pura gets money, imagine that those 14 Pura districts we were running like a dairy, and those 14 districts will put a Jersey cow in all of that. There is only so much money that you can squeeze out of those districts because it all depends on the subsequent increment of the taxes that come out of the state and people buying goods and services in those areas. So that is not a solution that's going to take care of the problem on Pueblo Boulevard, because there's only so much money that comes out of these tax districts. They don't have a method of obtaining money. The only way they have resources is the power of executing bonds and having the ability to pay those off. I just wanted to say that because that's not an area. The other area is, I also serve on PEDCO, and there's going to be talk on this dais about somehow doing away with what the voters have asked us to do with this money, which is to fund primary jobs. And I see the day coming here shortly where this council is going to want to dip their hands into what the voters have been voting for 43 years, that we keep that fund in order to bring in new dollars. The other idea, if we do that, is like your dryer in your home, and you've got it stuffed with clothes. There are some people that want to change PEDCO into recycling the same clothes in this dryer. And that is not going to produce the economic development that I see in the future and what Mark sees in the future. And that is that we need new dollars coming in. That includes tourist dollars. But that's the way we're going to change things in Pueblo.
Okay. Anybody else like to add something real quick in reference to Mark's presentation? I think I brought this up last week or the week before. I'm really concerned with what we're battling with social media. And I said, my suggestion is if we could all look at the things that we research online for data, and we do it as investors. And that's important to me because when I'm doing research and I'm going fast, 2 words, bingo, get a lot of data coming back. And how accurate it is, I can't tell you. All I'm saying is when I'm searching and I put in things about Pueblo, the headlines ain't good, folks. They're really not good. So the narratives that come by, and you're an investor. How do we fix that? I don't know if it's through a public information you're a PIO, if it's the narratives. I know there's all kinds of things people do to make sure their headlines get the better placement than we do, the whole 9 yards. So I'm just wondering, are we looking at that, Mayor? Maybe you can see if you understand what I'm saying. I'm worried about that. I'm worried about the social media end of it.
Yeah, I think we're all worried. And, that was one reason why I came to you and asked you to approve that position in my office for social media and marketing. Unfortunately, we had to part ways with the individual I had hired previously, and we just had interviews for a new person last week. So that's definitely something that we'll work on, a campaign for the city to make sure that we are doing a positive overview on what the city can provide for developers or for people wanting to move here.
Do we have issues also? I was going to ask Mark in reference to residential. I know it's one thing and commercial is something else, but do we have the same kind of red tape issues with homes? Because there are investors that buy homes and buy, how's that?
I'm not saying that there's any red tape or problems. That wasn't again, I'm just saying I'm not aware personally of red tape problems or is doing something. I'm not aware of that. My presentation, I don't know what PEDCO had to do with it, but my presentation was simply on the fact of to change our thinking. That's all I was doing. I believe we could do better, and I think we could create more residential development than we have. That's the purpose. That's why I told you that lame story about the car dealership. Obviously, I should have used the easel and the colored pens.
Council Maestri.
Well, short of going into the home building business, maybe that's what you should move to.
Right. That it? And Council Boston.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to say is why settle for being Peyton Manning when you can be Tom Brady. you know?
No, that's not what you guys are saying. I don't think that was it.
Referencing more so, kind of one of the things you mentioned in what's printed out here on our little guide. You said something about a 5, 7, 10-year plan. I know this is something that you and I discussed, during one of our update meetings. Do you have any idea or want to kind of bring back that idea of trying to get that strategy in place for the next 5, 7, 10 years, whether it's a, bring someone in, bring all the counselors together and kind of give us a roadmap of where we want to be, some of the things we want to do. I mean, I thought that was great when we talked about it, at least. I thought this was kind of referencing that.
Yeah. And I think that it's part of our responsibility as a city council, and I think it's even in the charter. As a matter of fact, I know it's in the charter. We're to create our 5-year goals, our 5-year plan moving forward. And, that really doesn't get done. And I guess more of what I was talking about was more informational and saying, if we're interested in it, then we should work on that. And we should come back to council and say, here's what we believe a plan would be. And I think we should work with the administration on that.
Mm-hmm.
It should be a joint, we're in this together. And as Joe would say, we're a team. And we should be working towards the same goals and to the same ends. If I'm the only one that has that goal, then that's not something that
I have that goal now.
Well, there you go. So there's 2 of us.
Okay, we're good. Now you're up, Mr. Boston. You're up next.
Oh, I thought you were on the order.
I still have another one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mark Aliff, excuse me, President Aliff.
This will be real fast and easy because one of the goals that I've always asked for, and I think that it's the only fair process to the administration and to council, is that I think by April 1st, or I would ask the mayor this, Mayor, on your budget process, we will earnestly get into discussions and with staff and things like that.
We're going to be starting that shortly. As I think some of you are aware, you have a meeting with me and meetings of 2, I think, starting Monday to talk about union negotiations and what that looks like for 2026. So just right around the corner is when we'll be starting that process.
So, my thought process is this. I think it's unfair to the administration and unfair to us that we go through this process and in November we're saying, oh, I think you should cut another 5% out of the budget, or I think you should cut 10% out of the budget, or whatever. I think council should come together, whether it's in a work session, or it would have to be in a work session, to develop what our expectation is for the 2026 budget. So we can pass that, what our expectation is, over to the administration. So as the administration goes through their budget process, they have a clear understanding of what the expectation of city council is. I just think that's the right way to do it. And if everybody would be on board with that, I'd like to see a work session sooner rather than later to discuss that. If nobody wants to be involved in it, then let's don't do it. But if you think it's important, I think it's important. And I guarantee you the mayor, I would assume, would think that was important to have some kind of idea of what we're thinking moving forward. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else? Mr. Boston, you ready? Mark, you done? We'll make sure.
Well, do we have a direction on this? Does everybody want to see this on a work session?
Yes.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Boston. Excuse me. Sarah Martinez.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was at home feeding the baby.
It's okay.
For President Aliff, I walked in on the council goals. Are you talking about strategic plan for council?
No, on the work session?
No. When you say, like like our goal as council for the next 5 years, a strategic plan for that.
That's not what we were talking about. We're talking about just what our expectation is for the 2026 budget.
No, before that,
That was the strategic plan for the charter.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Council.
I think we should do both.
I love that idea. And I would love to have, I do think that that's in the charter to have a strategic, like, council has our top 5 or top 3 goals identified. So I think that that's a great idea.
It's not alphabetical order. It's not me. Okay, sorry, what?
Ready?
Yeah, we're ready, go ahead.
All right, so the first thing that I kind of talked about, I talked in a meeting once with Chief and Mayor about this prior, and Mark was there as well. But it was kind of like a camera pilot program or a community neighborhood watch program that would take place in some of the high priority areas of the city. We've had some of these cameras installed in some places. I noticed when I was having a lot of issues at the restaurant prior to me being on council, anytime they put one of those trailer cams anywhere, it kind of seems to deter crime when people know they're being watched. So I had an idea that I came to them with, and it started off as neighborhood watch, but that kind of fizzled out because of too much liability, and it would have to be more so community led. So then we kind of went on to this camera pilot program where we're going to try to do something where we put up some more of these cameras in some locations, and then we can link them to the real-time crime center. We could see some of these areas, like for instance, 4th and Hudson, we could, move the trailer from there, for instance, and have a camera there always watching and kind of keep an eye on some of these certain areas, or give out, ring doorbells to certain neighborhoods where a lot of crime is happening so that people can tap into the real-time crime center if they want. So that way there's more eyes on some of these problem areas, and we can kind of hopefully prevent some of the bad stuff that's happening, kind of more preventative rather than doing something after bad things happen. The original idea I was hoping was going to use some of those ARPA dollars that we had left over. I think there was, at the time, there was probably still 250,000 or something left. All that's been allocated now at this point, so we'd have to find a different source of funding. But I think just kind of focusing on some of those hotspots, showing the community and the neighborhoods that are screaming out for help on the east side or the west side or whatever. Hey, we have a problem. It shows that we're listening. We want to do something to help attack it. We want to do something to help prevent the issues from continuing on. I think it'd be showing good faith from council, good faith from city administration, good faith from police department, because I know some people think we don't care, or we don't see it, or we don't want to do anything to help. So doing this would kind of, I think help button up some of those concerns from the community and make us do our due diligence.
This is kind of music to my ears. I feel about the vehicle noise activated camera system, which I'm still waiting to get that done, but this falls on the same line. Joe.
In response to Councilman Boston's comments, the watch program doesn't work, folks. It doesn't work. Because nobody's going to leave your TV on the couch, go to the window to see what's going on. There is a program, and I think I've mentioned this before. I bring these things up saying Pueblo's a bad place. I love Pueblo. I wouldn't be here. The 4th largest city in the country has a program called Neighborhood Patrol. We did a Zoom meeting. The Phoenix Police Department and the mayor's office in the city of Phoenix in this neighborhood patrol program. There's government dollars for that program in terms of support. Time. We train people in the community, neighborhood. Example, Roseville Smelter, the east side. They have to pass background clearance. And again, we did a Zoom meeting 2 years ago. In charge of the neighborhood watch program was on the Zoom meeting with Detective Carnegie and myself. At the time, I invited Councilman Atencio, he attended, and some of the other members of the community. The program itself is very effective. There were government dollars available. Brian Carnegie and the Phoenix Police Department were willing to come here. As a matter of fact, they sent information to the Pueblo Police Department, which ended up in the file cabinet. Fact. Again, I'm not and Chief Moore was not involved at that time, okay? So he had nothing to do with this. We train people, we give them background, they have to pass background clearance, you give them 6 hours of in-service training. We provide them with a t-shirt, a cap, a badge. You have magnetic stickers for the car. If you're patrolling at night, you don't carry a gun, you carry a walkie-talkie, your cell phone. If you're walking in the neighborhood at night, you see a broken window, you walk up to the door, you ring the doorbell. If nobody answers, you call Crime Stoppers. If it's a life-threatening situation, an automobile accident, you call 911. Again, folks, there are things being done in other places that we need to take a hold of. This community has a lot of potential. But because we have so much pride, we feel that, you know, here we are. It's just like, again, it's a program that would work. It definitely would work. But now what we got a neighborhood watch program that's not going anywhere. Okay? And we have things going on all over the city. Union, vandalism into the thousands. Seabells, the cigar store, other buildings, other merchants in that area. And then as a result, we have a reputation that we're a crime-ridden city, one of the top in the country. And this is one of the greatest cities in the country because we have 4 congressional Medal of Honor winners, and not New York or Los Angeles or places like that don't have 4 congressional Medal of Honor winners. It's a great place. It's got a great climate. It's got a great group of people. And we got things going on here that we need to address, and we need to come into the 21st century and think ahead and not stay in a stable manner when we're getting nothing done. But that's a program that exists. As it relates to what Councilman Boston addressed, anyway.
So that's called Neighborhood Patrol?
It's called Neighborhood Patrol.
Thank you.
Councilor Boston, other go.
Anybody else want to comment on that?
Everybody's good. Councilor Maestri, sorry.
I just think of the Trayvon Martin tragedy when it comes to neighborhood patrol.
So, okay, let me clarify. That's not what this was.
No, I'm not saying that's what it was. I'm just saying we're looking for suggestions, right? You have something. I want to make sure that we should really be bringing the citizens into being in a police role in this community. We're taking a lot of chances when we do that. And so the only thing about the cameras, I did notice that there are a lot of lawsuits regarding the cameras, even with the real-time crime center cameras, as constitutionally, I guess, invasive to people. So whatever we decide to do, we just want to keep those in mind and see it limits us as to where we can put the cameras. And I would think that the only place we could put the cameras is on city-owned property. So that, all those boxes are checked before we would proceed with something like that. And, again, do we have the funds to do it? So.
Councilor Martinez, sorry.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm confused. Are all of these, is it just like hey, here are my goals for this year? Or are we going to be, talking about each one in depth?
You can bring up your goals you want, and we'll see how it goes. Maybe it's more appropriate for a work session. I don't know. I haven't read each independent council's goals. So what you're going to offer, I don't know. Okay.
Well, I guess to Councilor Boston's point, I think maybe we need to have a work session on this in the future because there's a lot of questions that don't feel appropriate at this time.
Okay. You good? Work session?
Yeah.
Okay. Next, Mr. Boston.
The next one was Airport Rejuvenation Project. This is kind of different. Greg, if you want to come up now so you can answer some of these questions that I'm going to have. So some of the ideas I've had, I'm kind of close to a lot of people out at the airport. I have a couple of friends that have hangars and stuff. And I've taken a lot of tours out there. I was just out there talking to Greg about the restaurant and whatnot. I think the airport's a hugely underutilized asset in Pueblo. I know we got a presentation on the dreams of the airport, getting the new project to revamp the airport and kind of give it a whole facelift. We had the airways come here and kind of give their presentations about the new airway that's supposed to be coming here. So there's some good things on the horizon there. But what I hear a lot from people is, you even said it yourself, hangar space is very limited all across the nation. And by the looks of it, on Pueblo Airport property, we have tons of undeveloped land. It seems like we could build a lot of hangars there for GA use, for, aircraft maintenance use. I've had people tell me that there's people that want to build private jet hangars and store their jets here that live in Aspen and things like that. It could be a lot of development on the airport, on the GA side, that could, help, I think, make the community better. So I was just curious, what are some of the things that these individuals would do? What are some of the roadblocks they might run into? Is there any way we can help? Like, what do you need from us in order to help some of that development move along at the airport?
Anybody? Comments? Virginia, your light's on.
I'm sorry, Greg. Thank you, Chair. Councilor Boston, excellent questions. And yeah, everything that we've discussed and that the community is discussing are all observations and valid, discussion points that we have definitely looked from the airport administration side of things and from the mayor's office and their support. There's plenty of land, as you've seen. And it comes to the simplest, most basic question is, the land is there, it belongs to the city. Does the city see the advantages of investing in our own infrastructure to where we can then create a revenue stream? Obviously, the answer would be yes, but coming up with that initial capital investment is what the difficult part is, because we have our funds obviously are fixed or are already accounted for in most cases. So to bring that out to the airport, I think from a full city umbrella, probably a little bit less of a priority on everything else I see you guys doing good work on. And I try to keep that in mind, because I could really be in the mayor's office or in Brian's ear daily saying, I need money for this, I need money for this, because look, it'll help us make this much money. And they've been very receptive to that and the opportunities that I have had with them. Most recently, we had an opportunity to try to lure a large event, and everybody seemed very, very supportive of that. And that really opened my eyes to the support our airport has from our community and our region in general. So to backtrack to your specific question, what can we do to try to inspire some more construction of hangars in particular? I'll share with you one project that's ongoing now. It's in the construction phase, but it is being funded by the FAA itself to build more hangars on our airfield. To the point, President Aliff, we have had this vision at the airport. We stubbed in some taxi lanes that have been sitting vacant, and people are wondering, why do we have that there? Why do we have that there? Well, hopefully by the end of this year, we will see development there and say, that's why we have that there. So there's 10 hangars coming that will be owned by the city for a stream of revenue that, of course, we still have to now take on the responsibility of constant maintenance of those. If the door breaks, if the lights go out, if the heaving in the pavement like we like to see here in Pueblo, or that we're used to seeing, we'll have to be responsible for fixing that. We cannot somewhat ignore it after the investment has been made in our infrastructure. We have to account for those going forward as well. So although the FAA is paying for these, there is a commitment that the city is going to undertake to maintain them for the foreseeable 40 plus years and longer for the lifetime of our airport. So that's I just want to point out that one positive construction opportunity. But even in that construction project, it's not our money. We're not investing in ourselves. Our taxpayers are, the FAA is. We've demonstrated enough positivity from our vision and from what the city of Pueblo is doing that the FAA seems it worthwhile to say, let's invest in Pueblo. Let's keep their airport viable. Let's give them a stream of revenue. And of course, we have to meet a lot of criteria, and we are going to have to make those commitments to keep that functioning. As far as private entities coming in, I think our mindset has been, and we've somewhat
seen a benefit of that over the last 4 or 5 years that I've been in the director position, because I think it created a little more stability. When we had a lot of turnover in that position and some visions that were completely airline related, or some visions that were completely, other revenue streams related, I think me being able to now push my vision a little bit forward, and I say this by knocking on wood, but my stability in that position, I do feel like we are able now to go after and be aggressive and try to get some folks to come in and believe in the vision of Pueblo, the city of Pueblo, believe in the vision of the Pueblo Airport, and to invest in our community. Forget. Do you have anybody that's working on a concrete business plan? Because all the ideas and plan are not going to get you where you got to go. Do we have plans instead of just snapping the finger and, hey, boom? Do we have business plans, strategic plans, any of that stuff? Is that being produced by your folks at the airport? So yes, we do have a long-term vision. We have a short-term vision, long-term vision plan, which was encapsulated in what's called a master plan. We hired a consultant to come to town and do that for us on our behalf, analyzing data, FAA-related data, Pueblo economic-related data, and they somewhat laid out our airfield and showed us where the potential positions of growth and business would be, even just adjacent to the airfield itself. So take a step forward on that plan, because a lot of these plans, they end up in 3 years later, it's in some back room. Sure. Are we going to act on this plan? So the majority of this plan is to take advantage of some FAA opportunities, because the FAA will not provide us grants without having this plan in place, so that they know it is our vision and they're funding stuff that's helping to promote our vision and our long-term sustainability. So that's all in place. Now, of course, somebody could come out of the woodworks and UPS, a FedEx, and I want to put a cargo carrier right here, a cargo distribution plant right here, where on our master plan it says, oh no, this is supposed to be a hangar for maintenance. Well, no, it has that flexibility. So anything that comes to us can still be scrutinized and be compared and analyzed against what our vision is and what our master plan is. So we have a start date for breaking ground, and we have an end date, correct? For this hangar, any projects you have, and right now they're assessments or studies, whatever else we're paying for. Do we have a plan where we're actually going to see some progress visually that we could say, hey, here's a victory here? I need that on paper. Yes, sir. I think this hangar development is going to be one that we can really look back to and say, yes, we have shown some growth. Do you have any idea of a range of a date when that's going to happen? Fall of 25. Fall of 25. This construction season for FAA is generally summer. So it will be done this year. Okay. Anybody else? Joe, you have anything? You have your light on? Oh, sorry. Good. Brett?
No, I was just, seems like the biggest hurdle you're saying you're running into is funding. So can they not build their own hangar on that free land, or that open land? I mean,
the land that is available is, I'll try to do the unbridged version here. The FAA, the United States of America gave us that land and said, you must run an airport on it. The city said, thank you, we'll take it, we'll run an airport. So all the available land there is city property, with the caveat that it's going to remain the property of the city. So then someone can build on it with what's called a ground lease for a 40-year term, if that's what we decide to negotiate amongst the parties. So they can be there long enough to recoup their investment if, again, private entity is building, and they can make some money off that and have some sense of security that they have a place to put up their business. But they have to, again, meet specific criteria for building on an airfield and meet a demand for aviation-related business, and then we can have those discussions with them. So it's not the easiest thing to do, but it's not difficult by any means. And I will somewhat agree with President Aliff's with his statements about just not necessarily red tape, but the somewhat
it's not a familiar process for those who are looking, especially from out of town, to go through our process to build on city property, because again, the airport is city property. So as anybody would come to build in the city, they would do the same process to build on the airport with the added additional FAA scrutiny that's involved with that too. So just some height restrictions and distance restrictions from the usable pavement for the aircraft. So it's not impossible, but it's not cut and dry easy either. I can't, as my buddy Brett, come in and build something. You know, it has to go through the city processes and the FAA processes as well.
Council Maestri.
I don't know anything about airports, but I'm going to ask you a question.
Sure.
We're looking to, you know, we're always looking to grow the airport, to have more commercial service. You know, a commercial carrier, people are flying in and out of Pueblo. Have we ever looked at making just a really good municipal small plane airport with more hangars? I mean, can we generate revenue that way? Because you got to think that the people that are using, I'm assuming they're using the airport in Springs for their municipal purposes or their small planes and so forth. I don't know how much that costs. Would it be more cost effective for them to have their planes here if we had, you know, the hangar space, just more hangar space, and just built up more like an aviation facility park, an aviation park with all different things for the smaller planes? Or has that ever been looked at, that opportunity to grow that business?
Councilor, yes, actually, that is something that's been asked. And we did look at that pretty hard. The FAA has given us a lot of money in our infrastructure improvements and upgrades. And a lot of that is based on the idea that we are going to maintain commercial service. So if we decide that, even as a city, that no, we don't no longer want to worry about selling airplane tickets and just let's be a small airport in your terms, the FAA would have something to say about that, to the point of, you know, hey, we put just this year or last year, $10 million plus into revitalizing our primary runway. They would come knocking on our door, I think, pretty hard, saying, you know, we made that investment in Pueblo because we want to keep you connected with commercial service. And for us to kind of turn the cheek on that and say, yeah, thanks, but no more for us because it's too much, or we're not seeing the value in that, they're going to disagree, unfortunately. But that is somewhat the agreement we made with them by accepting their funds, which we are very thankful. I think we should all realize that, to Councilor Boston's point, it is an asset, and the idea that we have done minimal investment, and I'm not blaming anybody in this room. And unfortunately, it is one of the harder parts of my job to recognize that and to call that out correctly and say, you know, it's going to seem like my hand's out saying, I need money, I need money, I need money. But that is what it's going to take out there to tear down the big Blitz hangar or revitalize the big Blitz hangar, the big blue one out there for a potential commercial business on the airfield, an aviation related business for hangar storage space, to build hangars, because, you know, we hear every day that there's a hangar deficiency, and would it be easy for us to just start capitalizing on parking aircraft inside hangars if we just built them? Yeah, we just got to build the hangars, right? Well, it does $1 million is the last 1.2 million was the last hangar we built on the airfield in 2021. And it's actually a part of the museum's footprint. They got an endowment to increase their space for renovation. Beautiful hangar, state of the art. Something like that on our fence side, where we could charge airplanes that would typically stay in Aspen and instead come to Pueblo for our rate. You know, we could probably make a killing off it, but where's that $1 million up front is what's kind of stifling our ability to do that.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a lot of pressure.
Sorry, Mr. Boston.
So if people wanted to build, though, you're all for it.
Yes, sir.
So,
if I may recount two instances of folks who came to my office and said, we're ready to build, and we identified a spot. One gentleman currently on the airfield came to me and says, there's a hangar on this spot. I'd like to tear it down and put it up. and put up a flight school. And I was all aboard. I said, yeah, let's do it. It's good growth. It's good construction. Brought it to the mayor's office and they were definitely on board as well. We looked at this gentleman's proposal and it seemed awfully low on his estimate. He says, I could do it for $500,000. Well, we're talking about a hangar that's in the building office space and stuff. So thinking, well, maybe a metal building, 4 sides and a roof, perhaps in that price range. Well, I asked him, I said, we're ready to move forward with this. We want to support your opportunity here. Dig a little deeper, get yourself a really good estimate. We need to see bonded licensed contractors, bonded licensed architecture, all those things that protect the city from somebody just putting 2 boards together and calling it a building. Got a call from him about 10 days later and said, it's going to cost about triple that. Unfortunately, we're just going to hold off right now and we're going to wait and see what happens. And I said, well, when you're ready for that opportunity, we would sure like to have that discussion yet again. So I've seen, that was just the one example. Another one was, hey, I have big dreams. I want to build another hangar. And I think that I asked that individual to come to me with a plan, put it down in writing, and it seems to die there on the vine. So I think what I've seen there in at least my 14 almost years of being at the airport is there's a lot of good intentions. There's a lot of good ideas. But when you try to put the pencil to paper to see how to make it happen, it just seems to fizzle out. So I don't want to be the one that breaks the pencil or tries to fizzle any of that. I try to be supportive of everybody's vision, and because I do believe in the better interest of the airport, if it makes sense, I'm going to support it. So
This is some detailed stuff. We're going to have to move along.
certainly.
Brett, do you have another?
Yeah, I can cut off one of my things too if I have to. We can save it for a work session.
Okay.
But one of the other things I wanted to talk about, which is the hot topic, is the potential repurposing. You're good, Greg. Of Petco.
Thank you, Mr. Pedrosa.
So I don't know how much money exactly is in the fund. Do we have that number? But I know it's quite a large sum of money.
I think it's a little over 70 million.
70 million. So I understand the idea of what it was originally created for, was to bring primary jobs to Pueblo. But when we're talking about investing it in other ways, because we haven't really seen a lot of return in the last 5 years, as we were talking about at the last meeting, the mayor's not satisfied. I could say personally, I haven't seen enough really in myself that I would say I'm 100% satisfied with how the money's being spent. Why are we just building up such a huge sum of dollars if we're not going to end up doing anything with it? And with the chance this year to potentially see if we can use that money in other ways to possibly benefit the community, I think it's at least a discussion that we should be open to having. What we needed 43 years ago maybe isn't what we need today. A lot of things have changed in that time. And I think it would be irresponsible of us to not consider the possibility of what those funds could possibly be used for. Whether it's things like the infrastructure on Pueblo Boulevard. I know everybody says you're incentivizing fast food restaurants, but that's not the way I see it. I see it as investing in developing the community, bringing more businesses, more jobs. There are some jobs that could come from that are higher paying, whether it be management, more business owners, tire shops pay more than that as well, as far as I'm aware. And it would kind of lay the groundwork for more development. You're talking about tourism, wanting people to get off the highway. Well, when you're driving up through Springs and, all the other cities north of here, and you see these big signs on the side, like they just put in, for like Brews and the Senate. Well, right there on the Pueblo Boulevard exit, if you got, 5 gas stations now and 7 restaurants right there, maybe people will stop in Pueblo and stop at this location rather than move up past Pueblo to Springs. They got the big development going on by Love's. People, if we start developing more of those things right off the interstate, I think more people will get off the interstate for tourism or, for the downtown area, stop here, eat at the restaurants we have here. So I understand what you're saying by building a second Chipotle or a second Chick-fil-A could take away from the first ones. Well, is that a possibility? Yes, but I think it will it provides more opportunity. If those houses are going to be built on the south side, more people are going to, need more places to go out. So I just thought it would be important to possibly bring up the conversation of spending those Petco dollars differently, seeing if there's better ways to spend them than what we currently have written, because I kind of feel like with the way it is now, it's just fallen stagnant. We haven't really got a lot of return out of it. And it just kind of seems in a sense, like Ted says, a wasted fund.
Well, I looked at a counselor that's on sitting on Pedco. Dennis, you have any thoughts on this?
No, I just, want to reiterate a little bit of the history because it's not as simple as just dipping our hand into this pool and doing this. This is a 43-year-old institution in the community, and it was really created by the voters. It wasn't, they're the ones that looked at the ballot, and the ballot is clear of what the money is supposed to be used for. So when you talk about making a change on this, you have to recognize that the voters in the community wanted it this way. In fact, there's been, over the last 43 years, there's been a couple of times where it had to go back out to the voters with somebody wanted to tweak it like you're suggesting, and it was voted down. There's actually been 2 failures. And then they had to put it back to the way they had originally voted on. So all I'm doing is just throwing out a cautionary thing that what you're dealing with here is a true and tried focus of how we utilize that money, and it's not just an ordinance we could pass here and say we're going to do it. You have to go back out to the voters, and obviously in November you will have to convince a lot of people, including the 250 business people that are tied into this. You would think that they'd want to do something else with it. No, they want to leave the primary job focus in that. So it's very, very important. There's some people that are saying, well, we haven't had much activity now. But I got to tell you, in the last 43 years, ironically, I've been using an example of Gary, Indiana, and several other steel cities. And there was an article in, I don't know if it was a Wall Street Journal, that was talking about Gary, Indiana falling apart because they didn't have what we put together here in Pueblo. They basically, their population came from the same level we are at 110, and now there is 60,000 populated city that's on the ropes. And they were talking about decimated neighborhoods, communities that you can't even recognize Gary, Indiana anymore, and the other cities, Youngstown, Ohio. So I think it's been very successful. If we're going to try to tweak this and put it on the ballot, I guarantee you that that there'll be a lot of people that are not going to be keen on this. And who knows?
I got to get a clarification. You said on it. And just from what I've learned about Petco, job creation, job retention, job expansion, I got it. I think their hands are tied because what the voters put in place, they're even trying to do some creative things with rentals. And can you explain how much outreach can they do when their hands are so tied?
One exception is during COVID. There's exceptions that can be done. And then there's been exceptions like the 603 grants that we gave during COVID and 34 loans that we gave to businesses. We were able to do that because it was kind of an emergency situation. But and I think there may have been another for the convention center through the RTA project. We made an exception there because it was so there are exceptions right now. Finding those exceptions, you need to get our legal department involved as to what we can and cannot do. There would be possibilities of well, there is, but we do use money for infrastructure, like the St. Charles Industrial Park out where Vestas was at and GCC. We have invested a lot in bringing in the sewer line up into that area and other kind of infrastructure things. So there are exceptions, but to incentivize retail and service companies that already exist in the community, all you're doing is recycling that money within the city, and it's not going to produce.
Would it be accurate to say, I'm just thinking, what's the benefit to them having 65 million or so, whatever, it's not good for their mission. I mean, I think they probably want to get that money out and utilize it as much as they can. But the idea that they're holding it and they're getting this big piggy bank going, that's I've heard so many different stories about this, and it kind of drives me a little crazy.
Yeah, and it's not that money sits in our coffers here, under a line item. The money is controlled totally by this city council.
Thank you. Okay. Regina?
I think our responsibility as council members in this community is not to come up with an idea of how we think that the money should be spent better. When I was out there campaigning, and we were talking about, with citizens about how they didn't like Petco. And they said, people would say to me, well, what do you think we should do? Well, I'm not the expert. Are you an expert? Is anybody here an expert? But what I should do as a council member is recognize it, see that there's a problem, and turn around and put out an RFP for other organizations to come in here and compete with what they're going to offer us and how our community needs to grow, because they are the experts in this. Petco isn't the only company in the United States that does this. Every city across the nation has some form of economic development within the city department, or an organization that advises the city. And so we should not ever turn around and start nitpicking on what we do with the dollars. We should first be responsible and get someone who has an expertise in economic development to come in here. And I think we could do that through the RFP process and have them. And you know what? Maybe Petco might step up. Maybe they won't have excuses. Maybe they might see that it's really important. Maybe they need to do something different with the expertise within their organization to do something different, right? This is their hometown. This is their legacy. They might, you never know. They might, but if we do nothing, then we're just going to continue again.
Is there another somewhere in the United States that operates on the same kind of restraints that voters put on here?
RFP, they're going to tell us, well, you might need to tweak this or tweak that. This is a better use of the funds. Let them tell us what we need to consider.
Sorry, Martinez.
I'm just thinking in an effort of time, maybe this could be a work session further on.
Right.
That's okay. I just wanted to at least discuss this because, I think it's stagnant in the current state. I'm not trying to dictate how they spend dollars. I'm not trying to maybe say I'm an expert at any of this. I'm just saying with the way it's worded, in my opinion, I'm not discounting anything that's happened over the last 43 years. Maybe you're right when it comes to Gary, Indiana and such, but I just think maybe it's a discussion that needs to be had. Ideas need to be considered, and we can see what happens at a work session.
Okay.
But right, we can move
I
on.
didn't direct that towards you.
No,
Just
no.
in general.
None of this is targeting anyone. This is all constructive conversation. Trust me, there's no bad blood in any of this.
So we're going to, is there any other?
No, I'll reserve my stuff for work session in the future.
You're up next.
Okay. I've got 3 items and I'll try to be brief. I've got 3 goals. One of them is workforce development. The second is marketing the city of Pueblo, and then revisiting my idea of a couple of years ago of having an internal auditor. And I think I'll start with workforce development. When this council gave me permission to work on a dashboard, I was hoping that the dashboard would give us data that would tell us, what is going on in our community involving jobs and why we have the situation that we have in the community. And one of the things that jumps out right away, and I'm using the last quarterly dashboard that came out. And by the way, we don't control this dashboard anymore. You guys gave me permission to do it for 2 years. Petco now is the entity that has the contract with Tatiana Bailey, our economist. But here's this was December of 24, just a couple of months ago. In the city of Pueblo, we have 4,475 people that are unemployed, and we have 2,702 job openings. And so why do we have that weird kind of numbers? Is that we're not training people in the right jobs. And as an example, as of November of 2024, there was 223 job openings if you had a degree as a registered nurse. There was 110 retail sales slots. There was 60 slots open for heavy and tractor trailer drivers. Nurse practitioners, there was 40. I mean, so you go on. And of course, we have our own problems in the city with having that number varies, I guess, as far as lacking about at least on average 40 police officers. So we have an opportunity as a community to be involved in a project that's being created right now with the University Pueblo community, Colorado State University Pueblo, Pueblo Community College, and the Workforce Consortium, which is a large state agency, to work on this project, to start training people where the jobs are at. And I would like to, to work on this. And why do we want to do this? Because it for people in our community, we have an opportunity to help people find jobs in the community and advance their careers. And as they advance their careers, they earn more money and we get more sales tax. It helps businesses stay competitive. And for our society, it increases employment and economic growth. So I think that the city should be involved in this consortium or partnership with the university and the community college to try to start having training that really is going to land up with young people or people that want to change their occupation into a job that really pays them well. So we should be involved in job training. We should be, we should be involved in apprenticeship programs, workforce development, career centers. We should all be doing this together as a community. And I think it's going to pay dividends in the long run. But we've got to align our job openings with people that are unemployed. And I think this is something that I'd like to work on.
Quick question, real quick on that.
Sure.
Do you have a state workforce center with a 2nd or 3rd Street? Okay, you want to answer to that, Brian?
I don't know much about it, but yes, we do have a workforce center. I think it's on 2nd or 3rd, whichever street the Shamrock is on. It's a block up from that.
Okay. Just curious. I'm sorry, Dennis.
No, that's in a nutshell one of the projects that I want to work on.
Marketing is the next one.
Yeah, let me see the next one.
Yeah.
Okay, all of you know that when we went through the budget process, we took out almost $700,000 out of the Pueblo Zoo's budget, almost $300,000 out of the Greater Chamber budget. We took out $200,000 out of the Art Center. So that's approximately $700,000. And I'm really concerned about where we're going in the direction of marketing our community. I totally failed as a city councilor in kind of making my case that this was, we should never have done that. I mean, it's like shooting ourselves in the foot. But as I thinking more and more about this, we're going to have to figure out I've talked to all three of these organizations, and they're going to continue marketing Pueblo, but not at the level they were before. And one good example of why the money was well spent, and I've got the example with the Greater Pueblo Chamber, they increased their income by $1.3 million as a result of the chamber being involved with these tourist consortiums up in Denver and organizations in which they get to go to trade shows with people that want to have a convention in a smaller community if they're smaller organizations. I'm not giving the chamber all the credit for that increase, but they certainly deserve some of the credit. Same way with the zoo, same way with the art center. So I'd like to see some sort of a plan as to, since they're no longer going to be doing what they were. I want to know how the city itself is going to be helping and marketing Pueblo, especially in the way of our brochures, the magazines that you see that are being produced. I'd like to see a professional. I'd like to see a professional company do videos of all the amenities that we have in the community. There's no other city that has a population of 110 to 130 that even comes close to the amenities that we have in Pueblo. And I'm talking about cities like Westminster, Centennial, Thornton, those kinds of cities, not even close to the amount that we have, but we don't really have a good focus in telling the public to do things like that. I think we need to do more in the way of our channel, our government channel, in that 75% on this channel is using videos that are over 10 years old, and notices on there that go back a year or so, and a lot of black time. So we have a beautiful opportunity in our government channel. And of course, we would have to talk. PCC is doing a great job with the amount of resources that we give them to have the citizens see our meetings, et cetera. But there's so much more that we can be doing there. And obviously, billboards that will bring them down off of I-25 and Highway 50. I'm really concerned about that much being taken out of our budget for marketing. And I just think the city's going to have a plan. I keep hearing that we're going to be taking over some of the marketing, but I haven't seen anything.
I'd like to just add a comment to that. Sure. I'm concerned about these agencies, looking at raising money, funding activities, how do they reach someday self-sufficiency or sustainability? What plans have they put forward to say, eventually you're going to have to get on your own? At what point? And I understand they do, and I can't verify because I don't have access to their data. But what point do we start thinking that way here? When you have somebody that has the capabilities that they have and that resources they have now to start reaching out and creating their own sense of place and things that they can get done and sustain themselves. Why are we not thinking like that?
If you're talking about the Pueblo Chamber, there isn't a community in the United States that doesn't have a chamber. Chambers were really created by citizens to promote their businesses, to market the community, to bring in events. So from the very beginning, when Pueblo was created, there was always a chamber here that was doing the marketing and doing a lot of the things that
what do they do with the money that they get from Chili Fest? How's that? And then I hear we're not supposed to go into the purview. We're on the purview to get into that. But what if that money into Chili Fest? Where is that going?
You're asking me an accounting question. I mean, I can't answer questions like that. They have their own board. They have their own autonomy. If you are disillusioned by the people that serve on their board and you don't think they're doing a good job, you should, go ask them. I have no idea.
I'm just curious. I think it's a lot easier to put your hand out and get money from somebody like the council as opposed to providing some of the things you should be doing to get self-sufficient. That's just my only argument. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No. I think it's a valid question. And then the third, anybody else have any questions? Did you have some?
I was just gonna make the comment, you said, like, for instance, last year, the chamber's income went up by 1.3 million.
No, the Portal Convention
Oh, I
Center.
think you said the chamber. Okay, that's what I was gonna say. Wow.
Yeah,
They're losing
I
200,000.
was giving them partial credit because I know that they brought in several conventions. And so you need to spend money if you're going to get this rate of return to your community. And this is all part of economic development. And then the last thing is going back and let's see where I put this. Yeah.
Go through it, marketing right then.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to the next one. Got it.
Okay, I brought this back and it's been 3 years since I had this idea. In fact, this money was in the budget to hire an internal auditor. And when I say internal auditor, it's not a CPA that's auditing the books or producing a reviewed financial statement or a full audit of the city. That's a completely different thing. And what this internal auditor is, it's very similar to the person that was hired to do the nonprofit analysis that was hired to do that. This is much broader. This is done with very large organizations. And the only interesting thing is that an internal auditor doesn't answer to the CEO or the CFO, or in this case, the city council, to the mayor. It would report to us directly as a city council. And this internal auditor would be involved in a lot more than just looking at financial statements. This person would work on behalf of the city council, would look at, risk management issues. That person would look at contracts, promises made to the city that maybe somebody needs to look at and see why we didn't, get the promises that they said they would. They would review the promises that were made on the incentives that we've provided, various businesses. They would be involved in operational planning, fraud examination, kind of a lot of risk management stuff that's done in forensic audits, understanding and improving policies and procedures. And I think that in the overall scheme, that person could sidestep lawsuits that we could be involved in. There could be cost reduction measures for our departments by somebody looking at that. Information system improvements and additional technology support. And I really think that we need to seriously think about that. We thought it was a good idea for nonprofits. Why not a good idea for every department to be scrutinized and look at where we can be saving money?
They have a similar just what you're talking about. It's called the Budget and Policy Project in Denver, where the city council has that authority that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Same exact program.
Yeah. So at some time, I'd like to have that discussion as we move forward.
We good? Anybody else? Any other goals? You good, Mr. Flores?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go to, I'm going to bypass mine, go to Councilor Maestri. You're up next. Excuse me?
L.
Oh, so MAEMR, she's after you.
Latino.
I forgot about Joe. I'm sorry, Joe. It's easy to forget about you, Joe. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Latino. Thank you. Got to learn how to do the alphabet. Okay, Joe, it's up to you.
What we're going to talk about today are a few things that are going on the east side, or District 2. First of all, we're going to have a grocery store. And the grocery store will be placed where the old or current Span Elementary School was. That whole building will be raised, demolished. I met, and I also have a committee that met with me and the executive director of the program, Cheryl Anderson, met here in the council chamber, not the council chambers, but in the work session room in the meeting room there off the side. We had a very good meeting, very eventful. And so it's an exciting thing that's going to happen. We will continue to meet with Cheryl. And it's something that's been needed in our district and the folks in that particular part of the city, District 2, have needed for a long time. So I'm excited to announce that. And we're moving forward with that program. Again, the current Span Elementary School will be demolished completely. And the new complex will come up.
Can I ask a question about that, Councilor Latino?
What's that?
Can I ask a quick question about that?
Sure.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Who's paying for that?
It's a federal program. It's a federally subsidized program.
Like SNAP and WIC, or?
It's again, SNAP or WIC, however you want to describe it. Yeah, but it's a federally subsidized program. It's out at the headquarters in Denver.
Does this guy have a name for the grocery store? They have the name for what brand or?
No, there's no name for it yet. Okay. We're not that far along, but it will be coming up.
Do we know if it's for sure going to get funded, given the federal administration?
It is going to be funded. It's the monies are already there.
Okay.
The monies are already there.
Is it a contractor?
There'll be contractors involved, yeah, but the contractor's not involved at this point. Okay. We're working on that as we move along and with Cheryl, and we have our committee going, and she met with us as I said last week for a couple hours, and we'll begin to move forward with this program.
Council Flores.
Oh, I didn't have a question. Sorry.
Okay, Joe, keep on going here. I guess
we've had Vandy. I'm sorry.
I guess my handle for this is this what the food desert kind of solution thing we're looking for?
Yes.
Is that it? Okay, just curious. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
I had a question.
Monique Mades was part of the Mayor Gradishar's staff, was involved in it as well. She showed up because Brandy Atakai from Rocky Mountain Stair wasn't able to attend. So it's a combination of all those organizations, Sarah.
Yes, Councilor Maestro, I'm sorry.
Is that a federally funded program, and that there's money there? Has that money been granted to this committee?
Yes.
It has been granted?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
We've had some other things that have not been so good, like vandalism and robberies in the downtown area. And we're working on that. We had one of the merchants show up at our last city council meeting and spoke. We had another breaking vandalism at the Great Divide on Santa Fe. And the merchant next to the Great Divide had their windows shot out and broken. And then the merchant next to them, same thing. And so they've got it on camera, and this department is working largely to help. The DICE team's been good to work with us. We've had some problems also with people walking into Walgreens in Belmont and walking out with product. And if they're doing it with Walgreens or doing it in other places, that's why your prices are going up for product. Okay. Then they're not stopping them. You know, they're not, Walgreens doesn't have a security force. They're completely dependent on the Pelley Police Department. And again, they're doing the best they can with everything else that's going on. So those are not so good things. We've had some homeless situations again on the Lower East Side with one of the houses that was burned down. We had homeless people in there again last week. And the little, or the two houses actually, one that burned down and the one that had tenants in it, young family, that burned that house down, and the lady next to them, Anne Marie, she's scared to death about what's going on as it relates to them and what we're not doing or what we're doing. And again, we work very hard in the police department to clean out the Fountain Creek. Back under the bridge on 4th Street. And so there's some things going on. Again, it's a problem, and it's not only a problem here, it's a problem in other places, but we're trying to do some things. We will be talking about at this next meeting, I believe, a next city council meeting, a city code charter as it relates to the homeless standing, sitting, lying, and putting up tents in the downtown areas or in areas where there's merchants, etc. Trying to do something about that. We had a fire on Main Street in one of the buildings there that belong to one of our business owners, and we had the homeless on the second floor there and burned the building. So we've got that. They fixed that now, but again, this is an issue we have to deal with, and I'm sorry that the information I'm giving you, except for the grocery store, is not the best, but we're doing things on the east side. We've got, thanks to Captain Anderson and Sergeant Smith and the Crime Narcotics Division, they've done a lot of great things on the east side. We've cleaned up a couple cartel areas, and so we're cleaning the area up, and it's a place now where people, I think, are going to be able to walk the streets at night and to some degree and feel safe. And we can thank the Pueblo Police Department, Captain Anderson, Sergeant Smith, of course, the chief, for his guidance and direction and moving us forward in that area. So we're working at it in Pueblo. Okay. As I said earlier, I'm not a big proponent of the neighborhood watch program, and we really do need to look at the neighborhood patrol program that they had in Phoenix. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilor May, if I'm doing my alphabet right, Councilor Maestri, MAE. It's up to you, Councilor.
Okay. So, there's another little controversial topic, removing comments from Facebook Live.
No,
Well,
that's not controversial.
yeah. Well, I've done my homework, and so we'll get a legal, before I start to talk about why I brought this forward, let's just get a legal opinion from Mr. Gifford.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So
Thank you.
I want to just make sure we're talking about the same subject here. Are we talking about deleting individual comments or turning off comments?
Turning off comments.
Courts have held that that's fine. Again, if we go back to what we were talking about earlier today, creating public forums, just as on a work session, we don't have a public forum. There's no right for people to comment on Facebook. So that is a tool that council can have if they want to turn off. I don't even know if it's possible to do. I would have to talk to Haley or someone more well-versed in Facebook. But if you can turn off comments so that no one can comment, that's fine. If you get into the process of deleting certain comments, that's where I would caution against doing that type of behavior.
Okay, and so.
Sorry, Ms. Stoller wants to make a comment. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and we have discussed it with PCC, and we do have the ability to turn off the live comments before we start streaming these meetings, and then to turn them back on for other postings on the city's Facebook page.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So like I said, I get approached quite often, whether that be by phone or in public, about the comments and how they are disruptive to people watching the meetings. I've had even, I've even had Councilor Gomez's spouse call me and was just looking for some helping her to understand how, I deal with some of the comments that are said, and consolation and so forth. Here's the thing. I took this position knowing exactly what I was going to face. I have no qualms about that. When I say this is the people's house, because I do say it's the people's house, when a group of people, I know exactly when I said it too, and that was when a group of people approached the dais prior to the meeting. They can come in. We have people approach the dais prior to meetings all the time. They have the right to come here and listen and be informed about what's going on in their city. And so we expect a decorum in the room. We don't have open comments on the cable channel, and the open comments on the live feed are starting to turn citizens away from watching the live feed. They should be respected as well as anyone who wants to watch the meeting. We've gone through the comments. The comments don't even pertain to what we're talking about on council, which is a huge disappointment. And when people from out of town, like developers, businessmen, those interested in coming and doing business here in our community, get on that Facebook live feed to see what's going on, it's just really embarrassing that we have these community members that are talking about making fun of each other's gender and saying, who's your boyfriend, or telling one male, oh, you must have a boyfriend. And they just say such ridiculous stuff. If they want to come and they have something that they're very concerned about, they have the same as the people in the room, the same on Channel 19, to come and sign up for public forum. We've made it easy for them. They can call in and get into the lottery with and talk on Zoom and state their case and carry their signs. But this is all really about a level playing field of decorum across every platform where the city council meeting is in session. Again, like I said, there are just a lot of people that just turn it off. And then you have a lot of the disruptive people leave, and then we go back to business. Well, people who are really wanting to talk about and learn about the business of this council are leaving and not coming back because of the chaos that goes on during the commentary.
I need to throw something in because I've been married 46. I'm trying to make it to 47 years. That's the goal here. But I don't agree with my wife. Simply because I can take the hits just as good as anybody else. I look at the exposure rate on some of this stuff on Facebook. I call it the Facebook echo chamber for the lollipop kids out there. And I'm concerned that the exposure they actually get, even in their own Facebook arena, is only 2.6%. I looked it up. So it's not what we think it is because we're immersed in this Facebook. It doesn't run our world. And the exposure you think that it gets, maybe it's amongst friends, maybe it's among different generations, but it's not as wide as people believe it is. So it doesn't really bother me, to be honest with you. I just want to throw that in.
Good, we can finish. Saying what I was saying. And so even though you kind of threw me off a little bit.
You talk about my wife.
I'm just saying that it's affecting people, right? Mm-hmm. It's affecting people. It's affecting people's feelings within the public that don't even have a piece of, what's going on here. They all they want to do is come and watch and be informed. I think that I've shared a conversation with Ms. Stoller. I don't know if she would mind me sharing this, but she's had to take phone calls and try to explain that a comment of misinformation is really not what's happening. Don't listen to the comments. That's not what's happening. What's happening is in the discussion between the council, the work session guest, the mayor, and so forth. It's not it's not what you see in the comment section. So I think that then there is also Facebook's policy. And Facebook, if it gets out of hand, Facebook could say, we don't want you anymore. We're going to shut your platform down because it's too disruptive.
Are they doing that?
They could.
But
They do it across the Facebook. And all it takes is, if we were to tell, guess what? If this is my response to a constituent to say, well, I'm sorry, the council isn't willing to do something about that, but you can contact Facebook and let them know it's a violation. This person is violating the policy.
I can't verify anything in reference to complaints about Facebook. Because I'm not on Facebook, my wife stays on it, I stay away from it, I think it's poison. I hear what you're saying, but I'm just saying for me, it doesn't impact me at all. It really doesn't.
It doesn't impact me at all. I'm coming here from the constituencies.
Can you ask me a question?
Point of view.
Joe, go ahead.
I don't have any question for her.
Ritual item. Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Maestri, go ahead, you can continue.
And so I'm going to do what I was asked to do by my constituency. And so if we could just discuss it and have a consensus and decide what we're going to do. Because if we're going to clean it, I think that every platform we have that shows this meeting to the public should be on a level playing field.
President Aliff.
Yeah, I agree with Councilor Maestri. I think that I think your last comment was the best comment. If we're going to do it in here, then we need to do it everywhere where we have a uniform approach to how we do business as a council. So I would be in favor of this.
Okay. Let's do we want to take, Councilor Boston?
I was just gonna say, I'm pretty sure when you're viewing it on Facebook, you can hide the comments is if this is something, let's say hypothetical, that not a majority agrees with removing them. I'm pretty sure when you're viewing, you can hide the whole comments tab just to make the screen a little bigger, whether you're on your phone or on a computer or anything like that. So that way they wouldn't constantly be getting updated and getting interrupted by them. I would also agree that the comments don't really seem to pertain a lot of times to what's going on. The times that I have looked at them, I don't really see them too often, but if I'm scrolling through Facebook and I happen to see the meeting from the day before, some of the most relevant or most interacted with comments do come up. And, sometimes it is, like you said, a lot of name calling or nonsense or spreading of misinformation, which does sometimes misinform the public. I'm not opposed to them, but if the majority of people want to get rid of them, I'm also fine with that as well, because they do have the opportunity to come here. They have the opportunity to reach out to all of us. They have our emails, phone numbers, things like that. So,
Councilor Martinez.
Yeah, I mean, while I understand, Councilor Maestri, where you're coming from, and I totally get it. I think that comments and misinformation are going to happen regardless of where it is. So I think, I also think that sometimes when I at least read the comments that sometimes it does change my perspective. I'm not talking about the bullying ones or the harassing ones or the really nasty ones, but there are a few in there where I'm like, I didn't think about that, or that's a different perspective. And I think it's another way for people to provide their perspective and their voice. So my direction would be keeping the comments.
Okay. Councilman Flores.
I'm so used to having, I guess, a thick skin that I've seen it all, that I'm not against people telling what they want to say. Sometimes, I read stuff like that and I don't have a very good feeling about that person. A lot of times you can tell that they have no credibility whatsoever. And I think that's also something that's important, but I don't like restricting people's ability to make even stupid statements.
Again, I have really thick skin. But I think that if we're trying to clean up the meetings, whether they're here in chambers, we should have an even platform straight across. I haven't seen, if someone has something constructive to say is very rare. Then they have the same opportunity as we give those here in the room that want to come to public forum. So I'm going to follow with the constituency and I'm going to ask that we close the comments.
I'm completely against it. And I'm just going to say to you, there's avenues you can take. If it gets that bad, there's defamation lawsuits. there's libel, there's all kinds of things. And yes, you can be sued on Facebook. Okay? So this idea that we have to throw another lane in, I'm just not for it. I think it's more of an issue than, it's worse than even the sign issues that they're going to bring up. I think this has broken down some areas we may not want to go down. I'm sorry, Dad, Brett, you want to respond? Give you a light on. Joe? Okay. Let's want to get the consensus right now to see how we feel about this. So, Regina, could you repeat it again, please? What you want to have it stricken?
I would like to close the the commentary on the Facebook Live, which has been, our legal counsel has given us the advice that we can close it without repercussion. And
okay, so Sarah, you're a no.
no,
Then you're no. 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 Mark, you're a yes.
Yes.
Brett?
I honestly don't mind it either way. Like I said, if you're watching, you can get rid of them. So like,
You got to pick a side. Yeah or nay?
well, I guess no then. No. Yes.
Okay. And Joe? The no's have it.
okay. So the next one, I would like to invite the parole community and parole officers, those in the reentry program, because due to my own experience with a parolee, I noticed that there's a lot of it's a broken system. I've gone through a lot of the reentry programs, had discussions with them, had a lot of discussions with street ministry. I was quoted that a lot of our crime is committed by repeat offenders, parolees. We have a high crime rate. And what I'm hearing is that, some of these parolees, a lot of them are testing hot for narcotics more than just once without consequences. That they are missing their curfews without consequences. They're going outside their boundaries with their ankle bracelets without consequences, and really aren't being caught until they reoffend. Now then there's a consequence. And so I think that it would be whatever we don't address, right? We just talk about that, nothing gets. And so if we have the ability to invite these the parole officers in, if we have the ability to talk to some of the reentry programs, and just, I think it brings accountability if this is a broken system to what's happening here in our community. And so I would like to see that we get that together, that we invite them in, Mr. Gomez, and just bring some accountability, because if we don't have them here in front of us, then they can just continue. It's a broken system, and that there's partners in all of this, right? There's partners in this community we're supposed to partner with. And I would like to see them come in and tell us what their program's about and how.
Regina, excuse me, is this, we're talking about the purview of the state on the parole program?
Correct, but they also are a community partner.
I understand. Chief of Staff.
Yes, sir. I think what Councilor Maestri is asking for is if we can schedule a work session with them to come in and address some of these issues and concerns.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
Yeah, I think that's, they can tell us all about their program if we have questions about it, but just so that they have some accountability.
You'll figure out a date, Regina, all that good stuff. You'll take care of it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay.
You're up next.
And then the next one is, I really like the public announcement at the end of the meeting when it comes to spay and neuter.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that when we get our admin in, that she can assist with this, but maybe we can add some other things to it. Like I had mentioned to, we have foster care homes that, we have children in the foster care system that are sleeping down at DHS. And it would be nice for our community to know that there is a need for foster care homes That's, there's all kinds of different needs in the community. And if we just expand on that, that's all I'm asking is if we can expand on that. And I know that that also takes a little homework. So within the admin, they can get all the facts together. And then I want to revisit an independent attorney for city council. Because I keep hearing some chatter and so forth. And so I have no problem bringing things forward when there's some chatter and seeing if this is something that we need to put on the ballot, because we're talking about introducing things to the ballot that, that are coming up for the election this year. And since we would like to take out the conflict of interest between our branch and the mayor's branch, a contracted attorney would be the representation that council would be looking for. And so that would, I don't know if that necessarily has to go to the charter, but it sounds like every time we ask about it, it now has to go to the charter. So then, putting that issue on the ballot.
President. Yeah, I agree. And one of my goals that I moved to a work session was possible ballot initiatives.
Mhm.
And that was specifically something that I'd like to talk about too. And I agree with you. I think it needs to be a charter language change if we decide to do it, and it would have to go on the ballot. So.
Okay.
Councilman Flores.
We've been through this before, and I didn't realize that it had to be, that it has to go on a ballot for us to get.
There was, if you remember the conversations we had, was it last year?
Mm-hmm.
So last year, Councilor Boston was not here. But if we hired an attorney, they would literally not be our attorney. They'd still be part of the staff of the attorney. The charter clearly states that if any attorney is hired, they're under the direct supervision of the city attorney, which we thought at the time created the conflict of, well, then it's still not a council attorney. I don't know if everybody on council or if the majority of council wants to go down that road, but that's why I wanted it done in a work session, have that conversation and say that the only way it could ever be a council attorney is if there was charter language change, a change in the charter stating that we could have an employee. Even this admin that's coming in is a city council admin, but the city council admin doesn't work, isn't paid by city council, it's still under the control of the city. I mean, the city could do anything they want with that employee. Even though we could get into semantics and all of that stuff, but I think there's other communities where there's clearly a budget set for city council and their employees that are separate from the administration employees. But that's going to be a discussion with the attorneys and whether city council even wants to go down that road.
That also includes my idea of internal law.
Exactly.
Council Boston.
Sorry if this seems a little ignorant of me. What would the biggest differences of having our own attorney compared to like Carla and Harley being here?
One of the biggest difference to relieve the conflict of interest is, obviously, a lot of people think that come from the perspective that we want to argue against the mayor. That's not what I think when I think about this. I think that what I want to know is that what we're doing is in council's best interest. And so we see that from a different perspective. I don't need, the only time I'm going to want that attorney to tell me that this is in council's best interest. There has been some things in the past, and especially when I first got on council, that were kind of questionable on whether or not that council was just rubber stamping it or and it was in the best interest of the people. And that goes, we see that across the nation. We see that across the nation, that there are lawsuits and there are people who are off of councils and illegal activity and so forth. And this just takes that away, that out of the equation. And so.
I got more questions, but we'll save it for the work session.
Thank you. Council Martinez.
Yeah, well, I guess just quickly, Carla, can you come up, please? Because the last time that we talked about this, there was the whole reason I think why also we have our own attorney. It's Mr. Gifford, but also we fall under the city. So should we have an independent attorney that gives us the wrong thing, we still are under the city, and there would be a conflict there. So I don't want to pursue this. Can you put that more eloquently? Can you remember what you said about that?
So there's a couple of considerations. First of all, anytime you have an attorney come in that's going to work for the city, the client should be the city and the best interest of the city. Not that they shouldn't be working for the mayor, they shouldn't be working for city council, they should be working for the best interest of the city. The city is our client as a city attorney's office. And so if you're going to bring in an attorney that is going to represent council, I'm not sure what they're going to represent council unless council is doing something that is adverse to the interests of the city, because the client should be the city. And then you run into a potential where the two attorneys would not agree. And then you're going to have competing actions, and which one are you going to follow? And then what resolution are you going to take from there? Are you going to hire a third attorney to come in and mediate who has the right opinion? Are we going to end up in a lawsuit between the executive branch and the legislative branch on which path is the best path? I just think it's a dangerous way to go. We created an ethics code specifically for this issue. I gave it to all of you. We had Harley come in. Harley has been working directly for you. The ethics code spells out the confidentiality. What you call and talk to us about is not shared unless it is going to negatively impact the city. So unless you agree to have that shared. Lots of you have talked to me. Those conversations don't go beyond that. We brought legislation forward for anybody called the office. That legislation was brought forward. And then we had some council members that complained, why is all this legislation coming forward? So there's some kinks to work out, and we can work those out. I think this is a dangerous path. Ultimately, it's up to council. If council wants to go down that road, it would take a charter amendment if you want that person to be an employee of council.
Attorney Sykes, I'm going to just throw this out for you. You know, I want counselors, attorneys to go at it. Doesn't bother me in the least. That kind of friction sometimes gives the best results when you finally decide we've gone through this. But think about it. If you have an issue and you're sitting on this side and Harley's sitting on this side, and you're the one that hired him, what do you think the prospects are of coming? What I'm concerned about is, and I don't think anyone wants to say it, I like Harley Gifford. I really do. Because then it says, why couldn't he come back as maybe, and I don't know if this works with contracts or retaining an attorney or something to that impact. So they can still apply if we put a request out for a hire. He could be in that boat, but I don't have a problem with attorneys fight all the time. That's no secret.
But it's no secret, but I can tell you that no one's shy in the city attorney's office from telling another attorney that they think they've got it wrong. So we have some very healthy discussions within the city attorney's office about any issues that come up. And Harley's not shy about telling me if he thinks I have it wrong. I'm not shy about telling him. No one in the office is shy about it because our client is the city and the best interest of the city, not any individual or any individual group or department. Mm-hmm. So that goes on within the city. What I'm saying is that I'm not sure that that's the best thing that we want for the city as a whole is to have competing a court case fighting over decisions.
I'm not an attorney, but I don't agree with you. Councilman Flores.
I've been through this twice now, and each time, as soon as the attorneys, and we haven't had many people respond to the RFP. I think in one case we had 2 firms, and then we had 3 firms, I think, at another time. But once they get into the minutia and what is really being asked of them, several of them just dropped out. They didn't want to bid on it. And I think the only valid attorney that ever came forward and wanted to jump in this bowl of soup was a guy out of Pagosa Springs. And at the end, we decided not to do it. And that happened twice already. And I just don't see this happening. I think if you really want to go out and hire a lawyer, most of these lawyers and reputable law firms, they don't want anything to do with this. They just see really a lot of conflict, between a city council, the mayor, the community. It just doesn't make sense, I think, because I think at the end of the day, I really trust your oath of office as an attorney, that you're going to keep things confidential, that you're going to give us an opinion that isn't swayed by the mayor, that you're going to do what you would do for any client. And in many ways, we are your client individually and collectively as a council. So I think I agree with that.
I mean, you guys may find this surprising, but I disagree with sometimes when you call me individually, I will disagree with the position that you have and will make recommendations contrary to your what you guys want. It's the same with the mayor and with the chief of staff. We don't always agree either. Ultimately, we're going to follow the direction. You guys have the ability to make the policy. So if you have a policy and it's contrary to what we're recommending, we're going to do our best to facilitate it. And that's with this decision as well as any others. But we're not always going to agree. And I think any of those that have talked to us individually understand that.
This is just a consensus, right? This is not a vote.
I have just one. I just want to ask one more question, then I'll be done. Is your staff members, are they protected by civil service or is no?
We're all appointed.
So, and I think if there's any issue out there is that, is the idea that the mayor could fire you. And I think that always boils down to that thing is that, if you're giving me advice and, it goes against, what maybe the mayor disagrees with, then she has the ability to get rid of you.
She does, but I would tell you, I wouldn't work for her if I thought that that's what she would do.
I understand.
Simply because she disagreed with something.
And I don't believe that at all. I just wanted to say, I think a lot of people feel that. That's why this issue even comes up.
Can I jump in there, Phil? They're asking me, we need to take a 10 break to reset the recording.
Okay.
Why can't we?
Mr. Chair, or we could finish in the next 10 minutes.
You're up next.
Okay, are we done here?
We finished here, folks? Okay.
With Carla?
Yes, Carla, just step down.
Okay, great. So not to brag, but I only have 41 meetings left, so I don't have much time to do a lot of my goals. But for my goals, one, I'd like to have a whole work session regarding affordable housing and Prop 123 funds. Mr. Chair, I'd like to have that scheduled as a work session soon.
Okay.
So that could be a future topic of conversation. I would like to have a continued conversation around revenue options. Specifically, as we're talking about, the proposed grocery tax, next year's budget, I would like to have a continued conversation around that. One of the things that I've asked staff about is if VRBOs or Airbnbs have to pay lodging tax, and they currently do not.
Okay.
And that could be a good additional revenue option as we're needing revenue, because they don't have a city license, a city sales, a business license, nor do they pay lodging tax. So that could be good potential revenue options. So I'd like that to be in the work session presentation.
And then just quickly, I do have an update on the city and county child care center. You'll remember that last year I presented it with a past commissioner. I took all of your feedback to heart and we did change the project a little bit. I heard Councilor Gomez's perspective that, you know, this doesn't seem right, that we're only doing city and county employees. So we've changed it to really, while some slots will be allocated to our employees, it's also, there's going to be, the focus is going to be around serving the community. Because we know that the community is in dire need of childcare slots. I heard President Ayworth say, you know, what would have been better is if the county funded the site plan and then came back to us and said, okay, this is what we're needing. So the county did just that. They funded the site plan in-house. And it was approved in their last budget. I do have an update around the first draft site plan was on Sabina's desk this week, which is ahead of schedule. The BOCC is going to review this site plan and then discuss it as a group next week, and then we can share that site plan after that. In the meantime, they are still, they're already actively applying for grants. There's 4 grants right now that they're actively applying for capital for the building. And so I wanted to bring this to your guys' attention. I'm happy to have another work session about it, but one, to let you know that, you know, I heard your concerns loud and clear, that we've changed the scope and the project a little bit to fit your concerns. And 2, that the project isn't dead by any means, that the city and the county are still working on it. And there may be an ask of the city moving forward. So that's the update there. Are there any questions about that?
No, I don't have any questions. Anybody else?
We're funding it with ARPA dollars and those are gone. So have you found a new source of funding?
The county pay for it. The county, so I remember I came from you guys for the 100,000.
Yeah, correct.
And it was for a site plan. The county funded that site plan.
Okay.
And so that site plan, the first draft has already been on their desk, had a schedule. So there's no monetary ask right now from council.
Oh, no, there isn't, but you said they would come to us for future funding.
Potentially, I don't know what that looks like yet. I also said, Councilor Maestri, that they're applying for 4 grants right now to do that capital work. It's really just going to depend on that site plan, to President Ayworth's point at that work session presentation around like, do the site plan, you know, the county should fund the site plan, then come back to us and be like, okay, per the site plan, here's what we need. So once we have that site plan, Councilor Maestri, I'll have a better idea of like what, what that looks like. But the project's not dead. The county ended up paying for it. And so we're moving forward.
We're gonna have more conversation.
And so they funded it, the site plan specifically for a daycare center.
They funded it for a child care center, but just in case, actually, they did a purview in there that said, I don't know, something for like operating. So something would be in there operating. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Well, you're down to 38 goals. So it's 41. Three you got.
No. I'm saying that I only have 41 more meetings to accomplish the goals, not to brag.
I just go.
I only have 41 more meetings with you guys. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Are you done with your?
Yes, I'm done. That was less than 15 minutes.
We're going to throw one out here because I am a little concerned. I've got 3, but we're going to try to break out after this. So I want to create a consistently updated public issue and voter tracking system, which is going to be available online. I think we're a lot of this car abuse, a lot of the stuff that's being bolded. People are getting on car and they're violent and the hell out of it. I think this is 2024. We should be, or 2025. We should be able to go to a site and just look up whatever issues out there, how we voted, name the council, and just plug it in and bingo. And as long as it's updated, I don't see the problem. Because that's most of the core requests are for. Anybody else have any comments? Joe?
I'm ready to dismiss, but I just want to express myself. I'm sorry. Someone wanted to say something.
Melissa, do you want to have something you want to say?
If you can wrap this up in 2 minutes, then we can be done, or we need to take a 10-minute break.
I'm the last one that's going on the goals.
Okay.
That was
2 minutes.
All I wanted to do was thank Mr. Pacheco for all the work he's done, from New Renewal to help the city in terms of the east side. And I know he's in District 2, and I know he's working with you, Roger, to do some things in District 4. So Jerry Pacheco, thank you for everything.
Good. Anybody else? We're good? We're adjourned, folks.
That's awesome. Good job, bro.
Buddy. Thank you, partner. You just a new person.
Very much so.
It's nice how good you can still work on the meditation. It's not that hard.
Remember they're talking about so many more.
That's what you got that little box like that. I didn't know that's what that is.
It's with VCs and much marketing. That's
Keeps me even, huh?
so actually see some marketing festivals bring.
Yes. We just have that meeting. We can have our administrative.
Heard that, yeah, votes.
All the votes.
Yeah, good stuff.
All the issues. And a little database. It's not that hard. Gotta give me right home there. Joe.